want your resident sleeper story? Wonderful. Let me see. What do we have this time around? Ah! The story of German Valorant. Yes, often people think it is gone and disappeared, but it still exists. Yes, in 2022, we had our uprise. Big made it from stage 1 on. It looked so good. They were, you know, a star-studded roster with the likes of Gobi, who was leading a team with experience so absolutely amazing and not to be found again in this beautiful country. Later on, we even saw an addition from Germany again. Focus Clan made their way into VCT for another stage and bringing the likes of young guns who can strike, like Bucher, a young man who is eager but knows what he does. German Valorant was on the rise, bringing us the biggest and best moments we ever had. It was a time that I could always remember. It was so beautiful watching them.
How many teams from Germany are in VCT? Isn't Focus in Polaris now?
I was offering a good night story, but I hope you have nightmares from this. I'm done. I'm upset. This should have not happened. Warum erzähle ich so eine Geschichte überhaupt?
To the challenge, ascending to claim their place amongst the elite. The journey to VCT EMEA has begun.
Welcome to the second day of VCT Ascension EMEA, where teams are still fighting tooth and nail to top their groups and make it to the promised land. Some might be an uphill battlers, others are currently cruising through. I'm Jeannie, your host for today, joined on the desk by Zesh and Tux all the way from MENA. You're here again, so welcome. Lovely to have you.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe Falcons didn't have the best performance
You're
today,
still
so I'm hoping CGN can come up with the good results today as well.
I don't need to hope. I know.
Yeah.
I absolutely know. They will.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they struggled yesterday.
No,
against
lie.
Fire.
Lie.
Dude, the comeback.
Lie.
How can you lose 7 rounds or 6 rounds?
They have it contractually. They have to play as many rounds as possible for sponsor obligations.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that
It's
makes
calculated.
sense. Like,
Easy.
Still, I smell a lot of copium in this room. Anyways, so yesterday we asked you guys to contribute to the bingo that we're going to be running on this broadcast by tweeting at us and giving us a word to include. You guys actually listened. I am genuinely surprised that that's the case, but throughout the broadcast, we're going to have a total of 9 words that we're going to be including into our analysts, into our casting, and we're going to try and make it as inclusive as possible. Drum roll, please, for the social media word suggestion revelation thingy. Do we have that? No, we don't have drum roll. Can you guys pretend to do a drum roll? Like, thank you. So for the social media suggestion, it was...
Psych.
Oh, there we go. It was Rondasa. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it. So you just have to shout it, and that's it. And you get what it means. Do you get what it means, Vincent?
No.
No? Okay. It means it's a great play and being clutch. And it's proven in Matt's gold games that it turns the game around when shouted. So there we go.
It's basically in your elo, right?
Absolutely. Where you still get pumped. Anyway.
Oh my god.
Looking at the bingo card, just to give you guys a little bit more of an example of what we're looking for and how we're going to try to implement it, we have arroser les murs, which means to water the walls, which you wouldn't really do. But basically, as an example, Vincent arrose les murs, which means that Vincent is watering the walls, which is basically whipping shots, and that does very much explain the average experience playing ranked with Mr. Zesh over here. So the thing is, I want you guys to really look at that bingo card that we have. We have it printed out. Feel free to bring it up, show it off. You gotta choose a word, all right, that you are feeling comfortable with. You cannot use ibla because you are
Arabic
from MENA.
already.
So if you use ibla, it's like cheating. You can also not use rasas because it's also it's also Arabic. But yeah, you cannot use the German ones. That's pretty. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that.
Fuselig. It's fuselig.
Thanks.
So eine
bro.
Krawatte. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Great. Calm down. This is an English broadcast, all right?
My bad, sorry guys.
What I want you guys to do is to pick a word specifically that you want to include from this little bingo card over here and try and implement it on our desk, okay? You guys...
Can I go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll pick Rondasha
Okay.
or Rondasa.
Rondasa, please
Depend.
do let us know if we're pronouncing it correctly.
Yes,
We're not, we're
please.
sorry.
Twitch chat, help.
Help. You're asking chat for help. Woo! That's gotta go
Help
great.
me, chat.
And you're...
Per I miei ragazzi italiano, prendo bello sei, saffe.
You speak like 1.5 language. Relax. There we go. That is your word. Explain.
Well, safe is used just like the English word. Bello reinforces safe in a manner similar to safe and sound. In Valorant, you'd say it when someone wins easily, sitting back as a sentinel, for example. Alternatively, it could be used sarcastically or hyperbolically if someone is running it down.
I bet you hear that a lot in your games.
Well, it means that it's safe and sound. It means that I'm
Running
doing
it down.
perfectly fine.
All right. Yesterday, however, we had 4 games in total, and you must be wondering, wow, that's a lot of action. It is indeed, but it does mean that only 8 out of 10 teams have played. Let's have a look exactly at what happened here on today's stream, starting off with Ascend against Digital Athletics. We had high expectations for Ascend, but that did not really show yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think that's the Ascend we were waiting for, ranking them up high like an A-tier team coming into this competition. But I really liked how the Digital Athletics actually approached the game plan. They stood their ground. They actually proved us very wrong when we talked about their individual skills and relying on this rushing ability they have. But coming into this, I think Ascend learned something yesterday.
Learning something is a very good point. I think that split we've seen before, that was very clearly decided by Ascend. Digital Athletics just has a hard time playing defense most of the time, because we have not witnessed that on Ascend as we're seeing right here. It was one of the weirdest games I've ever seen, period. How Ascend won this, I don't have any idea. It honestly felt like a coin flip, and it just landed on the side of Ascend at the end of the day. It was not the showing we would have expected, I agree. But, I mean, something similar could be said here.
Yeah, Gentlemaid's up against Falcons. Falcons, I'm really sorry, Tux. I know we had to perform some CPR. We had the ambulance ready. It was rough to watch.
I'm glad it was there because, to be honest, this is not the Falcons I've been watching in Grand Finals in MENA versus Rad. And to be fair, like, only one player has been showing out of the 5 members in Falcons, and it was only Mo. I'm so happy that such a controller is coming out of MENA in that performance, keeping it, you know, hyperactive, let's say. But mates
Yeah.
really actually showed how disciplined they are. It's like very low mistakes, and this is Valorant. Less mistakes, you win.
Yeah, very good point. I mean, I personally would have believed we could have went on map number 3 if Falcons would have waken up a lot earlier on some of those maps.
Okay.
You know, the way they were down 0-7, 0-9, it looked miserable for the most time, but they made the best out of it. This is something you have to respect. Falcons, for me personally, Tux, I would have said, okay, they're not winning anything here. But I will actually say they played significantly better than I've expected.
Yeah, and that was us here on the A stream. There was action on the B stream as well. We had Apex up against Kase and CGN battling it out tooth and nail against Desire. We have our lovely casters, Des and Tim, or Des and Ace, however you want to say it. Hey Ace, how you doing? I like the glasses.
Thank you.
Looking very
I
sporty.
always have them. Yeah, it's not like this is the first time he's wore glasses, Ginny. I'm glad that you pay attention though, Ginny.
Room, okay?
I like your shoes, Ginny.
The ones that are about
It's
40
going the wrong
centimeters
direction.
high.
This is not good.
Okay, give us a little bit of a rundown yesterday. I know you guys casted CGN, Desire, but did that game live up to your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, that game did. I mean, obviously there's 2 games that we can run through here as well. The first one that we saw kicking off over on the B stream with the Brits. There was us, there was Munch, there was Lyric, all kinds of good stuff going down. And it was plenty of fun. I think coming into it, many were looking at Apex, Tim, and we were all thinking, these guys are likely winners. Everyone's putting them up there as number one, and really, against Kase yesterday, they showed why.
Yeah, I think, you know, they were clinical in a lot of ways. They were able to really shut Kase down, keep control of the game. But, you know, we've got to say, they did let them back into things a little bit on Haven. So, you know, they're showing there that there is the possibility to come back at them. But ultimately, a very similar story to the game that we cashed. You know, it was a close first map, and then they ran away with it in the second. Yeah,
it's so hard to shut them down as well, because as we know, this team is just full of experience. 3 of the players being on Fnatic previously. We had Keiko's come in as one of the new players, absolutely shining yesterday as well. And on the other side, really, it was only Kiles who seemed to match up to him in any way, shape or form. But when you've got 5 players all at their best, it's a real hard ask for anyone to shut them down. Fracture, when we got there, I think ended 13-3 as well. It was even more dominant. But Tim, this is the game that we had a good cast of, and I'm sure Zesh was delighted at the outcome of this game. It was CGN coming out on top against Desire.
Yeah, it was, and I mean, this one is, it's true of the first game as well, a perfect opportunity to mention the Killjoy player that we saw on the B stream across both of them.
Azuri's captured my heart.
Oh, Azuri. But we saw it from Tag as well. Tag deserves a mention on that front, particularly in that second match. You know, the Killjoy player was just so crucial a lot of the time, holding down those flanks, doing that sort of, you know, out of the spotlight work, but it was really paying off. But particularly on that second game, we had
so
Benny.
Good.
Benny just really came out of his shell in that second.
Quite literally as well, playing the Raze, yeah. But this first match, actually, when we were on Fracture, he was playing on the Sage, and then stepped across in the second map to playing on the Raze, and that was when he really came to life. 25 and 10, I think he ended on our second map, was absolutely unbelievable. And it's not at all to say that Desire didn't show some form of promise. I just feel when it really came down to when it mattered, all we saw coming out of CGM was pace. They had confidence, they had the ability to slow Desire down. Those things weren't really present in the Italian side's play, though.
No, exactly. I think we've just seen a big 3K from Vince as well. Vince, worth a shout, had a couple of big moments. There's the clutch that I'm remembering particularly. You know, a real nice 1v2 coming out of the smoke, did a fantastic job. But overall, in that second map, I think CGN showing us a lot more of what they wanted to. But for me, there's still some questions there with them overall. I think they have to have those big players showing up. Without them putting big numbers in, it makes me wonder how they'll do.
Yeah, and I mean, Element was a big name that everyone's been speaking about. You know, CGN last year finishing 6 to 8. They pick up Element at the start of this year. They absolutely fly, and you saw why yesterday. Him picking Reina in itself felt like a bit of a whoa moment, but Double Duelist did them so well. But I'm with you. Kind of our main summary there, Ginny, really for CGN is what's going to happen when they come up against a bigger team. And today they face off against Ascend. I can't wait to see how that one goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot on the line for CGN. They have a lot to prove, but Ascend also looking a little shaky, so I guess it just matters of who had most rest. Thank you guys so much for that breakdown. Very insightful. And with that as well, it leads us into the standings, because yes, CGN did win their game, which means they get 1 point in their group. They're topping it at the moment alongside Ascend. SAUL yet to play. We're going to see them play today. Desire and Digital Athletics, they're already at the bottom of their groups alongside Falcons and Kase. But winning these games early on is so crucial.
Yeah, to be fair, like if we are watching the top 2 teams in Group A as we expected, Ascend and CGN leading the way. We know that SAUL and Desire were ranked by us in the C tier. So Desire actually exceeded our expectations, actually showed their impact versus CGN yesterday. Digital Athletics as well with their playstyle, adapting to how Ascend is playing actually in their game. So that's very good, even though we didn't see the best out of Ascend yet.
Yeah, and I think to just summarize that, I think Group A, there's hardly anything going to change on the top 2 end. Group B, everything's possible to me. Falcons was not absolutely weak and can be farmed by everyone. Kase on paper is still a strong team. We don't know what Focus will do today. Those are a lot of aspects where I'm sure Apex is going to come out on top, but who's going to take the second slot? Group B is not determined for me.
All right, so it's all up for the taking, but as you said it yourself, we haven't actually seen Focus yesterday, so today we'll be looking at them. They're going to be on the B stream, so let's have a look at the schedule specifically, because we are going to be starting off with CGN up against Ascend. I know this is going to be Vincent's favorite. We then have Digital Athletics against SAUL, where we're going to be SAUL playing for the first time as well. But if you're more of a Gentlemates Kase Esports fan, or you're looking to see Apex against, this is going to be Focus, then make sure that you check that out on the B stream. Just a reminder, it's Apex against Focus, not Falcons. They're not playing today. That's on the B stream. I mean, we got some pretty stacked games happening today across both streams.
I'm watching A anyway.
Yeah, wow, surprise. You kind of have to.
Oh, really? You're watching A?
We're watching A. We're watching A, brother.
We are indeed watching A. But make sure to head over to the B stream for Gentlemates up against Kase Esports. We're sticking around for CGN Ascend, and we're going to be back shortly. CGN, Germany's last and only hope, going up against Ascend, the winners of Champs Berlin 2021. Yes, there has been a roster change, but still this team is out for greatness. CGN, not the best performance yesterday against Zaire, was a little shaky, so what can they bring out today?
I think, I'll be honest with you, I personally don't believe that. I mean, sure, okay, it was a shaky performance.
There we go, finally.
Before I'm full of copium. That 13-15, 15-13 was a very tight performance from CGN, but it felt like all of those top-rated teams outside of Apex had a big issue with their starting game. Ascend had a tough game. I think Gentlemates didn't play as good as they could have, so on and so on. So I believe, I'll give them that first official. I think Monster tweeted as well, still a bit cold, still a bit getting used to playing an official again. I give them that. We can warm
Benefit
up,
of the doubt.
but now it's going to work.
And also keep in mind that they're going against other regions, playstyles they've never been against before, and that's very impactful, especially looking at the scores yesterday. Digital Athletics going versus Ascend. The both teams exceeded Ascend didn't meet our expectations. Digital Athletics did meet our expectations and more. And we're talking about Falcons that also didn't exceed our expectations. And M8 actually went with our expectations.
Yeah.
We knew they were that strong and disciplined. So looking into today's matches, CGN has to be awake and Ascend have to be awake as well.
Yeah.
Because yesterday it was a shaky performance from both.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, staying in this whole theme of storytelling, because we know he really likes to do that. He's going to do another one, this time around for CGN specifically, highlighting for us what we can be expecting from the DACH region here, because how does it feel to only have one team here?
Yeah, imagine.
Focus is a German organization. There's nothing to say.
No, they're from Valorant.
CGN. 3 letters you've never heard before. I can promise you that. And most importantly, this roster has the synergy that you will find in no other team. An identity that you will find in no other team. The weirdest one, the oddest one, the strangest one within all of them. But most importantly, the one that I honestly believe will win. And I want to tell you, I never liked this team, but they convinced me to like them by the way they play, in their unique play style that both Capio and Benny have shaped. It is a miracle. Benny calls the relation to Capio as dumb and dumber. Literally, his words. Those two understand each other so well and define the playstyle of this team so much that you can see that there's a system behind it. A unique system that does not really want to work with tier 1 teams playing the way they do, that they will not throw the same Viper walls, the same smokes, the same set pieces. CGN does not do that. Capio is a kind of wizard in that sense, what he has brought within this team, because they have always been looking for the actual identity. Last year around, this man was responsible with Benny for never making it into playoffs. This year around, he is responsible with Benny to making a back-to-back victory happen with that CGN lineup. And I can tell you one thing, all those players you see here, maybe outside of Elements, were not those German star players where you're like, oh my god, this is the best pickup, how is he not signed? Some of them come from the academy lineup. Some of them were in the Project V, in the league underneath, picked up, shaped, and built into the system of CGN. And I want to tell you one thing. They will convince you today that this is some of the best Valorant you've ever seen. I call them mini Navi for a reason, and you'll see why.
I feel like you always try and come up with a pitch. You're trying to sell us something,
Listen.
Doesn't matter if it's on VCT EMEA, if it's on Ascension.
Listen.
You're like, these are my stocks, invest in them. I'm going to ask you, Tux, are you convinced?
To be fair, I've watched CGN play, and they do actually meet up with Vincent words, as in weird and strange
Blink
strategies.
twice if you're being held hostage.
No, but to be fair, I would see CGN actually, there is a possibility that we can see this team actually going to the semifinals or maybe finals as well. I'm not gonna lie. I can agree their playstyle is and one of the most difficult playstyles you can play against, because they're super annoying, and especially in Valorant, a play that's very high paced sometimes. When you play very slow, you actually make the other team make mistakes, and that actually gets into them. They pressure them more, especially when it doesn't go your way as an IGL and either as a team. When your strategies doesn't go your way, you're felt under pressure and you're gonna lose it. That's the mental part they're playing on is just super strong.
Well, they're going to be heading up against Ascend, which is not really the easiest sport to go up against. we put them in S tier, no, put them in A tier, both alongside CGN. So the question here is, does Ascend have what it takes to ruin Germany's last hopes and
Yes,
dreams?
they do. I would say both of them are the contenders that can actually reach Apex in the finals. I would say that from now.
I would not fully agree. I mean, yesterday is scuffed, okay? Because this team on paper is looking brilliant. This is one of the best we have by far. A roster that stick together throughout all the splits we have, really doing insanely solid. But for me, yesterday was scary. We can say the same for CGN and Fracture, so maybe it's not the fairest comparison. But overall, the individual mistakes that we have witnessed on that second map in the best of 3 yesterday made me scared. There were so many situations where I was like, they want to play a bit like Tier 1 plays in terms of defaults, in terms of taking it slower, in terms of having a structured approach, but then some micro mistakes happen. An overpeak, a wrong kind of coordination within a setup, where suddenly they lose a round. And Digital Athletics absolutely used that against them with some of the craziest rounds. Like this is not a perfect buy from them. They win this. Great. The follow-up that we're going to see is absolutely mental, because this was this weird kind of teleport play that we've seen later on the game. It was a weird game, period.
Yeah, I can't agree more, especially on the second half. We actually saw Digital Athletics controlling the first half, but moving into the second half, watching Ascend play, actually, there's miscommunication between the utilities. They were not in sync. It seems like anything that Digital Athletics do in any part of the map, it's such a surprise attack to them, and they didn't know how to actually react to it, so they were clearly playing by instincts.
And this was one of those rounds that we've just witnessed, right? Where, suddenly we see Alive getting a collateral. Initially, it is going to be Bad AG dying in middle because he whiffs his Omen ult. There were so many scenarios where I was like, okay, this is a coin flip, we're going to map 3. It didn't happen. I'm sure Ascend was, aware that this was not ideal. But today is going to be better.
Yeah, I mean, you have that learning opportunity from the fact that you've played a game which was maybe not what you wanted it to be like, but it also brings the question of, are they going to be able to fix what happened on Ascent overnight, or is it a map that you banned today?
I think they get used to it very quick. The players they get used to their mistakes. They remember what happened yesterday, and they try as much as possible not to repeat it. And that's actually might be crucial, because sometimes when you try not to do something, it limits your movement around the map. You're very scared to make the same mistake again and again and again.
Yeah, and we're gonna find out whether or not it's gonna be banned immediately.
This is
wow,
big.
okay, I'm gonna sit in the analyst seat.
This is very big, because Ascent is the most played map of Ascent previously. Word mixing. Pearl is going to be denied by CGN. That is very obvious. And we go on to Lotus. This is kind of crazy, considering what we have witnessed from the Ascent compositions previously. It's going to be particularly interesting. Moving over to Bind, valid pick by CGN as well.
That's valid. I cannot see the valid point about picking Lotus coming from Ascent, but if we're talking about maps, because CGN has been doing very well on Ascent, that's accepted. Pearl is not one of the best maps for CGN. Okay, we're gonna take that off and going with Lotus. It's kind of fine. I agree, they don't want to play CGN on Fracture as well. CGN is very solid on that map, and as we can see, CGN doesn't want to play Haven because they're very confident with the split composition with the double duelist. So I think the veto is not really that surprising. It's just Ascent going with the Lotus with something we're not used to. I think this will be an interesting match, especially I want to see how Ascend are, what's their game plan approaching CGN on this map.
Yeah, when you're talking about Lotus and it's maybe something we're not used to completely from Ascent, is that a worrying sign, or are they cooking?
So this is the interesting part. We talked about it yesterday regarding split. Yesterday we were talking about maybe it's going to be Ascent playing the Reyna race comp on split. They came up with the most normal adaptation you could ever expect.
Yeah.
So this brings me to the point, because here also on Lotus they play one of the weirdest comps. Maybe we'll see it, maybe we don't. But most importantly, I think this is not too worrying. This is
All
not
right.
too worrying, because if they go for the normal stuff that I'm more convinced of, particularly this map, then I'm like, okay, this could work quite well. But overall, the map video tells me that we could potentially go on a third map. It looks very
All right.
intriguing.
I can agree, but Lotus, especially with the Ascent compositions that we've seen before, I don't think it will be as viable as in East. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't think it will work on CGN. I think
Okay.
CGN are such a smart team. These kind of strategies, dealing with the Cypher and Sage, for example, dealing with the Gecko as well, I think they're very smart
Yeah.
on approaching these teams, these kind of teams, especially coming up with these weird strategies or the new meta for Harbor and Viper compositions and stuff. CGN are a very smart team. I don't think these kind of strategies would work against them.
Yeah, but it also kind of brings us back to the question from what we've seen yesterday from Ascent, where we were expecting a certain comp, we were expecting the Reyna, but that's not what they went for. They went for, as you said it yourself, a pretty basic adaptation. So as the mind games coming in, you've seen CGN play yesterday, they were a little wobbly, you yourself were a little wobbly, you ban out Ascent. Do you want to stick to what you're used to, or do you want to hit them with another curveball?
I would say stick. I would stick.
Okay.
I would stick with what I,
I mean,
know.
but banning Ascent already on your own is like bending to what you actually have in your identity.
I'm not gonna lie, CGN are really annoying on Ascent.
I know they are. I know they are.
I don't want to go versus such an annoying team. I saw them in the grand final versus Moz Esports, and that was super annoying to watch.
Okay.
Because that's how annoying, especially as an analyst. Watching them on that map versus Mouse, it was super slow, super annoying. They're waiting for those mistakes, and actually Mouse Esports fell on.
I know.
They choked.
And they fell into the trap of what CGN set up for them. But again, we're aware of that. So Ascent's going to be aware of that. But it brings us down still that point of which composition Ascent will be going for.
Okay, so they've changed it up
different.
massively.
Yeah.
They both changed it up massively.
Two curveballs.
So massive curveballs. They go for a traditional composition. They went for very normal things right here. Ascent has went for the classic comp with double controller. They have went for no flash, but initiator in the form of Fade, Killjoy, and Race. This is a big change. And same goes for CGN.
That's
previously
huge.
played the Neon, previously played the Sky. They're swapping over to the Sova. This is big. This is literally big.
Huge. For both teams as well. Like, right now, we've seen the Sage coming in from Ascent before, right?
Yeah.
And right now, it's in the hands of CGN. So actually, Ascent has an idea of what CGN is going to come up with in this certain map, by the Sova on Shazon. I've seen that guy popping off on the Sky. So it's really weird for me to see him on such an agent, and especially on Lotus. And I really I'm looking forward of watching Vince on the Astra. But coming into Ascent, I can believe that they could have done better on their composition.
All right, what is the main thing standing out to you?
I don't like the Fade.
Okay.
I think the Fade is perfect.
But
I
yesterday,
think that's great.
Yesterday we've seen Brody pop off in both games.
Yes.
And the
he
Fade is a great agent for re-clearing in so many instances with the Prowlers in both
the
attack
amount
or
of
defense.
angles.
Particularly, I think, when we want to take a look at a head-to-head of something, it will be interesting to see how the Sova pans out versus how Brody with the Fade pans out. Two different initiators. A Sova is fairly rare. Some instances happen where this agent is played on this map, but it still is rare.
But
And
do you
that
think it
makes it
fits?
exciting.
Does it fit Brody playstyle? I don't think so.
I think it does. I think it's fine.
All right, I guess you're gonna agree to disagree. It's gonna be.
That's what you were looking for the fan
exactly.
days.
It's all scripted. We're gonna have a disagreement on the desk in terms of the viability of Fade on Brody specifically, and how that's gonna be tying into the wider composition and the playstyle of Ascent. But also very importantly, CGN, they're also switching it up a little bit. Which it does bring the question whether or not tomorrow, what we've seen yesterday is going to replicate itself here today. We're going to find out as we're going to be heading into the first map of today. It will be Lotus with Pablos, and look, we brought Lothar out as well. Hi!
He's here! Lothar's here! He's casting. When did that ever happen? Like last year or something like that, you know? Crazy.
I'm just a more compact version of Ender for today.
Yeah, I get to feel tall. It's nice. Yesterday he sat down for this, but now we switched casters for it. So
I can sit down as well, you know?
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
could.
jump down and just gonna be like...
we could just disappear entirely. But, no, but for real, this is going to be an epic day. We've got a lot of matches on the line, but especially this one, right? We've got CGN, Ascend, two teams that are meant to do pretty well in this tournament.
Yeah, in general, we are looking forward to like a very competitive match, and I'm looking forward to those changes in compositions. As like the expectations were completely different, and because of that, I feel like the teams prepped something very interesting when it comes to the way that they're gonna approach this match. I'm really looking forward to Ascent because we know them from such a long time, but now with different players, super exciting.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's going to be a banger. Of course, as you said, a lot of changes coming into this. These teams have come and prepared quite a feast. Of course, Lotus being our first one, we've heard thoughts from the desk, a lot of disagreement, but when it comes to this one, the only certainty is that we're in for a treat. Ascend on the attack, CGN on the defense as we get Lotus started.
Yeah, and then we see a 2-2-1 formation for the beginning of the round for the attackers. Pretty standard. We could also see the Viper wall being pre-set up for a B execute. That's why you see the 3 players already in the B stack, and the first contact goes in.
Yeah, Musashi, first contact found. It is a heavy hold towards this B site, but Ascend right now exploratory for them as they've spread out across the map. You can already see Monster lurking towards that right-hand side, closing in onto Shazion. I'm not quite sure if he's been spotted yet, but Shazion might have an idea of his own. A peek, alive, slowly moving into combat.
That was perfect timing to get into that position, and now he is able to deliver so many informations when it comes to potential rotations. So you see that slowly going towards that A side because they don't anticipate more than 1 player being on that side. Unfortunately, Viper doesn't have the orb anymore because it's still a level, but now the rotation comes into the B, and we have the first blood on Element.
Oh, it's beautiful. First blood comes his way, but it'll quickly be traded, and the game plan is clear from Ascend. Move into this B site, get that spike planted, and play for the post-plant. Vince, waiting outside of the smoke. He might be collapsed upon as soon as the smoke deteriorates, but not even going to wait for that. But Vince collects a double. That shouldn't have happened. And now Brody left alone. And he's got so many to deal with. Every single entrance of B site is being inhabited right now. He might be able to find one, but Azuri coming in from behind puts a bullet to the back of his head. And that's round 1 going to CGN.
I really liked what they wanted to do into that CT area with the double peak, but unfortunately, they got domed. Both of the players, that was a really good timing for a double peak, and it just happens that the opponent was better at aiming at this day, that specific situation. But in general, I like the approach. It was very methodical, and even though that shorty is nerfed heavily on this patch, you can see how much of a, let's say, value you can find in those opening rounds.
You can still find the impact with it, but here, I think this is the perfect moment to pick your brain, Lothar, right? Both of the teams change their compositions. What can we expect from them this match?
Well, the thing is, the biggest point that I see here is that Ascent lost the Sage from the composition. She doesn't really represent a lot of value with many of the agents that you have in the game, but right now they went for the Fade Race combo, which is very standard, but potentially on defense gonna deliver so much value on that A hold in the first tempo. But yeah, the second round, when it comes to like the potential bias here, you can see that the Ascent just go for a very, let's say, strong hold. Let's say, angle equipment, right, with those 2 marshes, and they get the first blood, which is insane, because now they're able to gather a lot of information from the map.
Yeah, it's a good start, but a long way to go, right? They've gained space towards the right-hand side, an Element gaining ground towards the left-hand side as well. He's clearly gained the idea of Ascend's game plan. Vince is still stuck around. He might be able to catch a couple of players unawares. He didn't even know Alive was there, and he's able to pick him up. Monster, what a flick onto Vince's head, and all of a sudden, we're down to 3 versus 3. It's a close endeavor. Benny not being overzealous, not aggressing, but that might be costly because look at Azuri going all the way around, might be playing for a backstab, already being prevalent as Brody is down. They turn their attention towards him and they clean up house. CGN 2-0.
I really like the way that they wanted to compensate for the loss of the map control after the first blood was being drawn. So we have seen the defenders shift instantly towards the A side full spawn, but also 2 players from C grabbed the map control on the C mount first. So they were sure that the rotation of the attacker goes towards A, and because of that, they were able to commit the defenses earlier than the actual execute happened. So very on-point rotation from CGN, but I also liked how Ascend worked their way into this round because this, let's say, second round was very successful.
Yeah, CGN yesterday were a bit overzealous in many moments. We were very critical about them. So if they're able to bounce back from that and get straight back into what they know how to do and be a bit more composed, that will be great. But for now, Ascend slow-paced, very similar to what we know from Lotus teams, trying to scout out, trying to bait our utility and see if there's an opening around.
one of the biggest challenges for Ascend here on the attack will be removing the value out of Killjoy's utility that is set up on the C side before they actually do anything on the entire map. So removing that turret, removing the nano swarms is gonna be one of those early goals for Ascend. Now, unfortunately, they only have like one piece of utility that is capable of doing that on its own, and that's the paint shields. That's a very valuable piece of utility for the execute on the backside of C as well.
Element for a second there was considering not pulling the trigger, but he does in the end. So Badiji not checking his corner there will pay for it, and already Ascend on the back foot. They've come in prepared with weaponry, but if they lose this, it might be catastrophic. Azuri to the back of the site is taken over, but if you can see CGN's defense, they've got 2 players lying in wait. They've got to deal with them one by one, and they do so perfectly. All aligned their crossfires at the right point, and Ascend have got control. CGN fancy it though. They want another piece of it
already.
Alive, holding it, and he's right on point for Benny. Element, he's got a Bulldog, he's going to give all he has to try and find a couple of kills here. He's got him 1. But I believe that's all she wrote. This round is going to Ascend, and a very nice attack onto that C site.
Yeah, but it was almost a disastrous round. That lurk happened before any kind of executes were happening on the other side of the map. They didn't draw any of the rotations, but it seems like he wants to get more blood drawn, but unfortunately it was his own blood.
Yeah, he does. I guess for Ascend, the saving grace is that they've got a double controller lineup, right? If Badiji falls, it's not the end of the world, given that they've got closers from that Viper. But yeah, it's a bit unfortunate you lose your life, but thankfully your teammates have got your back and win the round.
Remember though that in this round, the defenders didn't have the full hardware.
Right.
Like they had 2 sheriffs. The Bulldogs are also not really that heavy on value when it comes to defending because of the lower fire rate. So you're more valuable when it comes to just right-clicking out of like specific angles. So this was a very challenging round for CGN, but now with the full buy round, the challenges that I described in the round before will be more prevalent. But fortunately for Ascend, the turret was being used from the Killjoy on the defender side on C mount in an, let's say, aggressive way to gather informations. So that turret's already gone.
And as we are now in the 4th round of the game, we can see more elements into play. Already some ultimates being revealed. Nightfall from Brody could be impactful on a take.
I really like how Ascend worked with that orb at the beginning of the round on A rubble, the nice informations, and they have that wall on B almost set up every single round so far because it just delivers so much potential value when it comes to either the executes towards the B side from A or the B main area. So it's always a pressure point for the defenders and they cannot ignore it.
Oh, that's not the greatest of peaks there by Monster. And that's Element punishing.
But it's the second time we see exactly the same opener.
Oh, and with that opener, CGN rotate over. Element says, I'm no longer needed towards that A site. And it felt for a minute that Shazian was also dropping back with it, but no, they're moving right back in it, knowing that there's a Fade ultimate possibly available. They don't get affected by it, but this is Ascend's chance to move into the site.
And now a lot of utilities being used to clear the site, so they get all the informations. The plant is clear, but it's smart from CGN to not do anything and just wait for rotations. So they have now their full utility.
They've got all the numbers, Showstopper enabled by Alive. All he's doing is stalling out the time right now. While that's enabled, CGN are not comfortable to push. He waits, he shoots, no one affected, but now CGN have got the call. 1 by 1. Altogether, you might as well say 2 from the spawn side, 3 drop onto the site already. And you can see how far back Ascend are playing it. They're going for the post-plant setup with the Nano Swarms. Badiji traded. Shazion is on top of the case, but Alive can't get them off of the spike with a blast back just yet. Or maybe he has done enough. Have they bought enough time? Alive needs to shoot the person defusing. Doubles up! Can't find the spray down though, as it is being shot down themselves. CGN managed to deliver in the end throughout that chaos and win the round for themselves.
What a crazy round in retake. 5 players alive. They waited out the showstopper, didn't get any casualties from that, so that's very important, but it buys the potential time for that retake that is not going to be used effectively. But you can see how much value also comes in from the utility of the attacker's side. Paranoia was still available. Delays that retake by a few seconds already. The nano swarms were not being cleared. And that's one of the things what I wanted to say about Sova. He is so instrumental when it comes to clearing out Killjoy utility, either on the side or in post plant. And those shockouts were not used for that. So they lost another like few seconds. And this is a
that came out of nowhere. That really did come out of nowhere. Benny was peeking out and, you know, Alive says, is that a gift? Thank you. But look at the other side of the map because Shazian is already under... No, Shazian is on the A side while there's a push coming in from Element. CGN winning on all fights, and Ascend are left scratching their heads. What's happened? Where the teammates 2v4, all of a sudden CGN are with double the amount of players, but Brody, look at this. He's being sneaky, and he can hear the rotations. He's heard the footsteps. Turns around in time, but Azori is there to help out. Oh no, Brody. Oh, he thought he'd cooked something up there, but no, he's burnt it. And Monster will be the final piece to job, and CGN seem to be dominating early on in this game.
I think Element was on purpose, like strafing full speed through CT, through spawn, because he anticipated there's a players on stairs, so he was baiting for from the teammate coming from B. So you can literally see how he got, let's say, thanked holding that stair angle, and that was really well played. But the loss of the first player, the defender, that is something that they already had twice happen, when it shouldn't have happened in general. So I'm not surprised. Actually, this is Ascent's timeout. This is actually going to be helpful for CGN than Ascent, I feel like, as well. Because they need to clean up a little bit of those first angles. But I feel the problem for Ascent here is that they are mistiming their executes with the potential lurker. We have seen Monster die and Batty G die twice now as the first casualty when it is really not needed.
Yeah, I feel like Ascend at this point need to reset their mental, trying to get back into the game, not make as many mistakes. For yesterday, for example, they took every single timeout they did, they end up getting quite a streak of rounds in their favor. And that's all because of NBS. So much experience in that coaching slot, the victor of champions with this organization, and now he's training these players to get right back into the game. Guns all across the board. This is going to be an exciting round.
And we see Mish's favorite weapon being on Sova equipped right now with the Odin on the A side. It's such a potentially devastating weapon to holding an angle there. You can bang it through tree towards the B exit as well. So there's a potential, a lot of value coming out of that Odin, specifically when you play on Sova. But now we have an opening on B side. Element just overpeaks probably with that dash active, but gets caught. And that is a huge, huge loss for the defenders, because now we can see the rotation happening from A towards B side. And with that pre-planned wall on B side, they will have potentially a very massive execute on that side.
Vince, he's got the help of Azori here, but he's got to be accurate on the first. It needs to be traded in their favor, and it really isn't. Ascend takes charge, 2 for 1, they'll take it. Sight is theirs, and finally Ascend seem to be poised to take a round. Oh, but Benny, he's working some magic here. Realizes where Alive is coming from through that spray. But still, Ascend have got the numbers. If they're able to keep on trading in their favor, this still is very much doable, especially with the spike planted for them, and then vacating the site themselves. Clearing out, Shazion moves in. Paranoia misses the mark, but Brody doesn't miss.
He has the res, he can get some value loaded here.
And he brings it out straight away. Prowler is dropped in their favor. That's another kill for Benny. Damaging round for Ascend, but they do get the win in the end.
Yeah, you can see how much value that first blood gets them on their attack. Not having the numbers advantage in that position on such an open map like Lotus, like Haven. It's a very similar structure. When you lose the defender in the opening seconds, you kind of force the defenders to gather map control. That's why the defender in B was so forward and got punished by a wide swing by the Killjoy that followed up on a trade. So even though you can just like lose the attackers, but if you always trade, you always have the upper hand. And it's also so hard to get value out of the utility from the defenders when you are always on the back foot. And now we have similar opening like we had in the previous round when it comes to A. We see the value of the satchels early to deny like the typical value out of stuns, but the thing is, there are no stuns for CGN on the A side at all when it comes to like the way that they are playing right now. No stars are being pre-planned from the Astra on the opening on Rubble, so there's really like a lot of map control being just given away by CGN in that area, but so far Ascend doesn't want to like, let's say, cascade on that area that is being given up by the defenders.
They're definitely not capitalizing on that area. Instead, they turn their attention towards mid. Although you can see the spike slowly entering that right-hand side, it could be a double collapse into B.
Seems like a fake towards B side with the way that they have the Killjoy utility set up potentially, like the lockdown being put into that Kabi area. will force the opponents into the A side as well.
And it's down to 40 seconds as well. They've run out of time. BaddyG does win his trade, so Ascend get first blood. Now on a 4v4, they turn their attention towards B. CGN vacate the site. We're looking at a 4v5 retake.
And this is going to be another challenging round for the defenders. Now with the Viper Spit on site, how do you enter this? Well, that's the potential answer.
Lockdown coming through.
But there's the other lockdown to counter it. And look at the timer. The attacker's killjoy utility is 2 seconds later than the defender, so you don't get any value
Negated.
out of the defending killjoy utility.
Beautifully done. And now they need to fight within the chaos of this poison element. Drops Brody is there to find him. It seems a Masters of the green blob in the center of B is going to be Ascend. And Vince, he just doesn't want to walk through that. That looks scary. And there's, especially when he's thrown paint to his face, he's a bit dirty himself at this point. But yeah, Ascend, beautiful round for them. They execute it at the start perfectly. They close it out in response to CGN's, utility. And there you have it. That's 3 for Ascend, at least closing up the gap before it's too late.
Well, you can see how much value Viper has, even after the nerfs with the fuel nerf that she had on the 6.11 patch. The Viper Pit still is exactly the same. It's such a potentially devastating weapon when it comes to post-plant positions, and B-side is fully covered in that Viper's Pit. So going into it, the instant DK, the blindness that you have, you basically have no information when it comes to the potential positions of the opponents. Because typically when you go onto B-side and there's no Viper's Pit on the side, you expect your opponents in very specific positions. You can always try to clear those positions with any kind of utility. But in this case, you just have to drop in and hope for the best. And that is not the ideal scenario when it comes to retaking the site.
Absolutely not. But now it's CGN's turn to take a timeout here, take a breather. They've lost 2 consecutive rounds and economically kind of struggling, so take a second before they're right back into this game with full force. So right now, trying to figure out their game plan, how they're going to use this utility that they have available, their ultimates. There's a Hunter's Fury in play, there's a Cosmic Divide, more falling into place for them. So they have to be really careful how they use this. They want a really strong first half here to get them started.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ascend even saved this Fade ultimate this round to have a potential combo next round when the Showstopper will be available against the full buy. So this is a technical pause. So we can talk a little bit more about the Fury.
Did Pampot come?
I don't think so.
I don't think they were coming in a couple of days.
Yeah, oh well.
They might have just landed.
Maybe they were just watching.
Maybe they're just watching. Pansy just tunes in. Hi. Oh dear.
The upcoming round is like one of those, let's say, easier rounds for the attackers because of the value of hardware that the opponents represent. And the thing is that only one player has a saved gun, right? So you typically also know where the Astro will be playing because of the setup that the defenders always had every single round. We had the Killjoy on the C side every round, so it's pretty predictable, and you don't want to avoid that even on a lower buy. So potentially setup for A is gonna be easier. Now the question is, will they get just first blood based upon the normal utility, or will they have to sacrifice the ultimate to clear the side? Because of the potential value, as I said, for the Showstopper and Fade ultimate in the next round is devastating. And you can snowball, but it all depends on how this round is going to open.
So far, Sens, as we've seen plenty of times already, aggressive start on the right-hand side, gaining some early space, but they're happy to give away on it. Although I think we set our eyes on CGN this particular round. There's not many expectations, more of a damage to what they can do on Ascend's behalf. Because, it's not too wealthy there. It's a bit fragile, so...
And you can see that the player with the only gun right now on the defenders is solo holding C. Concealment! He had a one-way for the beginning of the round, and the second star was meant to use as a pull or as a stun, but now he has just have to use it as a smoke and fall back deeper on the side. So all of that area that he was holding is now lost. He didn't get any value. And he is the player that is expected to get some value this round. So now, once the attackers know that the defender with the gun is on C side, they rotate towards A. And this is going to be a pretty devastating, let's say, execute and hold A side hold for the Sage.
Musashi's going to walk through this.
If he's going first, I'm going to flip, because this is going to be the third time when the Lurker goes first.
Back, he probably heard you, and he's just falling back now while the rest of his team move onto this A side. Benny in trouble with the shorty, does a little bit of damage, but it's the paint shorts to get him in the dirt. So Ascend take over the site. This should be fairly simple from now onwards, right? Unless Vince comes here on time and frags out.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see the Astra ultimate, if there's gonna be a first blood now for the defender. But that's not happening.
That's not happening.
Yeah.
But Vince does get a kill here. Given the post-plant setup, there's still a lot to be given. Alive doubles up. That's a full triple for his round in the particular. And now Swarm at his feet, Burnt alive, but it's a bullet to the head to finish the job. And Ascend, they've equalized.
Yeah, and with very little effort so far. They only use basic utility to clear the site as well. But a nice combo, what you could have seen there on the A side. The snakebite was being put in the middle of the side in the tube, let's call it like that, which forced out also the backside player, as you can see here, right? So there's a combo. The snakebite clears that area, pushes out the player into the range of the fade reveal that is being put in the backside, but also the boombot clears that player that is leaving that area. So the combo of the utility that they had on that side, it's so hard to hold as a solo player because you're being just assaulted by the amount of debuffs and damage, raw damage as well. And then you're getting exposed because you're trying to get away from it. So there's literally no way of, getting anything done there if you're just alone on site.
Absolutely insane. But yeah, those layers definitely make it difficult to hold down that site. But now turning our attention to this round. So CGN a couple of rounds ago did take a timeout, and it's for this particular round that we'll probably see the impact of it, the call. But of course, they're on defense, not active no reason for them to be proactive. As Ascend the call to action.
Let's see what the snakebite lands. Okay, so that's for rubble, so it clears the area. There was... Oh, that's an early commitment of the ultimate, but he can get a lot of value here.
He gets a pick onto Alive. It's just some damage, but not the kill by the end of it. Although that is some information of his whereabouts. Musashi, again, if you look onto the left-hand side, he's very far forwards. He's just going to walk in dry into the C site.
He cleared the turret with 2 players on side. That was so close to death. You can, like... Such a peculiar situation.
He's a sneaky man. He's a sneaky man. Out he goes, and now he can help his team take over this B site. Benny will try and slow this attack from happening, but it's a bit too late, isn't it? They're already on site, and we're looking at a full 5v5 retake. It's about to get chaotic. There's a showstopper for Alive, Cosmic Divide for Vince, but I don't really see him use it if we're given this B site. We'll have to wait and see who gets the first pick out of this one. Already into the fight, Brody not looking in the right direction. Benny slowing the left-hand side. Cosmic Divide drop and blockades one of these exits, and that you can't shoot upon the spike if you're closed out from it. You're going to have to peek through dry, and that's where the showstopper is going to be used. But Benny doubles up, and no showstopper available anymore. Buddy G caught to action, but there's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. It's CGN 1-5, and are able to find the lead.
That's one of the miracle rounds. Like, you're not expecting this to happen. Like, how the hell did they get 3 kills in that situation? Alive has the showstopper to just kill the diffuser. Astra sticks the diffuse. And by the way, I have to commend here the Astra player to holding that diffuse, because getting the health is like an instrumental objective into getting that retake done. Because even if you're not getting the if you don't get the health and you die during the diffuse, then your teammates will barely have any time to stick it later on, while not applying any pressure to the attackers that now doesn't have to peek because it's just not halved. But that was a ridiculous round. Crazy how much value they got also from the Fade ultimate, because they didn't have to pop the showstopper to clear the site anymore.
Blast Pack barely out of range of the alarm bot there.
Yeah. Remember that the satchel doesn't fully arm till it lands, and then it has to get 700 milliseconds to actually deal the full damage, and the pieces of utility now have 20 HP. So if it doesn't arm, it doesn't destroy the llama bot.
So I was super ready to hear. Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactics. Remember, yeah? Yeah, I don't know. I kind of expected you to say that. I don't know why. The moment you said remember, that's what I thought of. Phoenix, we haven't seen him in pro play for a long time, haven't we? But this is Azuri with the first blood. Musashi out. And actually going to follow up on this very quickly. Nano Swarm pulled in. Batty G pulled to his death, to his demise. But the push is nice from Alive. Finds himself an awkward angle, but Azuri dropping back. He's got a bullet wedged into his brain, but he's still alive.
30 seconds left.
That is still a pretty strong hold, because as you can see, the attackers were just like, nope, we're just gonna go towards A side. A side is now being cleared by Brody, and it's a, let's say, safe planned to some degree. They still don't know about the backside of A, but they're running out of time, so they have to commit. That's why Brody takes such a deep stance on that side, and also the plant is happening in a safe spot. The reveal being used on tree because of the lack of assurance of what was being cleared before. And now there's gonna be a very, very complicated hold, but the first kill goes towards Brody.
Yeah, nice timing for Brody. He's done wonders so far this game. Triple in this particular round, and Azuri cannot move an inch before he dies. Ascend, keep it close. They've got a leash on CGN right now, and they're pulling it.
This round was actually a very good example of conditioning, how it worked during this entire game. We have 9 rounds already in the half, and we could have anticipate that when Ascend is doing an execute, typically they don't really, like, let's say, fake a lot. This is why you have seen CGN just fully rotate, leave the entire side open, and that allowed Ascend to get to that side and planned in the first place, but they definitely didn't expect it to be fully like clear. Let's see what happens at this round. Now we have CGN again on a lower buy with just 1 gun on Element, and Element is holding Mound. While Ascend so far, if I remember correctly, at least half of the rounds on the attack were just being first tempo A.
Benny! Doesn't check his corner.
That corner, by the way, is very deep.
Yeah,
it's like
it is.
7 meters deep. So if you lazy check it, you're not gonna see the player if you're holding it like in the exact corner. What a shot! Oh my god!
That was surprising. That came out of nowhere, but still CGN are the underdogs on this one. Not only are they down in players, they barely have any weapons to work with. So Badiji is just going to reposition here to get the easy pickings of his opponents. And yeah, the lockdown just guarantees the take of the site. It just gives them a bit more security. Azuri, he spotted out at the shoulder of Baddy, and Baddy's actually giving them a fight. There was no reason to do that, but, you know, he wins the fight, so it doesn't really matter. Monster to the side. Vince can't deal with it. Ascend, I believe, for the first time this game, have got the lead.
And also, very important to note is that Ascend, in general, in the grand scope of things, when you compare those two teams, Ascend is more execute heavy than CGN, and also faster when it comes to the tempo of the attack. This game, they slowed down massively, and as you can see, they get freebies all the time. So that's very important to note. And also when the opponents are on lower buy, you are more inclined to hold the angles because the opponents are more eager to be aggressive because of the potentially lower hardware that they have, so they can be more, let's say, take more risks. Again, the standard execute on the first tempo to get the Rebel control, but the operator could have completely put a stop to that space taking here. Unfortunately, they missed the shot.
Yeah, no luck there for Shazian. Although that Odin can do quite a bit through those walls.
You can see the reposition of the orb from the Viper.
Look at him walking through again. He's going to take down the bar. He's done it so many times, and again he gets out with it. Oh, that is crazy.
I was like 100% certain we're going to see Vince peek into that operator.
The thing is, he got saved by Vince's smoke.
Yeah, I was like, why is he not pulling? Or maybe standing, just doing anything, you know? It's very peculiar setup. But he could have been punished if he didn't smoke.
Oh, Brody gets a freebie. And Shazian was so close to getting a headshot through the wall there. It just doesn't work out. Finally, something falling in place, playing around with a corner. But White swings this time around, but he's being challenged from 2 different positions. And that's just too much to handle. TP on site, and CGN need a second to regather their forces.
It's still a great hold by Shazian. Getting 2 kills there was essential to make sure that the retake is happening with even numbers. But now the Killjoy ultimate is going to clear the entire site. Problem is, it doesn't clear the tree. No. So you have to put anything from the utility to make sure that you can go onto site. And, well, are there any smokes? Not really. So they don't really gain any value out of this Killjoy ultimate.
That was rough.
But now Vince gets the kill.
That was really rough. Masashi is there. That's double kill for Masashi. Left to a one-on-one alive, elevated. And I don't think Azuri will know. He's heard the blast back for the drop. He's got another blast back to relocate Azuri. He does get the kill, but I'm afraid no time. Ascend are able to execute this round. Maybe not to perfection, but to a victorious result. 7-5 at halftime. Ascend finish this half ahead.
Yeah, the timing was just so awkward for CGN to get onto site and make sure that they have enough time for clearing the spike, getting into the side, getting kills, and also defusing. They would have to sacrifice one player to get to the half defuse. That is not possible with the amount of space that they had in that retake.
Entering the second half, now we'll get to see these compositions played on the other side of the map. What do you think we should have our eyes out mostly now, looking at how these two teams are starting to play the game differently on Lotus?
Well, CGN is a very default-heavy team with a slower attack pace, so that's something that we're probably going to see. Maybe not in the pistol round, when there's a lot of high-risk, high-reward plays being done by many teams. But in general, I would like to pay attention to how they get the value out of the Sage. Because now they have two players on Killjoy and on Sage that might not have a lot of proactive utility.
But they move into the speed site, and Musashi is there lying in wait. Alarm bot notifying his position, but he just goes all the way around. What a sneaky boy! And he's just made out of it alive. This is crazy. Element is the only one to find a kill from the CGN side, but you know, that's the 3 players on the B site dead.
I mean, they just walked into the Astra smokes. It's like, okay, that's a strat, but you're not clearing anything.
Like you said, high risk, high reward. But by the end of it, no rewards. Shazion left alone. This is, would there be a world where he wins a 1v4? No, not this world, at least. First pistol going to Ascend, well, the second pistol of the game going to Ascend, giving them an 8th round and the potential to start rolling up that lead.
Yeah, and remember, Lotus is a attackers-based map, but the problem is that CGN doesn't really have an attackers-based composition. Like, they have the Sova to supplement the openings, to like get the early control, also use the shock darts to clear the Killjoy utility very easily, and that's something that I do think should be used for that Killjoy hold that is typically being on C, but as you can see, Ascend is holding B with the Killjoy utility, at least this round. I wonder what is going to happen in the future. In the future holds here, but Element opens up the round on Monster. How did
it even happen? Yeah, it just happened, man. Just accept it at this point, right?
What gun did you get?
No
gun, I guess.
Maybe a Marshall? No, Monster definitely bought into this round. Anyway, Musashi, next to be contested, and he cleanly holds the line. He's even found the spike, so that's all the information that Ascend need. All the rotations come on through. Musashi peeks out of the smoke again, good for one, but Alive is there to help, and Shazion is just being shot down little by little, bits of his body flying left and right, and there you have it. Ascend, keep it going.
If they would have planted the spike here, I would say this is a fairly successful round. Still getting 2 kills when the opponents committed to full players buy. All of the 5 players had the guns. This is semi-successful. Now, when it comes to the buy from Ascend this round, they're actually committing... no, it's okay. This is a true bonus round. They have enough cash to have a full buy for the next round, so they can be a little bit more aggro this round as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see like some very different holds on the defense side this round than from the normal full buy rounds. But it seems like Viper comes to C. Killjoy is rotating between the two sides. There's a lot of space being gathered by the A players. So that gives them so much information when it comes to what the attack is doing.
And the utility defense power that Ascend have with Viper and Killjoy is massive.
Yeah, oh, this is a crossfire setup right here. That
the snake bite drops. Benny forced out when Monster collects him. He's down to 10 points of health. But, you know,
1 for 1.
It's 1 for 1.
Typically, that's not good for the defenders. But on this round,
yeah.
Exactly. This is actually pretty decent for the defenders.
They opened the door, putting question marks on the map. Where have they gone to? Have they really positioned? Have they stuck around? Bulldog being picked up here by Monster, and Batty G peeks forwards, and that's going to be costly. Azori simply picking it up, no trouble there. And Ascend find themselves on the back foot with CGN switching butt, doubling back, and maybe heading elsewhere.
You would think that Batty G learned his lesson from the first rounds of attack, but this is the second time he's being caught like this.
He's a bad boy. He doesn't listen.
Well, 4v2. Yeah. Now the side should be clear. If there's anyone like holding still this side, it's going to be a deep position. Now they have the information about the race player coming in from Waterfall, so they now fully expect at least that one player from that angle. They don't have a flank hold, flank held being by any utility by the Killjoy, but that's fine. They still have the numbers advantage.
Brody has got all of his util, all of it. Haunt, Seize, Double Prowler, Alive. He's also got his Boombot to throw in, but they already know that Ascend are coming in from spawn. So full players having their heads turned around towards them. It's scary. It's kind of scary. So Ascend, they're going to look for picks.
This is just like an exit kill round right now.
I feel like Alive is going to play a bit of whack-a-mole. If any head pops up, I'll try and hit it.
Any kill here going in for Ascend is a great, great outcome. So let's see if that's gonna happen. Shoulder pick happening from Brody. He gets one. That's already job done. 2 kills on the full buy round. And they get the... What?
Watch Shazion and Azori stick around. They thought someone was stuck on the spike. They never got an eyesight on the spike after it was pinged. And because it wasn't planted for them in long, they had to go and check whether it was being diffused. And for that reason, they lose 2 guns.
That is a disaster. That is an absolute disaster. They already had, if I remember correctly, 4 players with small shields in this round. So losing that many players is gonna put a huge dent in their economy. Let's see what they're gonna buy in this round.
Oh dear. They've got full riflery, right? A Guardian on Vince. And
full
half shields.
util, so there's no tragedy yet, but the one Guardian is not the perfect ideal scenario for the attackers.
And it definitely wouldn't hurt if they were able to build that economy even further, but they're not given the chance to, and it all comes down to a costly misplacement of that spike. Whoa, drop down early, alluding to the idea that they may have pushed. It buys some time for the rest of CGN to force their focus towards the right-hand side.
But Ascend is not biting. They're just holding the angles. The players on C were checking. If anyone crossed, they checked. Now they're just holding deeper angles like they had been doing it in the round before with the snake bite on contact of the turret. And now they smoke to supplement that angle as well. So this is a pretty standard hold from Ascend, and it's gonna get them a lot of value because you can see if the players on A side, they have such a deep angle hold. And even if they're gonna lose that, they're gonna reposition with that Viper wall that will gonna supplement their defenses when they're gonna go back. So CGN has a very, very challenging round ahead of them because they didn't get any space whatsoever for a minute.
But the B site now is being challenged. There's only one entry point for them, and it's filled to the brim with Killjoy util. Paranoia available for Batty G, knowing that there's imminent threats. Nano Swarm delaying them 20 seconds, by the way. They've got to cross. They've got to move now. They need to start fragging, but Monster is there together with Musashi. There's a perfect crossfire, but Musashi goes in the smoke himself, and he loses his life. Monster gets one. 10 seconds. Quadra for Monster. Give him the ace. Come on. Benny goes up in front of him. He does challenge him. He gets the kill, but he's run out of time. No spike plant. No round win. This is Ascend's round, and it's got their name written all over it. Double digits already.
Really well played by Ascend. The hold that they had, the utility that they sacrificed to hold the first, let's say, fake execute happening on C-side wasn't really that big of a deal. They lost one snake bite, they lost the nanoswarms, they had the turret up, they just cleared the angle again, and because of the lack of commitment from CGN, they didn't really budge from on the sides of the map. While having a full utility on B, that was never cleared, not single stroke that was being used to clear any Killjoy utility, so Paranoia was ready to stop the push. We have the Viper wall, and still active like for the entire round. It was such an incredibly hard round for CGN to go through.
Well, I've got to say, it's pretty great having you here. It's as if I have a Telestrator segment every single round. This is brilliant. I love it.
Wait.
Oh, Benny! That is amazing! Okay.
Oh my god, that was awesome.
It doesn't mean anything to the round, but that was a straight out drive-by. That was just murder.
Oh my god.
Respect, Benny. Respect, mate. That was brilliant.
I love the camera angle as well to show it. He's just like pushing in through that angle. He knows exactly where the opponent is because of the audio cue of the Prowler. He just goes in, right clicks, fully sprinting. By the way, this is very accurate, so there's no running gun jokes here happening. Like that was oh my god, it's awesome. And he's not being tagged. He's like the perfect timing to avoid the Prowler as well.
Oh, okay. Back to serious business. Ascend are actually closing up on the finish of this map, right? This is their own map pick, 11-6. It's quite a mountain to climb for CGN. Let's see if they're capable of doing so. There's a short tier element, but it's got Blade, so that's okay. And you can see Ascend are actually pressuring this right-hand side. And the only way for CGN to try and clear some of it is with his Hunter Story, and Batty G barely skates away from that.
I've seen him dead twice.
Yeah.
I was like, why is he not shadow stepping? This is very risky. But he just avoided that fully by just running left and right and just jumping up. So
Parkour.
Yeah, I guess you take those. Remember that this is the attacking round where Element is on his ultimate. So he's expected to be more mobile during this execute. Let's see what he's gonna do. He's gonna be jumping on side while double updrafting. He waits for the contact for someone else, goes in, no smokes.
Surely, Musashi holds on. He's there. Benny with the Phantom. He's there to help out, and he's got the res to help out his team as well. Bring them all back in. If he could, he would. Monster, and he's going all the way around the world, and I have a feeling they know where he's coming from. You can already see Benny looking in that direction. They're all searching for him. But his first contact is possibly going to be Element. Crosshair right where his head will peep out.
Okay,
Smoke
good
comes
timing.
out. He sprays. Very nicely done. CGN right back in the fight.
This was a pretty different round from CGN. They had a 3-2 split, but that split kind of hard to actually name this a split because 3 players were executing A, but when that was happening, the 2 players on the B side, look at the minimap right now, they just were holding an angle for the rotations, and they were not expected, the defenders were not expecting 2 players there. So they literally get 2 kills because the secondary player was not expected to be there, and such an unusual formation to just have on an execute round, and it worked out this time. So that's probably gonna put Ascend into a position like, okay, so we have to expect those weird splits with weird formations from CGN that are gonna happen in future rounds. Thing is though, look at the ultimates that the defenders have this round.
ton.
Yeah, well, the Almond ult is not the best, but the value out of Brody's, Musashi's, and Alive ults here are just
It's quite a bit.
threatening. And we see Brody actually trying to maybe use the ultimate to stop the execute from happening.
So what CGN just did right now is open up the B-side possibility by taking down all of the Killjoy utility. In the meantime, pressure towards the right-hand side makes Ascend unaware of where the hit is actually going to come through.
Yeah, this is a very peculiar situation right here. They know about 2 players on A, they don't know about the 3rd one. So the defenders are like banking that this is going to be an execute towards A. This gets 2 players tagged.
Great preemptive play from Ascend here. Nightfall dropped instantly from Brody. He could smell there was pressure towards his right-hand side, and it's delayed it. And it's also allowed CGN to potentially fall back a bit, and maybe Ascend have taken extra position. Baddy G close by next to the tree. That was cleared before, but no longer. So they don't really know he's there. Brody sees in place, but they're turning their attention towards this B site. Ascend, they've got 2 players defending. Their smoke's covering it. The lockdown will come through, but the plant has time to go down. Can they get out of time? I believe they do. Shazia might get caught. No, every one of them is safe. But not safe from Musashi, because he's going right after them. Showstopper, enabled by Alive. He's ready to finish it all right here, right now. But Vince has got other ideas. Triple kill for him, turning the tides around. And the time is dwindling, so Baddy G tries to get on the case as soon as possible. Pedal to the metal, and he's behind them. Element taking the peek, and he does well to do so. Back onto the spike, Brody finds it, but the nanoswarm comes towards him, breaks it for bullets. 2 heads to hit. They nearly line up, but he doesn't have the bullets to do it all. CGN, that was close, but they get it done.
Musashi almost turned that round single-handedly. He was sitting in that smoke during the plan the entire time. I was looking at him and I was like, is he gonna peek during that moment? Is he gonna stop the plan? But he actually chose the better option, which is being silent, deadly assassin that goes during that execute of the Killjoy lockdown happening and gets the double kill. The problem is, Vince was completely unchecked when he gets the triple kill. There was another goal being done by the defenders in our retake, which is holding this spike to half defuse, but then you can see, even though in that 1v2 situation he had the spike half defuse, he would have to hold 2 players coming out of the smoke. It was very, very challenging to do. In general, it was a chaotic round, but a very fun round to watch, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
You can maybe question the value of the ultimate from Fade being used at the A side there, but yeah, what's done is done. But then Musashi gets a kill out of nowhere. What happened
he
here?
does. Brody was all the way up close and personal with CGN, but he bunny hops his way back to safety. He's got a Marshal, and I think that his opponents know that. So less than optimal, but he gets the job done. Goodbye, Element. Into his grave he goes. And CGN need to find another way in. And Benny is there to help them out. The saving grace, he's heard the drops and turns his attention towards Alive! And again, flipping the script, turning the table. And CGN are right back in it.
Benny had a perfect timing. He also had the drop, as you mentioned, and that allowed him to get 2 kills. Now the paranoia is still ready. That can enable the other players, but he just chooses to showcase that he's there.
2 players alone, shocked up, finishes the job. Musashi cleans up, Monster right back in it. Again, Shazia and Benny both low. Musashi has to clean it. He has to sweep them off their feet, but Benny finds a bullet to the head. CGN aren't jumping right now. I swear they were down 3v5. I swear they were.
Yeah, and Benny found the value to equalize that. This is like such a heart-breaking round for Ascent, because the value was there. Brody and Musashi got the first blood, and you can see here how Benny isolated 2 fights and equalized the numbers, while they have the better equipment as well. So the value of that round was essentially just being negated. That was what was being done by Ascent was negated, and Benny single-handedly tipped the scales towards CGN. Massive kudos to Benny that he was able to do that. And by the way, what happened here is that Brody, after getting that 1 kill on the 3 player, he just assumed no one else was in that area, so he was just not holding it. There was no one holding his bag. So I wouldn't be actually surprised in many cases Benny would just not even kill that player. He was just holding it for informations to gather more space. But he went for that kill, instant kill on Alive, because Alive wanted to trade, but he didn't have a good angle. In general, there was a lot of chaotic things happening here, but again, this was a lower buy for Ascent, and they got the opening they wanted, but couldn't just go through the finish line.
I'm definitely going to become a broken record by saying what I'm about to say. Ascend, after timeouts, get the tempo back in their favor. They've done it every single time so far this tournament, whether that was in their yesterday's match, whether it was been in this first half. But now we've got a switch in weaponry for their side. We've got an operator into a life tower.
Yeah, and there's a glass cannon, no shields, just holding it from stairs, and we'll see if the defenders actually put a one-way in front of the operator. I'm kind of surprised by that, because now the value of the operator is kind of like limited, because you just scared away the opponents from holding this angle or like going through this angle. As you can see, Alive now has to walk up from that staircase towards this area here, and now he's gonna be stationed as a turret. But that delivers them a lot of value when it comes to map control. We're gonna see, you remember that one round? That was such a hard round for CGN to go through, because they faked the C push and they went into A side, and that A side was being held. This is really, literally a repeat. Now I want to see those shock darts from Shazion to clear the Killjoy utility that is being set up on stairs, on C side.
Yeah, he hasn't done so yet. CGN just closed down, well, slow down the tempo really.
Full utility from Shazion. They're just walking in!
Walking dry. They've done so before and they're doing it again. And they can get away with just taking down a Nano Swarm. They haven't spotted out the bot. That's not taken down. They turn their attention towards B by opening this door, putting a lot of pressure onto Badigi, actually. He's alone. He's realized this. And he's dropping back.
He was like, nope, I'm out of here.
Left.
Yeah, he's going to wait for his team on this one. Thankfully, there is Brody on the crossfire. Crosses do come through, Paranoia, but I don't think he's caught the most aggressive one, which means he can't fully peek that up.
Look at the Sage Wall just altering the normal way of playing on B side. It just denies the crossfire from CT and the Hobbit door.
And if Benny pushes even further, they've got the safety of Spawn to work with. Another extra angle for this retake.
Brody has the reveal ready. And Alive has the full util essentially here, and he just gets a freebie!
It's free, as ever. Shazion is there to hold it down. CGN back in action, but it's all being traded equally as ever. 3 on 3. Benny forced out, being chased after, but he can hold on to his own. No problem to that. Spike touched. Increased pressure. Through the wall, Benny goes down. And we're still all square yet again. Alive making wonder work without Odin. He feeling like Rambo right now. Vince finds the timing. They're off the spike. Not even halfway. And Vince knows it. Vince knows it well. And he'll close up the gap even further. Puts his team on double digits and get ever closer to Ascend's score.
I was hoping that spike is gonna get halved at some point. There were so many occasions, but unfortunately that wasn't done. So the pressure was not happening. And because of that, you can see how the attackers were reluctant to peek. They don't need to peek, because they know that the opponents are always doing some noise after when they're defusing. And that allows Vince to separate the kills, and such a crucial also flank. He was allowed, because of the time that was being bought with all the utility pieces that were still available for the attackers, to have this flank towards Hobbit from B main, by the way.
Yeah, and I feel this is the first time after a timeout of Ascend's side for them to not actually gain any ground from it. It's and that's actually pressuring as well, given the economy is in the dumps for them. They empty their pockets, nothing's coming out, man. Maybe a button, maybe a fly, but no coins. And for this reason, they've got to wait another extra round, putting CGN possibly on 11, putting them ever closer to actually turning the tide of this game completely.
Not only that, because of this round, if it's gonna go as we anticipated, CGN is going to have a, let's say, fairly easy round. They're going to stack ultimates for the next round. Then you will have the res,
the
element.
blades.
Most likely you will have the blades for a more agile opening. And,
They've already
well,
got two.
yeah, Shazen will be able to clear some sites, some space on the map with the ultimate. Vince is able to completely isolate, like, B-side. There's so much potential power.
Spotting out on Masashi.
Oh,
Hunter
he's
Fury
this
should
one.
be used preemptive. Unaware
tags.
of the investment. Eventually the kill with an extra tag on Brody and Masashi. And now CGN turn their attention towards the left. And for this one, Monster's there holding out. He's got a Marshall capable of some one-shots. He's got the assist of Masashi coming through as well. Snakebite to delay. Actually, the fact that CGN are delaying this so much gives the chance for Ascend to just deny the plant from coming through. Gives them a winning case scenario, and that's what they'll try and do. Interrupt it before it even comes into play. Brody does find one, but the rest fall clearly for CGN. No trouble with that one. That's a triple for Azuri to close that one out to put us to square standing 11-11.
I really like how CGN used the Sova ultimate here for gathering informations first, because they got the full info about 3 players that were holding B. One B player was the contact player, the other 2 were being like pushed away by the Sova ultimate, so he gets double tagged, then gets a kill, which is just a bonus from that ultimate. So not only they had the full information of how many players are holding the B side, but also get the kill, the opener, shift their focus towards the C side, see that there's a lot of pressure happening from the defenders on the C side, and that is okay, because they can just leave it completely free. So all of that util being used by the defenders doesn't really benefit them, because they had a stack of 2 players on C, but the problem is they pushed them away. So they push the players into B side. B side is not prepared to hold it because of the Sova ultimate, so they get it for free. And then when they're already on side, they can just completely dismantle the defenders coming in from Hobbit or from the top of the B side.
Yeah.
A pretty clean round. They unfortunately used this round, this Hunter's Fury this round, so they don't have it against the full buy. So now this is a potential problem, as you can see, in the ultimate economy, because Ascend has 3 impactful ultimates, while CGN not really. They have 1 possible initiation on this round if Azuri gets 2 orbs. Let's see if they're gonna go for that plan, because there's a, let's say, relatively easily task done if you go for mount control and B control.
This is a very thin line, really, this game. Very small mistakes could cost you a map. And Live, he's crossed up third deep. He's been spotted. Showstopper saves his life is low. Can he hold his ground and get another? Can he get another? No. Azuri deals with him. Monster again in retaliation, but they've lost the operator, and that could be costly further down the line. But for now, they've got the numbers.
Yeah, this was a great opening for the defenders. Not only got 2 kills, they got the very valuable ult from
vulnerable, but he doesn't care. Nice little pick. Monster again retaliates. Monster's done a lot on the C side. His hold has been brilliant. Never going down without a fight, without a pick, maybe 2.
A monstrous hold.
If you could say that.
That was terrible.
That was. It's okay. All casters have them. Welcome to the life.
Time and time again.
Time and time again. The legacy can. No, that's for the desk. That's for monologues. Sorry.
Still, they have the numbers advantage, 3 versus 2. But Element, with this, like, say, secondary wave, Lurk gets additional value, and now he opens up the C side. So this was actually insanely valuable Lurk coming in from B side, and it gets them 2 kills, gets the map control. Look at the positions now. The defenders are separated. Not anymore. Ascent realize they have to go with the trade, so they come next to each other. What is the utility? Do we have Paranoia? We have the Paranoia. We have the reveal. So they have to announce themselves. That's the ult coming in. Doesn't tag anyone, if I'm not mistaken.
It does tag Element.
Tags Element, so they have the information
very
on
low. Paranoia does miss the mark, though, so Element can't really hear a thing, but Sendo moving quick enough. Vince, he's not being checked in time. He could have missed it up. He could have messed it up, but he's there to save the day. Brody does stop that from happening. Onto the spike he goes. Element can't. Oh, he goes off the spike before he goes down a half. He screwed it up. And for that, CGN stand on top of it. And they're the ones to find themselves on match points.
They had everything set up that round for success. They had the numbers advantage, they had the map control, but then Element with the opening kill on the B side, right here, this is the moment when the round just fell apart. Element was allowed to gather the space, get the second kill, separate that numbers advantage that they had, the numbers advantage the opponents had, and because of that, they were able to hold the side in post-plant with a very specific crossfire.
I believe this has been 7 consecutive rounds for CGN. No, 6, sorry. This is quite
Why is Benny again the first contact when he has the ultimate?
I mean, he's getting it done, never mind. Recently traded, I'm biting my words here. I really am. But still, fight still goes in favor of Ascent, given that they still have the space. But for CGN, they've lured the players in that direction, meaning they can navigate their way towards B, having manipulated their opponents in such a way.
Yeah, I feel like this is a round where Ascent should probably bank the retake on that Killjoy ultimate that they have. So B should be kind of easy to retake with this ultimate. A side, not really. We have seen that already
we've seen
happening.
It
difficult. It doesn't really get the value out of 3 area unless you plant it already on site. So what is the plan for the defenders right now? They are even in numbers. So they're losing map control because this map is such a huge, huge map.
I believe they've left the A site open for approximately 15 now to 20 seconds. So it's very possible the CGN have made their way through. So Badiji has no idea whether someone has got access to Treat at the back of sight. He finds him. It's awkward, but he TPs to safety. And he waits for his team now. He's going to be happy about that one. But let's see if they can guarantee it. Like you said, lockdown available. Alive might be walking into the Lions. Then he's found one, turns around. Azori picks it up still. Traded. And Brody needs to pick up Azori before they focus elsewhere. Lockdown drop. Badiji trying to find the back line. But again, keeping things square, ever so close. Lockdown forcing them out onto the site they can go. Can they stick with it? Can they maintain it? Smoke to cover them, down to half. Is it a full defuse? We'll have to wait and see. Badiji covers it, and they've committed it to it fully. Overtime collected by Ascent with only 1 player remaining at the end of that round.
Very well played by Ascent. This is, as we mentioned, there were the problems with the location of the Killjoy lockdown because it doesn't give you that many advantages. You can see the reposition here towards the stairs chaos area, which is then the lockdown being put in first. But Alive cleared the first very, very problematic area to get into the staircase. So very well coordinated by Ascent. They allowed that Killjoy lockdown to get the value, and the stick was like, can almost not make it any better because the amount of time that they had for that defuse was exactly what they needed. So very well played by Ascent. The retake was really well done. The contact was also played correctly, and such a hard round for CGN to hold it.
And I feel for Ascent, they finally broke the streak, right? It's CGN building up momentum round after round, and finally Ascent have a piece of it, are able to breathe. Because keep in mind, I believe the round score was 11-6 at some point. I think it was fairly certain that Ascent were able to close it out. So for them to be able to bring themselves to an overtime, get them back into an equal position, 2 consecutive rounds gives them a win, makes this a little bit more fathomable. Pressure at stake, and both of the teams playing with their timeouts to get their coaches in on the plan.
Yeah, but it's kind of sad to see like how much, like Benny taking the first contact in the 2 last rounds and not using that ultimate was painful to see. And that's one of the issues that I have with Sage. You don't get a lot of value if you want to be proactive. And Benny taking that contact, I feel like he put a lot of pressure on himself. You can see him actually top fragging. So he was being put into like those situations, or he himself puts himself in those situations to be valuable to the team because of the lack of util. But when he has the util actually to get the value out of it, he wasn't putting his teammates into positions to set them up for success, or at least take a chance to be successful.
So there's definitely value there to be taken from the CGN side.
Right here.
Whether they adapt to that for future games, we'll have to wait and see. But for this one, there's only 1 goal here. Close out the game. And on defense,
there's a reposition of the Viper orb right now. You can see there's a double smoke setup. So the Jet will never get any vision control, I would assume, because this Viper orb should go up in any moment on staircase. And that's where the value or the lurk can happen.
Ooh, that's interesting. That means that potentially Monster and Badiji are looking to move through. I'll drone utilize, given that element is no longer there.
Monster actually peeked into that Sova drone when it was running out of time. Interesting. So now the orb is up. So
they wanted to show presence to obscure their movement, actually, to the C side.
This is an interesting setup because the A players are not certain what is happening, so they stayed on that A side. You can see the 2 players still anchoring it. The Killjoy utility is not cleared from C at all yet. So everything is kind of...
CGN isn't buying it though. Elements is able to find a kill, and you can see the rotations for Azuri going towards that C side. They're moving into C, and there's only one defender. Can he hold it? Now he's got a friend, Azuri, holding his teammate's hand, but it's Vince to drop Azuri. Really to do it all, he has to hold this out, but no, he doesn't. So Ascend garner the space. And we're looking at a 2-on-2. On that 13th second mark, the spike goes down.
2 nanosomes ready as well. And they know exactly where it was thrown from because of the audio cue.
Going for the flank. Does he have enough time? He's tiptoeing his way around, so it's going to take a while for him to get himself the backstab. CGN.
Yeah, the dash backwards.
And that might actually give a chance for a life here. No one's turning around in time. They can account for the presence of one player, but Trigger discipline, he doesn't check it! But Musashi wins his trade, and that's the important part. The spike dwindles in time, checked. Cannot jump because of the slow, but still, Benny peeks it, and Musashi collects it. Ascend on 13, and again on match point.
This was such a chaotic round because nothing was certain. The position of the spike was not perfect for the attackers. The nanosomes were there to delay the defuse. You can see how anxious the defenders were to even get to the spike in the first place, but they had to clear the nanosomes. The timing of the lurk was definitely not perfect, but that's why he didn't clear the corner, because he had to be agile while shifting. He had to gather as much space as possible, because if that spike is being held, he's never gonna interrupt the half.
Yeah, and what makes it more expressive? Am I ordering a coffee? What made it more impressive was that headshot came off of a spray. The adjustment of it was what gave them the win.
Buddy, you're not being fully covered there.
Whatever. Let's continue into this next one. Ascend. They struggle a little bit towards the latter end of that half when they were on defense. So let's see if they can get this done this time around.
I really would like to see those shock tiles being used on any of the nanoswarms. Like, we didn't see that a single time yet. Oh my! Almost a collat. Chafin gets hit anyway.
It really could have been.
He actually got hit in the legs. That wasn't a wall bang. I think it was just out in the open, hit in the knee.
Could have been
like, you know, in a different game.
Yeah, could be.
Well, he gets the heal,
Careful.
but still, they got that information about the potential plan of the attackers.
Prowler will be spotting out Element, so that gives away that position. And it just walks away instantly.
It's 30 seconds, and the Jet is lurking on A side, so they will never benefit from the dash on the execute. He has to run up.
And
20 seconds left.
They've used a lot of their utility. Alarmbot and Bot still available. Alive still has got a set of paint shells and a blast pack to delay. This is squeaky bum time for CGN. They need to deliver, and especially when Alive gets kills like that, it gets even more troubling. Musashi point blank with a shorty, misses. Alive still there, but does misplace. 6 seconds, holding the spike plant, but Alive finds himself the kill. Showstopper, he dies for that, but it's worth it. Vince alone, 1 to his name. He needs 2 more, and this round is his. Paranoia going to the side. Oh, the time another. He's isolated them. Baddy G, TP on site, different position, and Ascend will be closing out map number 1 of the series against CGN.
What a crazy round. We have seen literally Alive get a wall bang for a showstopper to kill another player that was on site. That was absolutely insane. And also in the 2v1 at the end, nothing was certain because the players come from City separated from each other. Were not allowed to even trade with correct spacing. Oh my, that was a really exciting map to watch.
That was crazy. It got to overtime, it got close. There was a bit of an influx in tempo, right? There were moments when you felt Ascend had that control on the lock and key, but then there was the exact same different thing from CGN. There's a lot to unravel here, so I'm gonna let the desk do that. So I'm gonna throw this to a break, and we'll be back very soon.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension EMEA. Ascend managed to close out their own map, but they did get pushed to OT. And as you can tell, you're very happy about that. Tux is smiling.
I'm extra happy.
Tux is smiling. He's like, yeah.
No, actually, it was a very close match. It was going both ways for both teams. We didn't know who's gonna finish it, but it looked at the end like CGN has it completely wrapped up.
Yeah, it would have been awesome, Tux, really. I would have loved that if that would have been the case. Genuinely speaking, though, what we see right here is an Ascent fighting back in such a great fashion. Overall, they were in the driver's seat for a good amount of time.
Yes.
Started to have problems, particularly in the second half. Once more, down in the beginning, timeout came, boom, back into the driver's seat. The big issue came later in that second half, where CGN found out a bit more how to approach their attacking side. Overall, though, Alive has to be highlighted. The man has played incredibly well in the series.
And I would say, because Alive performed on this map, and he's up to 29 kills, watching Element having the bottom of scoreboard on part of CGN, I think if he actually performed on this match, we could have seen it going
Maybe in a different universe, but not this time around. I mean, look, yesterday we said it ourselves. We were looking at Brody, and he was the one that was continuously showing up. And we said it, we wanted to see more from Alive, and he actually did that for us today.
Yes.
312 FCS, you know, that's not a low number.
No, that is not a low number. That's nearly 300 for you math cracks out there. So to be very honest, that was just one part of the game. I think it came obviously down to individual plays, right? As always, you really need to perform on that level. You need to find the frags. I think every coach will tell you, I'd rather have someone finding kills than someone who's super nice and smart but doesn't frag. Part of the game. It's a shooter. It's a shooter after all. But most importantly, though, you know, I think it was once more defined by things. I would say it's fair to say by things like the timeouts. Honestly, you know, CGN was in the driver's seat, as mentioned before. NBS, it feels like post-NBS timeout, 100% success rate.
But watching CGN on defend, actually, I think they had a very good half. Coming into attack, they should have been doing better, approaching the sites in a better way. But I think it's all that matters is that space control they can gain with the compositions they are running.
Yeah, and Ascend was actually quite good at gaining space, but also zoning. And round 8 was quite a good example in terms of what we expected from this comp and how they delivered on it.
Yeah, especially if we're talking about like how actually CGN was actually defending on their first half, I think they had the zoning completely going their way. But talking about Ascend and how actually they tried to execute every single site along B side, C side, and A side. They always use their utility very smartly. They know when to actually zone out CGN out of their comfort zone using their snake bites, pain shells, and also nano swarms. And also, let's not forget the C's coming outside of Brody's hands.
Yeah.
That is the most important part. Right now, we saw that there was a reaction, there was a smoke being thrown, C's coming out, and Musashi holds the entire C. There was never an opportunity for an over the entire map lurk from the side of CGN. And also, Musashi was really annoying. He's being present, he's being like, we're coming here, we're coming there, but Ascend was using this well, baiting out opponent's utility, making them believe into C, with following up over on the A side. Sure, there was not too much weaponry left on the CGN side in this particular round, but this was a reoccurring theme for CGN. Ascend used that really well. They didn't take any aggressive space. No rubble, no mound, no peeking early. It's a CGN game plan, but it was perfectly used by the composition. And this maybe is one of the reasons why the Fate has been picked, because they know how passive, even though once played this split, CGN plays on defensive side. Prowler in, all taken. What do you use your utility for? We have that space.
Especially when you have a Sage on your hand, you can actually take that space very easily. Using one slow orb can actually zone out a whole team. Using extra utility, you can zone out, you have the wall, you can actually deny A side very easily. Like, I can imagine a lot of scenarios in my head right now that actually CGN could have used.
Yeah.
But I think that's kind of maybe their strength and their weakness at the same time, and I think Ascend used their strength against them.
Yeah, one of their strengths as well being Monster, who had quite a few pop-up performances here and there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he actually performed on the Viper. He actually did his role by anchoring the site with Killjoy as well on the site. They worked very well, like Musashi and actually Monster played very well. They know their utility, they understand each other. We already talked about Musashi being very supportive, and I think that's very good to see him on a Viper, even though he's just assisting his teammate to actually hold the site. I think that points out.
I think this is how it feels like in medieval times to try to have a siege on a castle, and you know they all have their gates up locked, throwing fire from down under. You have archers. What I'm trying to say is, you're trying to get into the side, you're trying to make it work. Last second like that, everything is thrown at you, and this was the perfect anchor. Even though he just didn't find too many kills, that 4K was nice, but CGN. No chance. You couldn't go and see. That's the castle.
So you're saying they were too over-disciplined, over-passive?
No.
With their approach, CGN?
That's a chapter.
That's a different
That's
story.
a chapter.
That's a book. I feel like your analogies are a little interesting. Medieval times. Don't know why you're bringing that up, but we have technology these days, and one of those pieces of technology is called Augment that you guys can now use to actually break down some of these rounds and explain to us and the viewers why things went the way they went.
Thank you.
You being nice.
I think this round is actually one of the most interesting rounds we have.
Interesting.
Yes.
It's a very interesting word.
Yes. So we're gonna use our toy.
Yeah, I always say this is like what you get under the Christmas tree, and you're just being excited for it. Like, yeah, I can play with it all the day. I'm gonna help. I'm gonna be tech support.
Yeah, please.
No worries.
Tech
Okay.
support.
Hold on. We're doing this. No.
Oh.
Look, it's 2020, 2023 right now. We have flying robots.
Okay, good.
And a tablet.
All right, I think we're ready on screen. Yes, let's go, and we're gonna play this round. Okay, as we can see, the presence and the setup that they have on C side, that's different, that's new. We didn't see this in the second half at all. We always seen Azuri having the position of element in this round.
Right.
So that's a very big change that they had this round. Okay, I can do this. Or clear, yes.
There you go.
It's much more easier. All right. Okay, let's go through. Okay, after the presence that came from Alive and the trade kills, actually, if Monster didn't peak right there and made it a number advantage for his team, it might can like go to C side, having such a difficult time dealing with this, especially on element side. But it appeared to us with element location that they have multiple options. It's either B side or C side, depending on what's happening in C. As we can see, going through the round furthermore, we can see that they have disadvantage in numbers, 4v3. And they're going to be a 4v2 right now after the pick that Monster got as well on Azuri on C side. After that, we can see the hero play coming from Element, gaining all that space and buying time for Vince to actually get a very good position on C site.
And most importantly, take a look at the timer. When you play this, we're 1 minute left on the clock, and they're waiting. They just hope for the right kind of timing. Element does exactly that. 45 seconds left on the clock. This is where you finally make the decision of getting yourselves onto a site. And as we keep on playing, Tux, you see that this timing works out brilliantly. C site is now open.
And what I liked about it is because Vince actually helped Element gain all that space, and I would love to also give Element so many credits, because all of that space at the top right here, he got it by hard work. And really, for real. And look at this. He doesn't go into site to work with Vince. No, he's like, I worked for this space and I'm gonna keep it. And that's what actually gets them the round. Running on the round, they try to make an impact, they try to go on site. A lot of utility getting used by actually Ascent to try and gain the site again and again and again. Vince grabs a pick, tries to give the second, and there it goes. Element has it because he didn't give up on that position.
Yeah, and you know what? This was a round that was defining 12-11, right? This was getting it so close, so, you know, kind of tough.
Having such a hero play on this amount of time that you have is incredible. So I would give a lot of credit to Element for this fantastic round.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, hero play coming out from Element, but Alive also a hero himself in this game, specifically coming out on top as the MVP.
Yeah.
Both of these players, we know they have the fragging power. Alive might not have shown up yesterday, Element not really showing up in this first game, but it's a matter of getting into the second game and really getting the ball rolling, because at the moment, Element is on 168 ACS.
This is not normal. Okay, Element is a top 5 player in this entire competition.
Are you talking statistically or
No, both. As an individual and statistically. And he is an absolute maniac, but this is not an Element performance. This is not a regular Element. This is not the Element I know. In head-to-head, you have to listen to this. Those two had 10 duels over the course of the entire map. 9 of those have been won by Alive. He diffed Element. It was a legit duelist diff. It was an absolute duelist diff, and Element was sitting there like, I'm scared, I'm not confident, I'm not working the way I should. And I think, as Tuck said in the beginning, if he was alive, literally, SGN would have won.
Yes, like, look, let's be honest here. Alive was playing on the Raze. If we're comparing Raze with Jet, the only thing that Raze doesn't have is the survivability, the mobility, the amount of Jet is an unpunishable agent with that dash, I would say. It's really hard to punish that agent. And you have that mobility to work around with. You can actually grab those frags and run away. But I guess Alive actually came on top, not just because he's just playing Raze, or maybe I think the team made him work very well, considering the compositions, having the Cs. We talked about the utility there being the zoning out, for example, on execution. They zoned out CGN out of their comfort zone every single time.
And Bind is coming up next, and one of the agents that we basically expect to see on Bind is going to be that Raze. So having already warmed up, having already getting the kind of ACS that Alive and that impact that he's had on this game, the synergy with the team, I mean, that's making Bind look incredibly scary for CGN.
Yeah, but it's CGN. I'm sorry for saying...
That's really good, hard-hitting analysis.
I'm sorry, listen, hear me out. So first of all, this is a CGN pick. I think this is where we can start. So this is a great thing to look at. Overall, Ascent is a decent, you know, this is a decent map for Ascent. It's not like it's particularly great. It's not like it's particularly miserable. I still believe with what we have recently seen from CGN, this is too close for me to say like, yeah, they're not going to win this. They have already picked it against Mouse twice, played it quite well. I personally would not be surprised if we once more see a more compositional change on their end regarding that particular map. Okay. Overall, I believe the passiveness that Ascent previously showed in the previous games on that particular map might be the key to success. Because one thing we learned from CGN is slow. And if they continue to do that on Death and on attack that way, I don't see it happening.
I think that it's just the different playstyles. Like, if we see Ascend is starting on attack, I think they always put an impact in some areas on the map.
Yeah, the Raze is also going to be coming through for both team. So we have Alive and Element on a mirror matchup, but all in all, the compositions are pretty similar.
They are similar, and it is nothing, literally nothing changed regarding this map, right? Ascent previously, on Bind in particular, played very passive, particularly in the attack, right? They are very patient. They're trying to delay. They're trying to see what they can do with the slow orbs. They're trying to deal with the flashes, see where someone is coming towards you. But CGN on their defensive side will not come towards you most of the time. They wait it out. They stay patient. And this is something where Ascent needs to see, okay, where can we prod? Where can we move in? Where's the weakness in their defense?
But have they played the Viper on this map before?
Yeah.
Ascent?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Not the Breach?
No.
Okay, maybe I am tripping.
No, don't say that. Mix-ups happen, and that's okay. And a mix-up...
I think it's just because their composition right now, I would focus on Brody, on the Brimstone.
On the Brimstone. I mean, Brody has been kind of the star of the show, so again, it's going to come down to how he will perform on this map. But the rest of the team also rallying behind him. CGN, however, this is their last shot at being able to push this to the final decider and getting a point on the board. Hello, Pavlos. Hello, Lothar. You guys enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, and my favorite map is coming up, so I'm super excited. Bind is awesome.
All right, bye.
Have a good time.
All right, yeah, no, this is cool. We've already seen the first map very close, right? Ascend, able to close it out in the end, but I could obviously see CGN. There was a world where CGN could have won it. Now heading into the second map, where do we see this unfolding, Lothar? Because do we have a better idea of, there's a possibility of CGN taking us to the third map?
Well, this is CGN's map pick, but the way they played it in the past is kind of, let's say, relatively easy to anti-strat for Ascend. So I'm looking forward to that happening. And because of that, I feel like Ascend is going to take it 2-0.
2-0 for Ascend. Very possible. We've heard it from Lothar. Let's see what you guys think at home. Write it in chat. I don't know. Just scribble some words or an emo. You can
vote it. You know?
Vote it? Is there a vote? Maybe. Hopefully. But yes, we'll be heading directly into the matchup. It is going to be Bind, our second map of this series. CGN starting, of course, on this defense. Ascend on the attack. And let's see if indeed Ascend are able to close it to a series, right? B2-0. And it's definitely what both of these teams are looking at, right? Being 2-0 in their group straight out of the bat.
Very slow opening from the attackers over here, so that's not really surprising because it's Bind. It's a little bit more defender-based. You want to gather a little bit of space. You look at the Viper wall, by the way. The nice, oh my god, the nice.
Oh, Shazion is just melting them down. Where did that happen? He had a flamethrower of sorts, and all of a sudden, Ascend just disappeared. Where did they go?
Crazy.
They haven't disappeared from the HUD yet, but yeah, now they have. Alakazam, abracadabra, I guess.
Well, that's why pistol rounds are always interesting to watch, because why on earth would he get a 3K in showers with a ghost against 4 players? That's kind of ridiculous when you think about it. Now this round is insanely tough for Ascent to win. Oi! That leg was visible, but still alive gets the kill.
Yeah, he does. And that puts Ascent right back into contention, drawing it to a 2-on-3. Bit more fathomable.
He's not taking any space. So the problem is that now not only the space is not being taken, the site is now being cleared. You see the paintshell being used aggressively. I love this.
Taking a chance, and it actually pays off. 2v2, alive.
Equalizer being done there is incredibly important for the attackers now. They have a crossfire setup. Viper is the first contact, then the Razor's gonna swing. So that lurk through the elbow area is incredibly important.
That's
now
exactly
when that orb is up, they're gonna check the other angle. They know about the other player being already out.
And they're gonna try and isolate the fight towards one of them. Vince might be right in front of him, but
did he see him or something?
His brain is massive. He can read the entire universe. Element, though, onto the spike, taps it. Alive is no more, and now he's going to stick with it. He's got no other chance. There is no time. Monster's got a swing, and he will get the kill. Ascend, find the first pistol of the second map.
2v5. 2v5. I just wanted to remind everyone, this started with a 3K from Sova in showers. This was like unlosable almost if you just look at the numbers. And yet Alive was able not only to get the space on the B side, get that incredibly important frag right here on the Viper, but also coordinated with the teammate that push into CT. I was like pointing out that he's not taking the aggressive space, and now we know why.
Yeah.
Because he was communicating with the teammate to combo that with the orb to get the timing, and it was really exceptionally well done.
Shazion is probably shaking his head at this point.
Yeah, he's reporting teammates for sure.
He's reporting teammates. That's it. That's done. Okay. Potential for Ascend. They're going to be taking over this round. They're going to be steamrolling. I kind of want to look at the compositions here, what to expect from this round. You know, Vince isolated. We can leave that aside. They're going to be winning this round most likely. What do we expect from this round from these two teams?
In general, this round, this is gonna be just like aggressive pushes and just trying to get map control. But as you can see, Alive is holding the flank, and I'm not surprised that he's actually the one player that is doing this, because they play with two ghosts. So the players that without guns are gonna be holding the flanks just for that specific player, because they don't play with sentinels, right? I don't count Sage as a sentinel because she's not a passive controller. Sorry, she's not a passive space controller. So in this case, it's just like you have to sacrifice one player to hold the potential.
Oh, come on. Alive is the only guy without a gun in the Ascent team. Well, there's Monster as well. But still, come on,
He
man.
gets the ultimate. That sets up a tone for this round right here. And because of that, I wouldn't be surprised exactly what happened here. Monster goes for the Vandal, because now they know that they have the potential opener that Showstopper represents. So we're going to have a completely flipped planning from Ascend than you would normally expect, because this is not a typical bonus round. Who gets an 8-orber on round 3?
And the fact that, you know, the Stinger has been dropped over to Alive just makes me think we're going to be looking at a hyper-explosive Alive right now. He's going to double blast back Showstopper in. I feel it, man. He's going to try and steamroll his way through the site, opening it up. Trailblazer to lead the way.
Gets in for the player.
Alive leading the charge. That's exactly what's happening. In the fight he goes, but misses the Showstopper. Doesn't manage to execute it in time, and Benny is still alive. Azuri with a crossfire. This is clean. They both lose their lives, but there's reinforcements. They bought enough time, and that's where Element comes in to clean up the last remaining player, CGN, on the board.
I think Alive just messed up the animation cancel on that Showstopper, and because of that, he was not ready to shoot the rocket on that enemy who was exposed with the Skydog. That is such an unfortunate situation. Right here, this should have been already a shot, but instead he went for that satchel and it's just easy target. I mean, relatively easy, because he's middle middle somewhere in the map, over in the air. So,
but he's not shooting back. So
yeah, exactly.
No, you've got time.
So that is, I would say, extremely lucky round for CGN, because could have ended in a disaster if that Showstopper goes off.
It really could, and Ascend could have found quite a lot of pace off of that one.
Yeah, but now they still have a full buy. There was a bonus round. Could have been, you know, different completely, flipped on its head. But they have to work through the normal plan that they probably expected to have. So
and we've seen Ascend and CGN play before on these same agents. I expect to see the fairly standard play that they normally do.
And Benny, because of the hold that he had on the B side, now has also the ultimate to either regain space. If there's anything happening on short, then he can just ult on B to gather informations if there's someone still holding the flank. It has like so much potential when it comes to Sky. Giving the informations here for the defenders is going to be crucial to the success of the defenders this round. But also look at the setup from the Viper from the attackers. It was changed. The first 2 rounds we have seen a Viper wall that is crossing through the site to deny the informations from the triple player towards the short. But here, you just have that opening above the Viper setup.
That elevated angle just caught them off guard. Didn't quite have the crossfire and the crosshair in that position. And Masashi's just taking a shot here. He's just walked forwards and he's cleared out the site.
He faked the rotation.
Oh! And Benny's no more, but he won't look behind him in time. Azuri doesn't take the fight. So Musashi actually stays alive.
He's behind the wall.
This is brilliant. He's behind his own wall, and the rest of them will walk through. They think it's clear. They don't check the right corner, and that's a double kill for Azuri. Can it be a third? Not quite. The rotation's coming forth. But they've delayed it. That's a spike! That's a spike dropped, and they cannot be collected. The Musashi has to take the fight. He has to move in right now, but Element collects it, and CGN find themselves the equalizer.
Impossible round to win once that spike lands in hookah. Once you have to retrieve it, you have to jump down to side, plant it, and he had 10 seconds. So the Sage player on side, the only chance of winning that round was by pushing aggressively into CT and hoping that the opponents will make a mistake and have both players there, and you get a double kill. Like, you can see also how CGN, the Brimstone, was very deep in spawn, so they can get into the gunfight with the one player left, and it's always a win, because either you win the gunfight or the opponent loses enough time for them to not have time to plant the spike. So this was destined to fail for Ascent. And all of that was being done because of the Viper in hookah. That hold, that double kill, that's like the impact kills. Sometimes you look at the scoreboard and you see a player that doesn't have really many kills, but when you watch the actual game, you see that his kills were round deciding. Those 2 kills from Missouri here have that much impact. His hold was incredibly important, even though they lost the Sky. Benny on CT was being killed while ulting, still gets them the win because of the objective that he was holding. And also very important, that spike in hookah when it's being teleported from A to B doesn't really have a lot of room to wiggle when it comes to the spacing, because the time is running out. So you have to go through that death trap in hookah, and he gets exposed fully to the player from CT that is not being cleared by the Sage because she's on a deeper angle.
For anybody that is tuning in right now, Ascend versus CGN, the match taking place with Ascend being the Eastern representative and CGN of DATH. And both of the teams are high hitters this tournament, right? We're talking about probably top 3 contenders amongst the top 3, amongst Apex maybe. And for this reason, this match really holds some weight, right? Trying to top their group, enter playoffs in the better seed. That's what they're looking for, and that's what it's expected from them. So far, Ascend taking that first map has put them in a good position. And even though CGN has a good map pick here, it is their own one. Ascend can be quite good on Bind.
You know what? Their performance on Bind when it comes to defense side is exceptional. They have 70, if I remember correctly, I might be wrong, but like a few percent, but it's like 75 or 72% win rate on defense so far in the 5 appearances on Bind, which is, well, very effective, let's just say like that. So the attack side is not going to be as important as the defense side, because they're going to be expected to gather more rounds on that other side that they're going to have. Now, since we have a technical pause, we can maybe dive into some details.
Do it.
So I wanted to fully explain that Viper setup, because I didn't have the time to finish that thought during the round. This is a setup that is being invented by Fnatic. This is the Viper wall on short, goes in a very specific way. So it's being set up from cave and spawn, so it doesn't go into lamps as well. That's on purpose, because if you get the space in lamps, you want to hold that angle. But the more important thing is that it cuts the boxes on short in half. So essentially, the player that is attacking from short, the Viper that is lurking, is able to isolate the angles from lamps with just a wall and peek on side, because the box is not being covered by the wall. So it sets up multiple pressure points for the defenders, so they always have to hold it, because if the wall is up, if the smoke is up on lamps, then the players from side are expected still to hold short, but they don't have the vision of what's happening behind the wall, so that puts a pressure point on lamps, because someone has to hold lamps. It's very ineffective to hold, and that's why many teams, including Fnatic, include Cypher in the compositions, because Cypher is able to put a camera over the wall on short, and it just hold it passively and gather informations over the wall, so they always know if someone crossed the space or not. And here, without that sentinel, you're not able to counter that position, and because of that, it's going to be very challenging to hold the A side. So I'm expecting a little bit more pressure coming from Ascend towards the A side, because that B side seems to be held very well by the defenders.
Absolutely. We see Ascend taking elements from other teams, and I feel for CGN, they've got their own identity, right? From what we've heard from the regional expert, Zesht, on the desk, CGN does like to invent their own things. They don't really like to borrow from other places, and the way they've been playing out the entire season with their creative comps and whatnot. Did I just see Mel just put in... No, I don't know who it was, but we saw Sage's eyes for a second, and I got scared. That was a jump scare. I didn't think Valorant was a horror game, but apparently it is. But yeah, as I was saying, CGN, completely their own identity.
And you can see this a little bit in that Viper wall from the defenders, actually. So we can draw a little bit of comparison. The Viper wall here on that B-long actually is set up in a way that synergizes with the Sky Flashes. Because of that, when you pay attention to the left side of that Viper wall on long B, there's like this small triangle being cut off next to the teleporter, which allows the Sky player to hide behind and flash from that area. Because of that, you are able to just peek more aggressively, because you're expected typically to play in guard. So it also allows you, when the wall is being put up instantly up at the beginning of the round, to cross into that space and not being spotted, because the wall covers your position. So It's a little bit, and also if we don't forget about the position in hookah when you can hide behind the wall, as we have seen in the previous round, which was very effective.
Yeah.
The only downside of this wall is that it doesn't cross towards the TP area on showers, and that's the other one that typically is the meta choice, right? So it helps with the shower control, but as we have seen, the shower control is not a problem because of the Sova. So we have the
nice balance of it.
Yeah, we have the recon arrow being used in front of showers to gather the informations. If that is being destroyed, there's always the Sova drone to get a second layer, gather the informations from that shower, and it's instrumental for the defenders to establish the shower control, specifically because of the Viper setup on short. Like there's many layers to bind because of the setups that you have pre-planned because of the Viper, and also because of the TPs, which always allow you with the new bind layout to rotate faster, because the TP is now being moved towards showers, and it shaves, I would say, around 3-4 seconds when it comes to the way that you attack the A set. Once you're on B long, you TP, you're able to be on side in literally 2 seconds, not 5 like before. So it's harder to hold the A side because of that, and because of that also the shower control is more instrumental.
Theory crafting. It's brilliant. There's a lot of levels to these takes, and a lot that these teams need to think of, because at the same time you want to carry out your own plan. You've got the opposing team trying to do their own thing, and they will disrupt you, right? Obviously, both of these teams have got VODs on these specific compositions that they're playing. They can be anti-stratted, and they're fairly meta, so there are other teams that play, and it's obvious that these teams have scrimmed against the same thing again. But this tech pause has taken quite some time, therefore we are going to take you through a very short break. We'll be back as soon everything is ready, so see you then.
All good. I'm happy to talk more.
And we're back, everybody, for the match of CGN versus Ascend. We had a slight tech pause. We had a bit of an affair we had to deal with. But now we're ready to get back into the Mel. No, thank you. Yes.
Keep them out.
Just had to tell Mel off for a second there, our observer, our lovely cinematic observer. But it's okay. We're back into the action. Ascend...
taking
struggling
over the attack, but this one is going to be the challenging one because of the equipment that they have. Although, two ultimates are actually one orb away. Here you see Sova taking the Shower's info, so they know there's nothing happening there, and because of that they can relocate their forces towards short, but they are smoked off.
Yeah, Vince really got 2 kills through the smoke, through a wall, and the headshots.
That's crazy.
It kind of is. Alive, though. He's found himself to the backline and is trying to deal with it. But the fact that the smokes are in a way that box himself onto a corner of the site doesn't allow them to have access to Vince because he's got himself to the back of the site. One player's taking the TP. He's got the spike with him. And he'll have to deal with Azori. He's in hookah right now. Although they don't go after him. They go all the way around. So they kind of know this. They know everything.
Yeah, this is a very instrumental now piece of info that is being given to CGN because the Viper is like, no, they're not going hookah, so most likely they're going back to A. That's why you have C3 players, but no one holding lamps.
Wait
That's
a minute.
disaster.
Alive! He unalives 2 other players and he himself stays standing. Pass pack to deny the plant, but it still stays and he commits with it. And Ascend are right back into the fight. They started their round with Sheris, and now they've got more players than their opponents into it. Element trying to draw his team right back up, but Azori's got a flank in the making. Masashi's looking at him, and so is Batty. He's low, going right after them. Showstopper doing work on the other front, expecting another player to the right. Azori gets it done. Goodness, it was close. It got scary, but CGN stick the landing.
That should have never been so close as it was, and also that Showstopper probably would have not been used if that disaster hold from A didn't happen, because the double kill from Alive was just mind-blowing. I mentioned Viper gives all the informations that no one is coming through B hookah, so it most likely implies that they're gonna re-hit on A, and no one was holding lamps. The player from, I don't know, the barrel position, let's call it barrel, holding short, that was the Brimstone, was not holding lamps. And because of that, the 2 players holding CT were actually not holding anything. Because of that, they lost 2 players and they had to re-hit with the ultimate as well. But fortunately for the defenders, they got it.
So, Vince. Oh, Shazion gets taken out. I thought he was being smart for a second, waiting for the guiding light to pop and then swing out.
Yeah, or using any of his util.
Yeah, that would have been good. But still, Ascend take early space into showers. That's going to be difficult for CGN to cover.
Yeah, I actually wanted to mention before we went out of the break that the taking of the shower control is going to be so important for Ascend because of the use of a utility that we have seen so in the past in this game, but also in the previous one, that gives so much space for defenders.
There's a push coming through
Well, wait,
from Benny. He's got his knife out. Just in time, brings out the Phantom, and this is exactly in time when the players come before him. Azori takes a shorter angle and connects the pieces together.
Perfect bait done by CGN.
And slam dunk in the end for another Monster is no more. Masashi. I mean, the German up against the Germans, he will try and be superior in this situation, but he's not really in a position to be favorable. And the spike is in the hands of Azori. Vince is there to help out. There's Element trying to help out as well, but
you can see the reposition of the players.
Azori got low, but he does take a wide swing, unanticipated by Masashi.
Oof, that was a really thin line between a success and a fail for the defenders. But what I loved here is that defenders, after losing Sova here in showers, they took the space on the other extremity of the map. That's typically is going to happen on almost every single match of Valorant, because you need to compensate for the loss on one side with the push on the other. Now the thing is that they went with 2 players towards the B long, but one was hidden, so the Sky baited for the Viper, and it was extremely effective.
Yeah, nice little microplay there to give them the advantage. Not only that, put Ascend right back into the dumpster when it comes to their eco. Just a Spectre and a Marshall when it comes to riflery, SMGs, you know, significant weapons. While the rest are holding out on their hand cannons. Ascend again, very similar, the same Viper wall towards that right-hand side, an A, but the meat and potatoes of this fight is going to lean towards this left-hand side. Benny right underneath Hookah will be the first line of contact. Guiding Light comes away, and Benny just cleans up.
Spike down, B.
Simple, really.
Very simple and effective crossfire, and I was just kind of like clenching my buttocks by seeing how they go into those lines.
He's not lying, by the way, he actually was.
It's like, I was just seeing it visibly. It's gonna happen in a moment because the flash is not effective. They just walk up into a crossfire. That is not the way that you want to go into a site like that. And the Viper will just puts up and separates the forces
and
as
that's
well.
It. Spike is under their control. That's it. It's done. Donezo. And the Ascend are probably hoping for an MBS buff with a timeout soon because they're going to need it. They're falling a little bit far behind. Obviously, with a buy round coming up as well, that would be quite fruitful for them. You know, expectations were low this one, but let's see if they can do any more damage. No, doesn't seem like that's to be the case. No, Alive actually gets ahead of Element. Well, that's all it is, because CGN just increase the score differential to 5-2.
Not only that, they built up a huge amount of cash in the bank, so they don't have to worry for, you know, buying hardware for the next upcoming 2-3 rounds, maybe depending on what they buy. But they also have a potential to just snowball ultimates. Their utility right now is stacked. They have 2 ults, 1 orb away, 2 are active if I'm not mistaken. So they're able to be proactive. Yeah, we have the Viper pit available, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's gonna be a very specific setup happening on A side. We're gonna see most likely a Viper's pit being used on shot, a one-way on showers, then a support wall on B side. Because of that, most likely 3 players are gonna be playing on the B side, while only 2 players are gonna be playing on A side, and then controlling the showers is not gonna be as important because of the second line of defense, which is the one-way. So there's 2 ways of countering that if that's gonna happen, because then the attackers are gonna be able to push out the Viper because of the Showstopper and the Sky ultimate.
Yeah, there's a lot available for Ascend right now.
Yeah, and the Brimstone as well can ultimate the lamps. So there can be like potential counterplays if this is gonna happen. Technical pause allows me to talk even more about intricate stuff. So
get in there, Lothar.
I really think that this needs to be a little bit more proactive defense side from CGN because they're slowly being read, right? Typically when you see like how they played in the past in this map, for the first 20 seconds, they're literally not going anywhere. They're not taking any aggressive map control. The passive Sova hold on showers, we're done with the utility, is typically what they do and go for. But as we have seen, when they lose a player, they actually get proactive. This can be easily read. So far, Ascend failed to do that, and because of that, they lost that pivotal round when the players on B-Long at Fountain got the triple and lost the spike, right? So now, I feel like Ascend, during those moments when we had the technical, timeout, they're discussing how to counter the very passive approach from CGN, but at the same time, they know, they should, that CGN gets active when they lose the first player.
It is important to note, players cannot discuss during technical pause with their coach, just a small differential, but prior to this, CGN did, Ascend, did have a timeout, but it doesn't matter who draws a timeout, both teams get to talk with their own coach, so discussions have already taken place, Lothar. So yes, all of these things could have been brought to the table. They are all aware of the ultimate usage available, they're all aware of the economical situation, that there's a buy finally coming in for Ascend, and you know, and we're slowly seeing what you said, Lothar, the increased versatility of CGN's pace, right? We saw them aggress out and be long, and soon maybe we'll see that come into play elsewhere as well from Ascend. So, looking at this, is it what we expected so far of this game? CGN pushing higher than what was expected? I know we have a lot of faith on Ascend on the defense in particular. How much more can we expect from Ascend on attack?
I mean, they dropped the ball a few times already. Okay, you know, like from my perspective, in this half so far, CGN was on the back foot many times, but they were able to get up and just like kind of brush the dust off the shoulders because of hero plays. We have seen Azuri with the hold in Hookah literally winning the round for them, right? We have seen Azuri actually second time on that Fountain hold when he baits Benny to get that double kill as well. Like those rounds should have never been won by CGN, and they were pivotal rounds as well because they put Ascend on eco.
Fair enough. Well, everybody, seems that the technical issues are persisting. Therefore, we're going for another break. Guys, I think it's a moment for you guys to grab more snacks. I don't know. We're probably making you fat at this point. So yeah, go to the kitchen. Go open up your cupboards. We'll be back very soon. Hello everybody and welcome back to CGN vs Ascend here in VCT Ascension EMEA 2023, where one team at the end of this tournament will end up in the general season of VCT EMEA. That look on the wall is actually a face.
Yeah, I don't think it's happy though.
It doesn't look very happy at all, but we are happy with the game that has revealed itself to us today, because CGN has taken quite a stance against Ascend, fairly dominating, I would say, so far. Only the first two rounds, the pistol and the follow-up, have fallen into the hands of the Eastern European team.
Yeah, and now this is going to be another really important round for Ascend, because they need to convert those ults. Gonna see if the setup is as anticipated. Actually, wait, what happened?
Element
Where's the
kill.
opening? On
Showers.
the showers. Musashi is being downed.
Okay.
And now that's is putting a problem or a dent in the plan from Ascend, because they cannot really rely on planting safe on the A side with that Sage wall anymore. So what's the backup plan? Will they go with 4 players through hookah? Nah, that's impossible. So they are shifting their forces towards a 2-2 split. But this spike seems like it's going through hookah, and that might be disastrous, as we have seen in the past in this match.
Could go wrong.
That's the initiation.
Orbital strike right at the back. Vince out into the open. It doesn't even
Second
care.
time!
Alive, caught out of guard. Once again, Hunter's Fury damaging his own teammate. But it's for good reason, because he wants to disable the opponents from moving on forwards. And CGN are just a wall that cannot be blockade, cannot be, you know, taken down. They themselves stand strong, and Ascend cannot find a single attacking round.
You know, that's a bit of an issue, where that initiation with Brimstone ultimate kind of puts your opponent into exactly this position where he can hold hookah, just being fully not threatened by anything. So, like, Ascend wanted to go onto side with a full execute while on back foot because of the numbers advantage, with no informations being gathered before, and they just banked on getting the ultimate value. So now, not only they lost 2 valuable ultimates, they're again on a lower buy.
Yeah, CGN now responding to what Ascend are throwing at them towards the safe side with a Viper's Pit. Brody just doesn't care and just walks directly in it. It's a boom bot to get a double. Now that's a scary way of dying. And Element triples it up with an operator shot as well. Monster in the depth of the Viper's Pit. He's in his element. But still, even if he replenishes his health, even if he finds a dink onto Element himself, he'll have to drop. And slowly but surely, Ascend are not really gaining any grasp of this game at all.
The boomboard Barry, I don't know, it gets the double kill. I think this is the first time in VCT that I see a double kill with a boomboard. I can't remember another one. But it is supplemented by the Viper's Pit and maybe even a snake bite there. Because remember, it actually got nerfed and it doesn't deal lethal damage anymore. So there has to be something else happening there. But oh my god, that was a really tough round, again, for Ascend to go through, but at the same time, they at least got the Viper's Pit out. So that's not a threat anymore. But that operator has to be dealt with. And it's now holding just B long. I think it was spotted by the jump peek from Benny, so they're probably just going to leave it be.
This proactivity from CGN is putting pressure onto Ascend as well to even push. Our drone to the right-hand side, gaining info, of course, not really spotting anybody out, but there is pressure thrown at Element right now. He's holding it out with the operator, can't take a wide angle anymore as he has been slowed down. He's got an option to go backwards through the TP, but instead he takes the aggressive route. Showstopper enabled, blast pack in. He's not going to be finding anyone with this one, is he? Because Ascend just draw all the way back as they focus their attention towards this A site. Monster, firstly, the charge doesn't quite connect. CGN have got the perfect defense for this, by the way. 3 players, Seekers as well, and the time keeps on dwindling. And it makes it even more difficult for the attacking team to move on forwards. Benny with a pick drops back even further. Ascend running out of resources second by second. Shazion, how does he do that? 2 kills out of nowhere, and Ascend's hopes are already in the dumpster. Benny closes the lid, and Ascend cannot breathe. 8 for CGN.
CGN is just punishing the, let's say, imperfect spacing between the players on the attackers. Like, every single kill that happened here was not being traded at all, because the spacing or the timing between the players is not ideal. And that is something that right now decides the fate of the round. Also, kind of weird that we have seen that showstopper being used kind of like a, you know what, I'm going to go to safety because of my ult. So that was a thing to just save his life. But at the same time, it delayed. Yeah, it's delayed the players coming from B and also funneled the players into A. So that stack of 3 players on A was very effective because of that. So all of those small pieces are falling in the right places for CGN right now.
We'll be looking at a very aggressive play here onto the safe side. We've seen it before, but has it worked alive? Finally getting a kill. Blinded can't follow it up. Vince, the gatekeeper, is standing strong. An ace for Vince, and it's the Molly to be the final one to find the damage. Incredible stuff, and CGN keep that train rolling.
I'm certain he was like, going, give me this, give me the ace. Oh, I have no ammo. Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter.
I'll try to get the pistol up. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was some really funny stuff is happening in this game. Like, I loved it. Also, great gun hygiene coming in from Vince. Was able to reposition, get really good angles, control his gun well, bursts the fire. He was never in danger, by the way, because the contact is on the other player on side. So he benefits, he reaps the benefits of the positions that were set up as the defenders. It's really well done by CGN. They're supplemented by the utility as well with the multiple mollies and the Viper as well.
Yeah, well, there's only 1 timeout per half, and CGN want to take full advantage of every timeout they can get. So right at the final round of this half, CGN want to guarantee everything humanly possible for them. A 10-2 lead, and I know we're focusing on Ascend here to do a grand job on defense, but when the gap is so big, it's so vast, you don't really have too much margin for error.
Well, also, it puts even more pressure on the pistol round that you're gonna have on the other half. Like, even if it's gonna even if this half goes 9-3, without the pistol round, you're gonna have a huge obstacle in front of you. So there's incredible amount of pressure on Ascend right now to convert this round. This is their buy round. This is also the last round to get any value out of the ultimates. So you have to throw everything at your opponents. And they start with a 3-2 split, but again, that spike is directed into Hookah. I personally don't like this, and we have seen this being disastrous twice now in this half so far.
Well, Trailblazer leading the way. The Orbital Strike will delay the push.
It's a little bit optimistic, I would say, but
Just a little bit at least, but you know, the double push towards this B site has been completely stopped, and Ascend are second-guessing themselves on their next step.
remember that the Viper got nerfed, the fuel gets up from 0 in 30 seconds. The smokes from Brimstone are 19.75 seconds long, so there's a gap that the attackers can commit to on the B side when the smokes are down and the Viper wall is still not up. But that is not the moment. It already crossed. Oh, and Vince gets a freebie through the Viper wall for no...
CGN don't care that their opponents haven't been seen for the past few seconds. They're going to stick around. They know what's happening. They've read their opponents by the book, but Alive needs to step up here. Completely flash. Monster's there to retaliate. But Vince, the exact same position again. He stands strong, supreme. And Brody... can't do a thing.
The Academy player that was playing for CGN just blasting his way into this lineup. Like
he was supposed to be on trial.
Yeah, it's crazy. The performance that we have seen from this player and yesterday as well. Like, he's crazy good. I really like how he plays. He's like the composed player, you know? And now we're going to have to retake 3v1. I don't mind this, that they're playing very safe. They have to go. The only thing that they have to do right now is go together.
I can't wait to see Vince on LAN as well, for him to be in studio, because he's not only is he majestic in game, he's majestic in IRL as well. He's got a lot of long hair.
I see you're biased.
Yeah, I know, but it's he's a majestic man, so hopefully we get to see him play here as well. Vince
that was close.
Gets a quadruple. Yeah, it could have lined up, but still there would have been another player to deal with other than that. So that is the end of this story. The half dominantly in favor of the German side.
Yeah, 10-2 is... Okay, let's say it like that. It's not ideal, all right? And if the pistol round goes towards CGN, this might be the end of the map because it forces the opponent force. So the pistol round right now is gonna be incredibly important, and I really would like to see what is the plan for Ascend? What is the way they want to play the pistol round? Because typically when it comes to CGN on attack, they never plant on B side below the 40 seconds mark. So that inclines that they're gonna be pushing into A site. And look what is Ascend doing
They
right
read
now.
into this. They know exactly the statement that you've made. They've noticed it as well. That the B site, if it's taken over, it's taken later in the round. Therefore, if it is going to be an early hit, they'll have plenty of players waiting towards this A site. Beautifully thought over. So we can expect 20 seconds in, we'll start to see someone rotate over.
They're expecting a TP crouch from Ascend, actually. That's why CGN is getting those angles in, like being ready for someone to use any kind of utility to go through that TP.
And like I said, 20 seconds in, Brody rotates over. And this is a moment CGN start to move in. Element cleaning up the house! And all of a sudden, there's no defenders here for Ascend. Only 2 to the back of the site, but there's a plethora of utility that is yet to be used.
That is crazy. And you know what's funny is that when that TP had no, like, let's say, utility being used from, they know that Baddy G is not on the B side because Sky always uses a flash through that TP or a dog to get information, and that wasn't happening. So they gathered a lot of information just by lack of action. And now they are free to go on site with the utility that they still have ready. 5v3, but
nice
not
little
trade.
microplay here from Monster, repositioning and grabbing a kill really quickly. Brody, so aggressive, he can hear the footsteps around him, gets one. This is maybe doable, 2v3, not all that impossible, especially if Masashi can keep his corner obscured. Gets one, cannot deny the plant. Shazion picks him up right after that. That's the all-important pistol that should have gone to Ascend's favor. CGN is on the highway to victory.
Yeah, and this is gonna be posing a huge problem now for Ascend because they have to force. They cannot allow their opponents to get to 12 because then they have to play a perfect game from now on. They don't have any space for any mistakes. So, you know what's funny is that I wouldn't be surprised if there wouldn't be a force coming in from CGN. They buy fully. Because the thing is, you know that your opponent have to force, right? They have to buy. Actually, Ascend is not buying. That is crazy to me.
I guess they can believe in the perfect buy round game because they're gonna have to get 10 consecutive for everything.
Yeah, that's for overtime.
Look, they've had miraculous pistol rounds before.
That is crazy. And again, they have a 1-4 stack, so they have the good reads. But in the previous round, they still solo peeked and just threw it away.
It's these small mistakes that we were seeing from CGN yesterday, but this time around, we're seeing them from this Eastern European side. And this might be costing them the first spot in their group.
Is Element solo picking as well again?
It's a patience game right now. CGN are kind of begging Ascend to peek them.
But they hear the ghost, which indicates that there's no force. They hear the sheriff now as well. So they have a little bit of a boost of confidence
and
when
the
it comes to
Armstrong
wave.
spotted out a couple of players as well, alive to the back of the site. They kind of know what the setup is looking like now, but they still are comfortable to hold back. You can even see Brode rotating over. The Pain Shells are doing so much. Element forced out. He's got lesser health than what he started with, but the rotation has already begun towards B.
5 players stacking on A, but the amount of pressure that is being done with the defender's utility pushes away the opponents into the B side, which is now cleared. So it's like a double-edged sword. They hurt themselves with that utility and the over-rotation. So now they're gonna have to do a full retake with those weapons that are not really the best.
Yeah, they took a chance to try and read the play and try, you know, hoping that CGN would have committed fully and that utility could have done something to help them in this round, but Ascend, no luck here. Not this time. Although they would have loved it. CGN are looking clean on bind, man. They want to take this to split. They want this. They want this series victory. And not only this tournament, so much more than that. Spot into VCT EMEA, are you kidding me? The best region in the world, be a part of it? Yes, please. I'd take it any day of the week. And this is what these two teams are fighting for. And for now, very possibly we'll be seeing them going equal in this series. And with this clean hold from CGN, just commencing. Musashi, the final player to drop. This has been quite the game. 1 round remaining. Ascend have got a buy in them. They need a perfect game to take us to overtime.
And it's hard in Valorant to have a perfect game because your opponents will most likely now tailor the plan against you because they know they're on match point. So you can just fully stack up your ultimates in 1 round and just go through that round with just the raw power that your utility provides. And that's gonna be the challenge for Ascend to solve, because what do you do against like 3 or 4 ultimates in 1 round?
There is a silver lining. yesterday, CGN struggled to close out their map against Desire.
On Fracture.
On Fracture. It is a different map, I agree. But still, if you have that mental block and the inability to close out maps, it is a silver lining. I'm not saying it's not. It's a big stretch. It's a massive stretch. But for Ascend, they need to focus one round at a time.
The thing is, CGN struggled in that Fracture, but that was on the defense side. And also because their lineup, the composition that they used on Fracture was lacking in round power and utility. They had no breach on there, so they couldn't like get any kind of stopping power to make sure they bolstered their defenses. Now they are on attack. They have a very, very attack-focused composition. So all of the cards are on their side, and everything is actually on their side. Everything that will benefit them, they have the space to try the, let's say, slow approach, the fast approach. They can do anything they want because there's so much space for error for them, while there's no space for error for Ascent.
Definitely their back's up against the wall and there's someone holding their neck then. It's pretty hard to breathe. Being smothered at this point.
And you can see how Musashi has a huge problem into setting up the wall early on showers. He's being denied the shower control. The arrow and the sky flash combo makes sure that he doesn't get an opportunity to set up the wall. So now that shower control is, let's say, out in the open. Both teams can still fight for it, but it's hard as a defender because you're just alone there. So a deeper Sage wall is probably going to happen once there's an initiation happening. There's the information gathered from the B-Sky through the TP.
And now CGN are waiting for the next wave of utility. Shazion has got his recon right back up, and with this wall dropping from Ascend, they'll be looking to break through. Benny's got his guiding light back up. They're looking for this push, and they're looking at it now. Because they figure out the placements alive. They need these kills. They need the life to step up. He's been a big aspect of this team, and he needs to be that yet again. He knows these tournaments. He knows them well. He's been twice in a tournament like this with Excel last year. But he's never been able to take it across the finishing line, go to a final, get the victory. Vince doubles up, and this is crumbling under pressure, and S Alive is able to do something about it. This might be ending quicker than we ever thought. Quicker than we've ever imagined. Buddy G and Brody, the final two pieces of this puzzle. And CGN, though, they're holding the box and they know what picture it forms, so they can work around it. Buddy G! How do you even read that? Takes a chance through the smoke and it works out for him. The stars align. But there's a rocket in the play, Azori.
He knows about the HP.
And he can just play time. Snakebite dropping.
He missed it!
He misses it, but Badiji doesn't know that. He hasn't looked behind him. Looks for the fight, and Azori picks it up. CGN, they might have dropped the first map, and it might have been close, but they've completely switched the script around and completely stopped on Ascent.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was an absolutely insane map, and I was not expecting CGN to perform like that, but I have to say, they are great at punishing Ascent when it comes to their mistakes. They just cascade on those mistakes. Oh, let me just jump off quickly here from this chair. That's how tall I am, by the way.
That's how tall you are. I'm not even sure. Yeah, okay, you're visible. You're kind of visible. All right. Yes, that was a really good match for CGN, right? And they really established dominance at this point. So we're heading into a third map split where anything could really happen. Anything is possible. So make sure you tune in for that one because it's only getting better from here.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension EMEA, and with that map concluded, CGN put themselves equal to Ascend one-on-one on both maps for both of these teams, but CGN did it in a more convincing fashion.
Ja, Junge.
Ja,
Insane.
echt, Dong.
Ey, krass. So schön. It was actually good. It was actually like insanely convincing in the way they played. Their defense, there's so much to talk about right here, from individual prowess to the strength. But I think, Tux, it is fair to take a look at this and be like, everybody on the CGN side performed insanely good.
So well, everyone actually performed his role perfectly. You cannot even add anything into their strategies. You can just see Ascend struggling to get into sight, because I think this game ended in the first half, not even the second, and especially when CGN got the second, second pistol round, and
You know
they
what?
just ended up.
What's the matter?
Tech pause buff. Is that a thing?
I don't think so. I think that tech pause should actually help Ascend to gain momentum and destroy CGN momentum multiple times, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at CGN, the fact that they were able to get 9 rounds back to back, make it 10, that was a scary situation as Ascend to be in, because you're so stuck in that downward spiral. How do you even get out of it? And unfortunately for them, they did not find the answer for it.
And they didn't find the answer at all. And most importantly, what was the crazy part about it, we see an Ascend playing the way we know Bind from them. Slow-paced, methodical, waiting it a little bit out here and there. And this is what we've very much noticed, that what was so crucial about us, every time they were trying to explode mid-round, there was not a single chance for the Ascend side of things. It just didn't happen. It just couldn't work out, because the defense mechanisms in the double controller that it had, combined with the double initiator, where you permanently had info from Sova and Sky, nearly impossible.
Yeah, it wasn't difficult, but it was a good start for Ascend. Like, that pistol round, it was shaky from CGN, to say the least. We were like, oh, wow, you had a heart attack.
Oh, I'm happy he didn't see the...
I was in the restroom.
He went to the restroom, didn't see the Lotus
Let me see
round.
this.
Okay, but
okay.
yeah, this one was so shaky. I had a lot of question marks, but even though that didn't affect them, even though they had a shaky pistol round.
I mean, okay, so first of all, what we got to say about it is that CGN is a very resilient team. I think we've pretty much seen that already previously on Lotus, that they were even capable of coming back. So that pistol doesn't say much for me, though it's an absolute pain to watch, I imagine.
I mean, you can watch it.
I have to watch it. What should I do? Should I close my eyes? It's unfortunately, I mean, I wish, but it's unfortunately not an option. So taking a look at things, it would have been nice if it worked out. It was a very good move from Ascend, pushing forward to there, and there was no chance. But, you know, this was one of the very few slip-ups. Pistol rounds overall are not as technically deep as we, for example, can say with Buy rounds.
Yeah, that was of course, I don't think Element could have done anything there, because Monster location was still MIA, missing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that was the best possibility of him being Garden or in B.
Yeah, so losing that pistol round, you lose a round after that. But then CGN, they find their momentum, they find their footing. So the resilience comes back into play. Because of how close that first map was as well, you're expecting potentially a little bit of fatigue. But, you know, CGN said, not our problem. We're pushing this to split.
I think what actually gave CG an advantage on this map, they were not overreacting to whatever Ascend was doing. No matter what kind of space they're taking on hookah, whatever. Actually, after the Azure play that he made, I think that at that breaking point, they actually performed so well, because I think that actually made Ascend be more cautious by their moves, even though they had a perfect round that round, but Azure destroyed it. But so I think, yeah, they didn't overreact. Ascend tried slow pushing, they tried defaults, they tried also fast executing, and they got punished every single time for every single execution they tried.
Yeah, Azure being one of the players that we continue to highlight. I mean, even Vince with some of the clutches got the ace on the board as well. Like, everyone is turning up to the party.
Okay, at this point in time, you knew this was going to be a spicy game. Him waiting out, even though someone was directly underneath and known, it was brilliant. All the clips and highlights we see from Azure show us the different speeds and paces that the side of CGN has chosen. What is a miracle to me, besides all those great kills he gets, is that he ended the game with a 18 assists. And you were going to take a look at that on the heat map. You see his positioning, mostly passive, right? He's not over-aggressive. That one exception over down B long was not a critical case. But what had happened with CGN, in his passive positioning together with double initiator, his wall was always up when the push happened. And you were like, yeah, you're Viper. You gotta do that, right? But as Lothar mentioned on the desk, the Viper changes made the timing on this so much more crucial. He hit it every single time. You want to push out, you gotta wait, or you're pushing through it. Obviously, you're the Cade. Obviously, things are even worse with the snake bite coming out, and boom, you got no chance. Those 18 assists were a game changer on the Azuri side and made this team look 10 times better.
Oh, what about Vince?
Yeah, that's another game changer for it.
I think he was supporting Azuri so much with his actual smokes, giving enough time for the Viper wall to come up again. So I think actually Vince proved himself multiple times in this series so far. He got the clutches, he got the frags, and let's not forget, he got the ace on this map as well.
He's just coming back round after round, and they're fitting together really great puzzle pieces. We said it coming into this. Okay, the composition, pretty standard. We're used to this. This is what we're expecting from them, but still, Ascend didn't find a way to, you know, just hit back at CGN. CGN just completely running away with that, and now we're going to be heading into Split. This is the final map. Both of these teams really have to step it up. CGN got the momentum going, so what composition are they cooking up?
There we go. There we go.
There we go. I mean, look.
The Reyna.
You know what's great?
What is it?
Lothar is going to be casting the Reyna. It's meant to be.
It is meant to be. I mean, first of all, to pretty much point this out, Element on Reyna is not a rare occurrence. They've brought this composition in again, and they have made use of things on defense that I could have never witnessed. On the other side, we see Ascend playing a fairly standard comp, to be honest. Last time around, and this has to be mentioned, Tux, on the defensive side, they struggled big time at the beginning.
Yes, at the beginning, but they actually controlled the pace afterwards, just because Digital Athletics changed their playstyle from pistol round up until the 5th round. But I don't think that will work on CGN. As I said, and I'm gonna repeat this, CGN is such a very smart team. I don't think you can actually abuse any flaws they have, because they will definitely have a counter for that. Any kind of actions you have, I think, and that was proved in Bind.
And be aware, both teams do not have an initiator. We often see a Sky coming into play nowadays as one of those options, and obviously the info gather that you would usually have on defense does not exist, making this a force to be reckoned with when we talk about defense, because you have to take that room. Otherwise, you'll always be swarmed over site because there's no much stopping power.
Yeah.
We'll see if that comes into place.
I want to, at one point, I want to put an eye on Baddy G on this map.
Right.
Because that guy has been switching roles so much, and he's actually very solid. And last time when we saw him yesterday, he had 19 assists.
Now, we're going to keep an eye out for that, but for both of these teams, this is their chance. This is their opportunity to claim those very needed points and top their group. We're going to be heading over to our casters. We have Lothar and Pavlos ready. Lothar, you look really happy to be seeing Arena
I look very happy because there's a specific reason for that. Coming into the day with Ascend playing against CGN, I knew we were going to see Arena at some point, and I also knew that this guy would be the person casting next to me. So they're playing Reyna. React.
It's my favorite character in the game. I cannot wait to see the gameplay that she provides.
Nice. All right, yes, we're seeing Reyna from CGN. Ascend right now are probably scratching their heads of what happened the previous map, because let's be honest, that was quite a stomp.
I think they just have to forget about it. It's like, all right, it's a best of one, let's go. Split is to take for us to take, you know, and I think that's the way that you need to approach it mentally, because that was a stomp.
It really was. It really was. So a full hard reset coming into this map. CGN have got the momentum. They've got to draw it over to split. We're entering third map, and these two teams, the highest one of, you know, top 3 of the competitors in this tournament. Some of the favorites. So let's see how this one works out. It is going to be Ascend on defense, CGN on attack as we enter the deciding map of the series.
And there's a big difference between those two compositions. There's a double dive composition on Ascend, which is not on the CGN side because of the Reyna. But she is a character that can thrive in pistol rounds. We'll see how it goes. Not this time. She's already dead.
She is. She's out.
The HUD is a little bit late. Don't worry about it.
It is. It'll come. It'll come soon. It's exactly like the previous map. We'll be right back into the right timing of it all soon enough. Azuri keeping players busy towards the right-hand side. You can see it's forced alive to help out, but Monster just deals with them quickly. So the fact that CGN are heading in that direction, it just causes alarm, really, knowing that, you know, the initial plan of them rotating over off of the space that Azuri gathered is no longer an option.
Well, fortunately for the attackers, they already sacrificed the Viper Wall to A. So it kind of like shifted the force of the defenders towards that side because it's expected to be on the A, but now they go into B, and it's a 2v2 for now, so it's doable to win this round.
Yeah, with that wall, they're funneling Musashi towards that defense side. To the side, they're trying to find Pochos through the smoke, and actually Shazion is succeeding. Damage onto one and a kill onto another. He ends up dropping, though, as Ascend were superior in numbers and guarantee their win.
There was a small window of opportunity for the attackers to actually go into side. That's why I said it's 2v2, because the rotation was not yet happening. But that paint shell that went through CT decided that that moment passed, and it was already 2 players from CT, 1 from Heaven. The pinch started happening, and if the... Look, that spray through the smoke, a little bit more luck on his side, and it could have been a completely different pistol round. But a well-played pistol round by Ascend. They get the very much needed pistol round, and now they're able to commit fully. Look at that, 5 full shields, full equipment, a judge. Where's the judge station? That's Musashi with the raise on Heaven. He's single-handedly able to stop an entire push with this gun.
And Zori gets a kill with a pistol. That could also happen.
And Monster just loses the entire setup.
And the A site is under the full control of CGN.
And look at the Viper Wall.
It's just giving them a space. They don't know it yet. They don't know A is clear, but they will soon enough. They're just walking in their conga line.
They get the weapon for free. It's an upgrade. And they still have, like, you know, a task ahead.
They do.
A task ahead that is not that easy to do, but they got the plan, they got the kill. This is plan minimum. They get the info
Tag onto
and
Musashi.
attack as well.
So this is slowly falling into place for CGN, but they've got to stick the landing. It's not all that easy, not that simple, not that straightforward. Slow. It does keep the players out of main at base, so Brody's trying to find himself onto the site to try and isolate, trying to close them into the back of the site. Brody clearing out all corners, but the 2 players out the back of the site still challenged, while everybody of Ascend on the site has dropped. Alive is all by himself. All of a sudden, no teammates on radio, and that's Benny finding the coup de grace at the back of the head. Ascend.
Disaster strikes. Like, I don't know, maybe we'll get a replay of what happened on that A side. How did Monster, with full shield, take an angle where he can get punished by a Sheriff, if I'm not mistaken? That is crazy to me. He is literally the player that has to anchor the A side with the traps. He had a full setup there. He dies first, opens up the entire side for the taking. And you know what's funny is that Viper Wall, I really loved it, because it allows so much space to like just be gathered even if they don't get that kill. But now we have seen a normal Viper setup wall that is allowed, typically allowing you to lurk into the ramp area if you combine it with the orb.
Not gonna lie, after that 9-3 half and the devastating score, 13-2, excuse me, score for Ascend, that was the last round they needed.
Yeah, this is a backbreaker, let's say like that. Mentally, Ascend are gonna be now struggling. Or
time.
Unless, of course, they really believe in each other, which I hope is the case.
Yeah.
But Monster, with the lazy check, again, we remember his lyrics on
before.
Lotus. It was like a mirror image from that map.
Yeah, if you could copy-paste the map one onto the other, we'd be seeing the exact same thing. But of course, Ascend, you know, there weren't many expectations in this particular round, to be honest. Yep. So we can definitely give them the doubt, maybe some damage. Yeah, no, it's a bit rough, but still, classics were there. For CGN, though, on the other hand, they're going to be very happy with this. They haven't taken a hint of damage this entire one.
Spike planted.
I mean, they're building up economy. They had the eco round. I mean, sorry, not eco round. Like, how do you even call it? They just converted a round that they should have never won, right? So they stacked up the cash. Look at the amount of the amount of cash that they have in the bank. Okay, Musashi gets one. Still on the last possible HP. Even a bullet from a classic to a leg will kill him with 22 damage. So
for real. Sorry, he's
he can only survive a wall bang with a classic right now.
Yeah, he's delaying his health by walking away from Azuri. Are we going to see a knife kill? We're going to see a knife kill. No, we're not going to see a knife kill.
Yeah, there's no way you're getting a knife kill here. Like, you have to get every single piece of advantage. Although, there's a possible mental damage if you knife someone, so maybe you should reconsider.
Emotional damage.
Yeah. But this is a challenge now for Ascend. They didn't expect to lose the second round, so now they're going to struggle because they put not only the economy on the back foot when it comes to the cash for themselves and upped it for the opponents, but also they put the opponents into a great spot when it comes to the ultimate ops. They should have not been halfway through all of their ults right now, which poses a huge problem for the defenders. Now, typically you're going to see, by the way, I wanted to just say, on B main, that one way from the Omen, and they're gonna fight for the B main control early as a defender, which is pretty nice because you get a lot of space, and you have, because of that, you can put your opponents in a pinch in a mid position and in the A main.
CGN are gonna try and fight with the gap that the Omen smoke provides, and they're going to be peeking through. The thing with Alive's position, though, is that he can, at any instance, peek out of that smoke wall. Delaying, it's going to have to get broken, but Benny is wary of a position that could have been taken at a higher angle here from Brody. Masashi here to help out. It's definitely been audible. It's definitely been heard. He might lob that paint shell, and it actually could do quite a bit. Benny, thankfully for him, he drops away in time. And I think CGN scathed away with what could have been devastating damage. Now, full control of mid, they haven't budged much, they haven't gained too much control. While Ascend, they've got full garage control.
Yeah, they have it from the beginning of the round. Astra, for a moment, just leaned into that B main control, but this one way is being now countered by the Astra smoke. So Batty has to reposition, and he's just leaving that B area. Now playing from default, which opens a possible execute towards B side. It's a 2-3 split coming into
to the running out of time, 25 seconds. So they have to move in right now, and I don't think Musashi has been seen by that eye, so he can visibly see her, and he doesn't have to move, doubles up, Shazian trades, but they need much more than that. Ascend is starting to drop. Excuse me, Brody's really not finding his mark today. The IGL actually struggling massively, and now Monster tries to bring himself back into the fight. He's going to wait for Alive a little bit and try to get Shazian as he walks away from the spike. So they've leveled the playing field. It's a 2v2, and still all to do.
And they don't know about the one-player position, so they're expecting still a lurk.
It's a crossfire. Vince trying to hold it, trying to be patient. No reason to show his ground, and that's exactly why, because he then can swing and find one. Alive, stabilizing 1v1. Vince is low, but Vince is quicker to the trigger, and CGN will not lose a round.
And that is another disaster for Ascent. Not only they lost the second round after winning the pistol, but now the first full buy round goes towards the opponents. And it started with a mistake by CGN. That Reyna Lear was way too high. Because of that, we have seen the defender standing still on rafters, unruffled. He was just standing there ready for that for the attack to actually happen. And everything was set up for success, but the shots did not land. So now they're gonna be struggling again. Musashi with the showstopper and the judge, if not avoided by the opponents, can shift the scales, tip the scales this round. But it all depends on the amount of pressure that the defenders are doing to funnel the opponents into him. And so far, semi-successful because of the Omen smoke in B main, so they gather towards mid. The Cypher controls the A main, there was no pressure being done. The AWP from Viper actually denies the info, if I'm not mistaken, from that camera when it's up. So that might pose a problem. Now they get the information about the one market player. And the attackers, though, know that the players from B main are very deep.
Musashi, sneaky
That's
boy.
the judge.
Good
he
damage.
Gets one. Showstopper, ready, will be to be used.
Ooh, Azuri trying to push forwards here, and he actually ends up with one. Backs out into safety, but Alive doesn't want to let that unpunished. Blades used well. Ascend actually picking up weapons here, and will try to utilize them. Batty G, though, he was one of the Phantom players, and now he's no more. And as we set up here, we're looking at a B-site take. There's two players hiding out for Ascend here to defend. Slowdown, will it be enough? Showstopper denying the resurrection. It was an ult for ult. Is it worth it? CGN still better firepower-wise, but again, the time is against them, and they have to move in. Element up first. Knows where Brody's coming from, looking for some shots, and he does make them lower. Second by second, Musashi brings out the paint shells, and that will cost him. He loses his life, and Brody on site will drop as well. Alive, everything to do. And he's a bit too far away to deny the spike plant. Knives out. Element low. Shazian needs to be picked up with a headshot. Walks in. Does he check his left side? He does, but he has to check behind the boxes as well. And he will not, because Element is hiding there and will shoot him in the back. CGN, unrelentless and unstoppable.
If you were to see me on the camera, I'm like visibly shook because Ascend many times are being punished for the overpeaks that they do. And CGN, with the very slow and methodical approach to gameplay on all of the free maps, are actually benefiting from that. They're punishing the overpeaks from the opponents perfectly. Here, Buddy G going into that mid space when they know they pushed away after the opponents, after the utility from Musashi being used, he goes into a stack of multiple players and gifts the kill. And that is a problem that Sen needs to fix, because right now CGN are in the driver's seat and they have multiple ults to just completely slowball, not around when Ascent have a full buy. There's Alive with the operator that is a potential threat. But there's a lot of utility from CGN that can deny him that angle first.
Man, it's small mistakes as well, man. I feel like Brody's not really hitting his shots and some very influential moments. I think you could see the rest with some other players from this team. And CGN are capitalizing it. Finally, a duel goes into play for Alive. Element peeks out dry and costs with it. Monster seeing the head of Azuri here. It's a great tag to know.
He knows about the player. Now let's see if there's any utility that can punish that position. There's a pain shield, but where is Musashi? He's going there. Look at this position. That's so funny.
Yeah.
That pain shield's gonna land there. Here we go.
He's dead.
He's dead. That's how big of a power a Cypher camera has in this game.
Yep.
The information gathering is huge, and I thought that orb is actually there to counter that.
Brilliant into the smack. Musashi trying to break through the wall as soon as it's put down. Brody isolated on top. Benny draws out the showstopper and explodes his opponent whole. Shazion is left alone, finally around for walking into favor for Ascend. Paint shields. They really want to use everything to their disposal to get rid of Shazion. He's been spotted yet another time into the crosshair of Alive. Ascend finally win a round.
And this time, they punish the overpeak. Element peeking out with the operator, just dry peeking that angle while being fully exposed right here to Heaven without checking it first is something that is a very high risk and a relatively low reward, because you peek into multiple angles that you need to check. You have CT, you have Heaven, you have closed left, closed right, and that operator, well, let's say, not the most efficient gun when it comes to like taking our first angle on attack. So this falls for CGN into pieces, and now they have to back up. And look at that. They are actually going full 5 people into A side, but not a single piece of utility is being used.
Yeah, they've been too used to be able to take that corner dry. Alive this time switching things up, catches them off guard. And now, with a Nebula dropping, his vision is obscured, which allows Monster to have solo responsibility. Actually, Badly G is going to be joining him on this effort. Shazion going all the way around, though. He might be catching them both off guard, but Monster reads it in time. Ascent finding things going back into their favor. Scratch that. His Element is back into play. Viper's Pick guaranteeing securement of this site control. At least from its entrance, and Alive is point blank shooting with the operator. Knows where one is and pulls the trigger in time. Azuri in his element. First shot goes to his way. Spike touch, snake bite on it. Is it enough to kill him in time? Yes, gets him off of it at least. Can he get there in time? He's got another snake bite, drops it. Gun going through him.
No one is
defusing
defusing
where
for
he is.
now.
No one's defusing, no pressure on Azuri to peek. So he stays still, repositions a little bit. Touch of the spike, but doesn't stick it. Again, peeking through, that's one, but Musashi finds a bullet to the head. And there you have it. Ascent will be able to secure a second consecutive round.
Look, I love the setup from CGN. The Viper Wall, unorthodox one. We have seen it already once, but it cuts the first area of the site in half. Allows those very similar lurks that can happen on Bind from short. It has kind of the same idea behind it, and it was very effective. But then the first tempo of this execute fell apart because no utilities being used to clear the potential operator or the Cypher that is holding the angle. So they pay the price with a death. But when they funnel onto site, the player from elbow takes the first contact instead of the player coming from A main. So Ascend is able to convert those advantages that they had because it's the other way around that you would normally expect it. And again, B main control is being taken by Ascent with that one-way. And it's like, it poses a threat. They don't need to hold it, but the attackers cannot really cross it unless you take the risk. So they are funneling into the mid, and this is another area that is now being held by Alive.
Repositions for a third time. He's been influential due to his early picks, but misses the mark and uses an updraft to get away. Masashi, he's been looked at. We can see it, but he can't, but he can feel it at least. He's going to get challenged here, isn't he? As soon as the Nebula deteriorates, they're going to try and push right past him. And that's where Shazion reveals himself. Paint Shell's right after it. Blast Pack again. Both Razors have the same idea, but Masashi can't capitalize upon it. He messes his own spray up. And unfortunately, he has to drop. CGN, stabilize.
That was so beautiful. He put the Paint Shells, like gets him into his crossfire, and then Satchel to deny him the kill, but yet it doesn't get him the kill himself.
Paranoia hits the mark on 3. So it does delay the push 30 seconds, by the way. CGN got to act quickly. And Ascend were pretty sure that there might have been a rotation towards this A site. Alive isn't there on time. Brody is actually alone. He's got to do this all by himself. And all the pressure is on his shoulders. All of it.
The structure of that building is hurting, by the way.
Brody, first shot, 13 seconds. Can't deliver on the second. It might not be good enough because Alive can't really push that easily with that operator.
7 seconds.
Divide.
There's the plant.
Holding out the site, blocking it in 2, making the entrances of it lenient towards the defense of it. Element together with Benny out to the open. Monster barely peeks. Element's on an aim trainer right now. And Alive with a Vandal now in hand, finds a first, knows where the second is as well as the third. Runs out of space, runs out of bullets as if the world is closing in on him. Increasingly harder as the seconds walk past him. An Element with a final bullet is able to put CGN right back on top, right back in control.
Good crossfire setup by CGN there with the Astra ultimate. Like, even without that kill on the Cypher, jump peeking through the ultimate, I feel like it's such a hard position to go through as a defender for the retake. Because you're not able to peek fully without being met by 2 different angles that are holding you. And that was very visible after getting this kill. Alive was in a position, like, how do you get 1 kill without a lucky flick on the other one? It's almost impossible. And they play patiently. They don't overpeak, they know the player is running out of time. He also used both smokes. There's no way of getting onto the spike and just getting a half with the smoke from the jet. So this was an easy hold from the attackers. But you have to say, Element went huge with the opening kill on short. And it was just him dry peeking as a Reyna with that confidence buff when it comes to the ultimate. He gets that kill, gets the heal, gets the potential scouting ability with the dismiss to get information about other players. And that is currently kind of snowballing. So CGN winning 5 rounds is already a good score.
I'm praising you, Lothar, because I know it takes a lot to praise Arena.
Look,
I'm impressed.
You need to get some value out of the potential Reyna, and that's the only way you're getting it.
And
right?
Element is doing it.
We talked about like the Lear not hitting on short. That was one of the things that definitely needs some work. And him one time dry peeking without a flash being used, also he paid his price. But here, when he's depending on his shots, that is the buff that he gets when he's playing that character. Oh, one way being missed. That is a potential opportunity for CGN.
Yeah, they're not quite in position to capitalize it just now because they don't really have all of their eggs in that particular basket. Instead, there's a juicy objective really in mid. Similar to what we've seen before. They love this control. Not much to work with here for the Send. Minimal weaponry and firepower. This crossfire setup, though, might be what's good for them. They're waiting on the Paranoia for Baddy G. Maybe come win with a pick from Alive. Remind you, Alive is the only player with a Vandal, so the only one with potential impact. Vince will be dropping back. The Penchill's forcing him out, but he's got assistance now. No, he's actually alone on that.
Brody just pushes in with a classic.
They're trying to pincer them in, but they don't really have the facility to do so.
And so far, the hold is successful on a round when they don't really need to hold anything because they need to get some potential fights for that player with the Vandal. And that was unsuccessful, but look what happened. They funneled all the players towards the A side, and the full stack is happening. Sage hears the rotation. She hears the Astra player in the water, so now everything is happening right now. the entire stack on site.
Benny leading the charge, alive, able to find a kill. He needs to stay alive for longer than that, but the showstopper does so much. And all of a sudden, they're in the fight. Benny taking down Musashi's been the troublemaker. They knew Brody was pushed out of B. Do they know he's gone all the way around? There's a potential Phantom at his feet to collect. He's got it. 12 bullets, are slow towards Benny, but he's got 2 to take down. And CGN play patient. He hits Vince behind the box.
He still has the wall to potentially alter the vision.
He does to the left. He's going to try and isolate them on site. Can he isolate these kills? That's the question. Damage towards him, and damage through the box again. Benny, peaks in time, and CGN sees control once more.
Look, I have to say that Ascent played this round almost perfectly. And I would love to see a repetition of this on a full buy round. Because the way that they pinched the opponents with the utility and just literally just pushed them away into the direction that they wanted them to go in was really well done. The problem is, they were holding the angles with pistols. And the only saving grace for that round was the utility from the Raze. Getting the double kill with the showstopper, isolating the players with the painters was crucial. But still not able to capitalize on those kills was the problem because of the hardware. But still, let's go in. There's a very, very nasty exit happening on A side.
Yeah, it's aggressive, isn't it? Benny leading the charge on that one, so the A side will be taken over. Bit of a late wall to come through. Maybe not so necessary since you've gained all that control anyway. Interesting, might want to use it later on, but for now that's no longer the case. Ascendo actually very quick on this, and already with 3 players strong, will be walking down this ramp. Element blasts back to his feet, and Musashi peeks before he enables his own blast pack. Alive, able to trade it out. But with Element being here, it's very annoying. You've got to deal with him first before you enter the site.
But he's stuck in a corner.
He really is. But still, is able to trade it out and gets out of there, out of harm's way. Makes it difficult for him to be killed, but he's still collected. Running out of time, they've got to push. Benny gets one, alive with the other, and Brody enters the fight. The defuse is theirs, and so is the round.
Whoa, that was a crazy round. The execute was almost fumbled because of the satchels like missing at the beginning, but still, the job was done because of the opponents were scared away from their positions. So the showstopper was more of an intimidating factor than anything else. You were not expecting to get any value out of it, of course, apart from getting this site to be cleared. But now you can see a little bit of the value that Reyna can provide in those situations. Although I have to say, when he was dismissing from the first kill, he could have looked at the ramp to give information how many players are there, and that could have saved his teammate who was trying to help him out. That didn't happen.
It's a high pressure position to think
definitely.
of that at that moment. It requires a lot. And Element finding himself towards the other side, just walking past the smoke. Batty G in the meantime is doing the exact opposite as him. And Element, this time around, is able to win it.
Yeah, and that's something I wanted to say. When you see the one-ways in B main, they're typically made for guns that have, like, let's say, longer range. But when you see a smoke being put in the middle of the B main, that typically reads as someone has a shotgun.
Never mind. Yeah, fair enough. I was going to mention that. Never mind. my brain went elsewhere.
All good. In this case, CGN reads into that and posts the player early into that smoke, and they punish that possibility. It was a high risk, but now Element just dry peeks into an operator. Unlucky.
I mean, considering the early kill, it was super important for CGN to pick it up, but they had to sustain that presence. Musashi doesn't even get traded or punished here, and when that blast back gets out of harm's way. So CGN still in the fight, again, without sufficient weaponry to be equally challenging their opposition. They've got to win a couple of duels to be comfortable. That wall needs to get broken again to put pressure onto Ascend.
The problem is they don't have smokes, if I'm not mistaken. So how do you enter this B side with a judge without a smoke?
Brody holding, waiting. So is alive, knowing where one is coming for. That spike is now dropped, and blades are enabled. Draft, updraft into the air. Musashi carries it onwards. And wait a minute. Ascend have got it under lock and key. Vince has to get the spike down. Musashi's got clear vision over the high ground. The headshot does connect, but it's through the wall, therefore not enough. And that's Ascend closing up the gap.
And good planning from Ascend here in that last possible second, because the opponent has only 5 seconds to plant, 6. In this case, he needs to stick it. So one player jumping down from heaven to disrupt that plant is a guaranteed win of the round, because he either gets the kill on the planter or loses the gunfight but denies the plant, and the other player stays up top and just doesn't die, and that wins them the round. So good discipline on that in those last moments of that round, and that forces a timeout from CGN in exactly the same round as they did on Bind. Last one before going into the second half.
The last round before they enter the second half.
All right, well, in general, I would say a lot of try peeking from both teams.
Indeed. It seems that they're trying to catch their opponents unawares without, alerting them with utility of their push. Trying to get their, advantages that way. Alive, though, can afford to do that with his operator, and he's been rewarded with it so far, more than their opponent has, which is why Ascend has been slowly catching up. Still, at 1 round away, they would love to close this out 6-6 before they enter the second half, but for CGN right now, guaranteeing this one with their ultimates they have at hand is what they're looking to do. Increase that lead.
There's a Viper Spit, which is such a huge tool on any map, but on attack is just strictly used for post-plant. So far, unfortunately, we have seen it being used in a main area without the spike in range. And that was a problem. So let's see how they fix this for this round. Different orb a little bit, this time fully covering the A side entrance, because the wall is also different and covers heaven, but leaves a gap, by the way, on heaven. That is such a peculiar wall.
Interesting.
It's like trying to bait people into peeking in that area so you can spam it.
Could be. We might not be seeing it into effect, given that the rest of CGN...
They cleared the corner that was being abused by Ascent so many times.
Fair enough.
Now they hear about the Sage Wall. There's a huge gap in that Sage Wall, by the way.
Which is covered by a dark cover.
And there's
Poison Cloud.
There's so much loot in that space.
Push. Yeah, the thing is, even if you enable the Poison Cloud there, you can't push through the wall. They know, Ascend know of such, so they're not really ultra concerned. So they stick to their guns to the left-hand side. Although mid not quite occupied, they'll know of a potential A pass. Yeah, that trip they have.
The thing is, that smoke kind of indicates that they want to go in the direction of the A side. So you might actually see a slight rotation towards that side, because Omen is going to be in a problematic spot when that push happens through vents, but they will be alerted about that because of the Cypher Trap. So now they faked it, and they go into the B side, and that rotation happened.
So CGN trying to double fake their way towards this B site, alerting them of their presence, breaking down a bit of utility. But the trip, importantly, hasn't been broken down. Therefore, they know the exact plan of what is going on, and the rotation from Ascend is timely. They turn their attention towards this push. There's not much time to get that spike down, but they will get it down. And that's the important part, which keeps them alive in this game, even though they've lost most of their players.
Baddy with the insanely important double kill, never being checked on his position, got so much value. And how do you hold this 2v4 without being aggressive? It's gonna be such a difficult post plan for them.
The paranoia is accurate. If I'm not mistaken, it caught out both of the attacking players of CGN. Little by little, they get knocked down. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? It's Ascend equalizing the table. Equalizing the table, not quite sure if that's a saying, but still.
Maybe it's wobbling a little bit.
It was wobbling a bit, stabilizing things.
I mean, 6-6 on defense, not terrible, not great. We know where the quad goes from, but in general, Split is a map that I do like to say it's a little bit more attacker-based when the teams are coordinated. And Ascend's composition is, in my eyes, very well tailored for attack because of the double potential explosive mobility going onto site. But as you mentioned, actually, in before we went into this map, there's no initiation here. The only initiation coming from this Ascent composition is coming from the paranoia. And that's it. That's the only tool that kind of opens up space without thinking about walls, because it goes through them. There's no other flashes. There's like the only potential that you can use is the boom bot, but it's slower than your potential mobility. So that poses a little bit of problems. And CGN now, the Reyna on defense actually is very potent because of the possible off angles that she can hold. Let's see what the pistol round is like. 1-4-0, and that 0 is left there because there's a trap holding that angle. So they're not anticipating.
Yeah, just holding out to the left-hand side as Ascent, again, try to navigate this mid. Similar to what we've seen CGN do.
That wall didn't get a lot of value, though.
No, it really didn't. It's broken, and Ascend are going to be walking past the element, trying to be sneaky underneath here. If Musashi doesn't check right beneath them, If he peeks that, he might be in trouble. He's replenished in health, even though he did get damaged. Shazion gets spotted, they bounce back from it, so they know there's a potential B-take here, which is why CGN are sending their defensive powers towards it. Push initiated. Musashi, firstly the charge. Shazion in trouble, he's low in health and blinded, which allows Monster to cleanly pick it up. And all of a sudden, Ascend take B-site control. Spike is under their control as Musashi closing it on Benny. Will be able to find one.
The awareness to flick in that moment was crazy.
Yeah, but I think it was Azori that ended up with a kill at the end of that one. Still, not all has been done, but it seems Ascend have got superior positioning, especially if they push towards CT like that. Batty G for the final kill. Finally, Ascend find themselves the lead in this game, 7-6.
Yeah, very much needed for Ascend because this is like, you know, like the map favors the attackers, but it's just by a small margin. And if you're not able to capitalize on the early snowball here, like, you're gonna struggle. Split is just such a tough map to go through if you don't have a solid plan for attacking. And wow, that buy, we see a Navi buy here coming in from Ascend. 2 Ghost players that are just literally gonna shadow Musashi and Alive to pick up the guns if something happens to them. So this is a potentially, I wouldn't say explosive round, because those Vandals want to take a little bit of a longer range fight. So they go with a 4-1 split.
Well, that slow is actually going to do quite a bit, especially if CGN would have elected to peek that, but you don't really want to take that long distance fight when you're up against rifles. Monster, though, he's not ghosting one of his teammates. He's actually going front first with the ghost. And I feel like so many of the times, even on these bonus rounds, it's the lesser weapons that end up with the kills. But they're cleaning up. They've been called in for janitorial duties. Sweeping, dusting, it's all done.
Planted.
All they need to do is lock the door as they close out for the night. CGN, I think they're going to have to start thinking about the next round.
Yeah, this is gonna be like just getting exit kills from CGN here, so hopefully Element and Azuri are gonna get some frags at the end to make sure that they deny some economy from the opponent, but at the same time, 2 players have ghosts, so they can pick up those weapons, right? So that's why you have a buy like this. But I want to comment Ascend here. I really like how they entered the site with a perfect timing on the Paranoia. The Paranoia affects a potential defender in that spot, but the players are not pushing during the first tempo of it, but they just like literally peek in the moment before that Paranoia runs out. So the player who is affected is thinking he's in a safe spot because no one is peeking, and he's almost ready to re-peek into the angle, so he's lingering next to the wall, and that's the moment when the opponent strikes. And if they're gonna keep up with the mobility and that Paranoia exactly like the way they played it here, that's gonna be a really successful execute. But the problem is, there's only 1 Paranoia, and if they miss that timing, they're not gonna have the opportunity again. Defender's actually leaving them completely mid-open. That's an interesting approach.
Doesn't even come down to that, because Shazion's able to find the first pick. Azori gets challenged onto the safe site, but Element hasn't been spotted.
Yeah, that might be a problem.
Doesn't go for trigger discipline play, ends up on top and runs away. Dismissed, but not quite. Musashi doesn't
2
let him
meters
leave
away.
the classroom. Yeah. Oh well, 3v3 though, it's close. Spike at the back of the site. Ascend actually playing this very passive, but at the same time trying to cover the crossline onto Heaven. Heaven, yeah.
But they have perfect hardware in this potential post plan. They still had 3.
Oh dear me! How did that happen? Ascend.
That was a nice combo of the Sage Slow and the Painter still available here. It was actually crazy. And now Vince isn't the 1v3.
Can he do it? It's difficult. It's definitely everyone's all over the place. And Musashi right behind the corner, barely visible at that point. So Ascend, they find themselves a streak of rounds. 3 in particular this half.
And now we can see how big of a value that buy in second round holds, because the potential of the next round is just being lifted up because you have so many rifles around. So it's not really a bonus round anymore. It's like almost a full buy round. And in this case, not only they can capitalize on the utility because they have the full kit, but also they can hold the long-range angles because of the potential Vandals and Phantoms. Now, not only they gathered 3 rounds in a row, ruined the bank of the opponents, but they also get the ultimates on. Showstopper is ready as well. and they get the first blood. That is
Super important.
insanely.
But at the same time, CGN, again, on Sheriffs, right? I think the fact that Ascend have been able to break CGN and the moment where rifles are in play for them is exactly what they needed.
Big fan of the skin, by the way. Love Smite.
I'm not quite sure if you're serious.
No, I am. I actually have it on my account. This is the
do you
only
use low settings, low graphics
No,
settings?
I use the highest possible settings. It looks way better then. And by the way, this is the only set that I regret not buying.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Okay. Well, good to know. Good to know. I will agree to disagree.
By the way, pay attention to the positioning of the Viper right here, because she has the second wave of defense in the Viper wall, but she's not going to have fuel to back it up right now. Well, there's a little bit of it.
Oh, what a shot! I'm not quite sure what game I'm watching, but I didn't know there were flying planes in this one.
That was a crazy tracking.
Oh, insane. And, I mean, look, it was only 1 kill for CGN. At the end of the day, they weren't expected for much out of it, but I guess that's the highlight of that round. Ascend on double digits, though.
If he would have gotten 2, I would have lost it, man. That first kill was bonkers. Can we get like a slow-mo? Thank you.
Boom. Knocked out of the air.
Crazy. Anyway, double digits, that's a problem, though, for
That is a
CGN to
problem.
face. Like, again, there's not a lot of leeway
No, there
for
isn't.
CGN right now, and they might end up in a similar position like Ascend was on Bind, when they cannot make any mistakes. And that is really a game changer when it comes to the way that you think about the game.
Ooh, Azuri might be point blank with everyone.
They know
The
about
opposing
him.
Team showstopper. They're going right after him. It's going to be traded. Paint shots right underneath. Pre-fire sprayed. Beautifully done by Ascent to enter the site. CGN now struggling to find their way back in. And the fact that Elements be spotted by the Neuro Theft means he can't go for a proactive play.
Spike planted.
That is a very challenging retake as the Lurker also comes in the back. The Sage is going to be huge. Now the players on the side just need to buy time for that Lurk to be effective.
And it seems they're doing just that. Brody, ever closing in, ever approaching. CGN finding some. But still, Brody yet to be put into play. Now he has. But they've changed positions. They've exchanged angles. Vince has won it out. And it's all down to Brody, the captain of the team. Diffused halfway. Touched again! But Brody, resilient as ever! He closes it out.
There were some moments when I was doubting this post plan because the players were not effectively trading each other. But the lurk finally happened and got that very important backstab on the screens area. But still, it went down to a 1v1 when the spike was halved. So that was a lot of pressure on Sage from Ascent, on Brody here to just perform, because you have to peek. When someone taps the spike at half, you cannot just let it happen because your opponent might just fully defuse in 3.5 seconds. So there's no space to make another decision than just take the gunfight. And Element was ready for that, but he lost it. And that's like, you know, 50-50 can happen, right? But this is another disaster for CGN now. Not only they lost the third round, their full buy. When you look at the rounds, they didn't win a single round on defense. Not only that, the play that they had set up on the on the A side this round, when Azuri was just trying to go into an aggressive angle with the orb, he was denied because of the Cypher Cage. The Cypher Cage giving info allowed the race to showstopper her and then essentially get the entire round open.
So CGN slow things down a bit, take it back a notch. See if they can draw it right back in their favor. It seems like they've lost their grasp of the steering wheel. Ascend fully in the driver's seat right now. And quite a stark difference to what we saw in that second map, because let's be honest, that was sheer domination from the German side. But for now, seems that the status of this game has changed. Ascend now fully in control, and they're looking to take this fight onto CGN quickly. Shazion holds on, barely alive, but he gets the job done. So does Vince, really. CGN collapsing upon them. 3 players hand in hand, deal with it cleanly.
That was a really well done separation of the opponent forces with utility. The slow, the paint shells separated the attackers from each other.
And now Monster, he's gone all the way around. Element reads it. They don't care they've let the A site open, because now they can simply play the trade game. No chances taken. CGN want to secure this round.
Yeah, and the only way of, by the way, if you want to win a round like this, and you have still 55 seconds, you cannot just plant. You just need to get and kill before you plant, try to weaken the forces of the opponents, but that requires the opponent to make a mistake by separating the forces. And when you play a 5v1 retake, that could have been the first step for Brody to make the play, because he got the separated duel.
Yep.
But, well, unfortunately, he didn't win the duel.
And the timeout of CGN comes in handy. They get themselves on the board for the first time this half, by the way. So let's see if they can chain some momentum in their favor.
Yeah, but I really like the hold on B side, and Ascent just went in, like, didn't care about the utility.
Right.
They got punished by the setup because the very basic slow and paint shells separated the players that were double dive on the side. Jet didn't trade the Raze didn't get a kill, so everything just fell apart. Let's see what the setup is right now, because it seems like 1-3-1, but not exactly. Two players are lingering towards the B side as well. Betty G is not certain which way to go yet. They exchanged the responsibilities. So now Betty G is going to be holding B main. He hears the Sage Wall. He has to destroy that Sage Wall to put pressure on the defenders. And he knows he's in a dangerous area. Remember, they have less ammo right now, so he starts spamming 2 wall parts, so he only has a clip and a half now left for the entire round.
Starting to slowly see the effects of the change in riflery power. Full mid control here for Ascent as they pushed quite far up, but don't really want to secure it with a push into tower.
I mean, this is very challenging for the defenders, because the only person holding the B heaven is the player from B side, the Astra. And she's very exposed, so this is why the very deep angle happening on Sage here. And she
was
gets
unassisted, but still gets one. It's a trade. Ooh, but with the Resurrecting coming through, it keeps Ascend alive, even though Azori is able to find a kill onto that A site. There was a bit of alert going on there that is to no avail. But look at Vince here. They've got no idea he's here, not messing around for a single second. Reposition, the smoke deteriorates, and he still gets another. Still very close in numbers. Spike needs to be picked up quickly and get planted. 10 seconds on the clock as Element tries to punish. Lear pushes through. Spray down is rough. Not exactly what he would have wanted. Azori struggling to close the deal. 8 bullets to chase after Alive. But Alive is chasing right after him. He's the one to peek, but whiffs his shot. Azori is quicker to the trigger, and CGN win another round.
Oh my god, what a chaotic round. It could have end up with both teams winning it. There was some really pivotal moments. The way that I wanted to set up the attention of the viewers this round was that Sage player in B and the Astra position, because if the Sage fails to get a double kill, Vince is being put in a very, very peculiar position. That's why he smoked off in a way that created space for the attackers, but he fully gained momentum because no one expects him to be there. So it's, yeah, he, let's say, improvised on the fly how he can benefit from the bad position that he is put in. But in general, I would say that CGN could have gotten, like, they got outplayed by the opponents and by their own positioning, but just won the duels. And they, because of that, they were able to win the round.
You can hear the cry of the blades. Get out the way. Definitely not in that tone, but you guys get the idea. Still, it is the attack towards this right-hand side, this A site. Paranoid, no, that's actually a dark cover. Being thrown over to assist the push. Leading the charge alive, trying to avoid paint shells thrown at him. Drops Masashi, quick to die. Element leads away, out into safety. Monster delivering, alive in the sky, shooting like a bird. And now Vince up against Alive here. It's a fickle position to be in. But Ascend execute nicely. They're fully under control.
Yeah, and they have a 4v2 post plan. Now, the thing is, they're all stuck on site, stuck in one position. 4v3 now, after the ult. One way
brilliant.
is such a huge piece of utility that reroutes the forces to come from heaven. And now they're expecting it. The 4 players on site is now beneficial, but the paint shells.
Ooh, Brody forced out into the open. Monster doubles up, triple fully into this round. Ascend, stop the streak of CGN and find themselves a match and series points.
That was a very scary round for both teams, and I cannot even express how much value that one-way had. You can imagine, like, oh, he can just put it on the bottom, you know, just on the floor. It's like a normal smoke, but that would most likely end up with players still pushing through it. He took the time to make the one-way, and I'm certain that he did it, like, in milliseconds because Badgie has a lot of experience on the Omen. So putting those one-ways in a split second is so pivotal, so important in those moments. That's a fast attack. Okay.
It's very fast. And that's what you can really gain having this double duelist setup on this attack. You can just completely steamroll your way through.
How did he win that gunfight?
He's baddie G. He's just the baddie, you know? He can do kind of things, and he's just keeps on doing it. They know this is the final round of this game. They just want to do it in style. Brody holding back the rotations. And with that final kill, it is the end of the series. Ascend close it out 13-8. And in explosive fashion, and CGN, even though they had such a good second map, could not get there in the end.
Such a change of pace for the last round, and I always say that it's so hard to get value out of the Omen ultimate, and you can see how it was converted. He even peaks first with, welcome back, without like having any backup yet from the players on Heaven. Such a well-played round, and Ascend were able to go and win the third map after losing 13-2 on blind.
Yeah, it's really difficult to come back from those situations mentally, right? But also at the same time, it was a close first half. It was the fact that you couldn't really come back from the attacking prowess of your opponents is how Ascend was able to take over. Now looking at the replays of the series, can you give me some of your thoughts?
I think both teams definitely will benefit from rewatching this match to like tighten up the gameplay. There was a lot of dry peeking. There was a lot of situations where both teams were losing while having an advantage. But in general, I really like the way that both teams kind of approach the utility that we use. We have seen a lot of improvised or like, let's say maybe well-used utility to gather space, specifically from CGN with the Viper. But when it comes to Ascend, I think they just thrive in the positions where they're put on the back foot. And for me though, the highlight of this match is Vince. His performance during this match was crazy, collected, steady, and a very pivotal player for this entire team.
Yeah, brought in as a trial, is like, let's give this guy a go, let's see what he can do, and he actually turns the tide entirely around for CGN and makes them, exactly, for CGN, and makes them one of the front runners. Unfortunately for the final game, his performance wasn't as great, and, you know, it reflected in the end score and the result of the match. So Ascend are going to be the victors, taking this one home and being the first team in their group going 2-0, which is really important, right? Means that they'll get a better seeding if they manage to close it all out. But ladies and gents, there's an awesome match. Spain versus Turkey, SAUL versus Digital Athletics up next, so you want to be tuned in for that.
Ascend top their group 2-0, closing it out in that final map on Split. Convincing win from them, and give me a corpse. Salam alaikum. Are you okay? Hello?
What happened? I passed out.
Who's gonna give him the who's gonna
It's
do
okay.
it today?
CGN won.
Look, I feel
CGN
you.
played one of the best games ever. This was one of the best. No,
Were you watching?
I think I fell asleep, but not in the great way. Not in the.
As in, like, you fainted.
I fainted. Yeah,
Okay,
I was
yeah.
outie, literally.
Okay,
You were
listen.
Audi from Falcons?
We like to talk about Element on the arena. 212 ACS, but really the player that stood out is Musashi this game. Coming out as the MVP, 368 ACS himself. I mean,
Hey, one German won.
yeah. How does that make you feel?
Happy for Musashi. I mean, you have to give it to him. The man was an absolute unit. The man was an absolute beast. And I think this is one of the rare times where I'll say that, and I cannot wait to hear Thomas in this, where I think CGN was in a lack of firepower. Overall, that is unfortunately a thing that happened, particularly in the last round. You saw how nerves got to them. And it just hit them because the first half was fine.
I think it is just Ascend experience after yesterday. It's just they implemented almost the same things. We saw also Alive pushing A main to gain that control, gain that space, get that information, lock it in for his team. And actually, CGN didn't do bad exactly in the first half. I can tell you they had very good plays, very good positions. It's just the amount of adaptability that came from Ascend during defender side that actually put CGN in such a bad position going into second half.
Unfortunately. I wish I could tell you a different story, but big props to Ascend for actually bringing it through. Everyone was stepping up at the end of the day, which made this performance particularly respectable for them. Because the first half, again, didn't get me going, didn't convince me. But this is where we could start the discussion. How useful is that Reyna? Is that Reyna really it? Is there another piece of utility that could have been a better decision? But at the end of the day, it's a CGN game plan that simply did not work today.
No, but it's also the consistency that we were expecting from CGN that wasn't really here. I mean, that bind, the second map, that was Ascend's map pick, and it was a stomp, to say the least, from the side of CGN. That consistency didn't show up onto the final map split. But one consistent factor that we did see from CGN was Vince.
I absolutely love this guy. We talked about Mo yesterday. What's going on with the controllers in this tournament? We have Vince, yesterday we had Mo. They're all popping off, trying to carry their team left and right, especially Vince.
So the thing about him is, I think that really has to be highlighted. He has been somewhat of recent pickup. He has been previously playing in the academy of CGN, has played for VCT Esports for a little bit. So this was like Project V level. This was like the lowest competition level. But then he was the one who actually stood in or came in for the controller, space they had. And ever since he proved it in clutches, in his overall play, in the passiveness he's shown. So many things that makes this guy as a young gun so dangerous. A man to look out for overall.
I would say his discipline and decision-making on using his utility, especially when in difficult situations, and not just difficult situations, looking at these factors that actually makes a player capable of evolving and having the potential to actually reach a greater level. I think he has that. He always delivers when his team needs him the most.
Yeah, and it was that delivering that we needed to see from the other members as well. Unfortunately, on Split, that might not have been the case. Maybe, as you said it yourself, a little bit of the jitters getting to them, not really in their top shape. But what we did see from Ascend was the adaptations, and that comes through every single time this team calls for a timeout. They're like, yeah, we're back in the driver's seat.
NBS is built differently.
Yeah,
I mean,
round 9.
The experience he has over there on the coaching slot, we're going to see it in the round in just a second. I don't know how they get away with it, because here we see, although it was not the most successful thing, we see once more they have a new adaptation in the book. Okay, we have bad weapons. How about we try to pincer them in the middle, make this little CGN sandwich, and try to see where we end? Surely it was, not the best weapons to make this work. Fair play, but you once more realize whenever there's a time-up for an NBS, he makes it work with a fresh new game plan that surprises your opponent in a different way.
And actually, I think that was a mistake from CGN, actually giving the amount of space for Ascend, pincering them out, forcing them into A while having the macro play already happening on defender spawn. It was such a good round from Ascend. Unluckily, the weapons, the firepower was not in their favor. I think Brody had a chance to go on that 1v1 versus Benny, but I have a comment on the 1v1 versus Benny. Brody looked left for some reason, even though because he had a wall. I think he's going to use his wall right now on the left side, blocking that wall. There's no space for Benny to actually rotate and make a play. He knew where he was. For some reason, he just looked left and actually lost the round. So it was just a very good round to destroy economy for Ascend. That's the case.
Yeah, we already spoke about individual players from the side of CGN, Vince particularly being that consistent factor. We've highlighted Musashi already in terms of how well he's played. That was highlighted yesterday. It was highlighted again today, being the MVP time and time again. Once again, can this man do anything wrong?
He was a perfect pickup. I mean, he was the first decision Ascend made when it was about finding new players for the roster. This man, as you've mentioned, is a universal beast. He can be in a supporter role from time to time again, or also pick that raise. And things he does on the raise, the man is a mastermind at work, and I love to see it. Really, you cannot do much about it. There were a few iffy plays in the first half here and there, but once sides have been swapped, no way around this guy. He's an absolute tank for Ascend.
If we're gonna say something about this player, I think he's just mechanically gifted.
Oh yeah, I mean, with those stats.
Yeah, he's so mechanically gifted that he's able to pull any kind of utility in his hands into his favor and actually push that utility to the limits.
Yeah. And Vincent, you have a round specifically that you want to show us, boiling down to what Ascend has done correctly and how it's turned out in their favor.
It's okay.
So
It's okay.
Or do you just want to show out your outfit, which is...
What's up? Hey guys, today my outfit is worth this and this much and this and this much.
It's like a 2 out of 10 on a good day.
It's a 2 out of 10 on a good day, but still looking better than most. No, I'm joking. Whatever, let's get actually started. Sorry guys, I'm actually really depressed at the moment. Either way, taking a look, round number 15 is where we start because we have to talk about the second half. That was the most crucial aspect because you need to see one thing. An agent called Viper is usually used for denying space and even potentially on the defensive side, trying to figure out how to play retake. So let's take a look at this thing. And you see our Viper, oops, right here. There we go. So this is obviously a Zuri. What should a Viper usually not do? Die first. It's not what you want. It shouldn't happen. Let's see what happens. Well, you kind of can guess what is going to happen about next. He dies first. That is a big problem for a variety of reasons. First of all, we have this wall right here, which can obviously be useful on early denying your opponent, while alternatively being used in a retake. Retake is not really a thing for CGN, but it's a different topic. Moving further, the same thing happens in round number 17. As we are going to see, the same thing happens. He's a bit more proactive, goes in for the first swing, dies on the way back, boom. You have no more snake bites. You have no more walls. You have no more nothing that could help your team in the same fashion. And when we take a look further in round number 20, if I'm not totally mistaken, the same thing is going to happen. As we witness, he stands way more back, but what is going to happen? He's not going off-site. His decision right here, consciously, is staying on-site. Playing with his ult fair point. You gotta use it some way. But at the end of the day, dying once more in the process, being isolated in the fight, and nobody there to help him. The big point is, a Viper is an absolutely essential tool on this map, often seen as a different Sentinel kind of thing. But most importantly, as we have to reiterate here, CGN seem to not use it right. It is their game plan, it is their decision, and Azuri is smart enough to do those decisions consciously, but at the end of the day, it didn't feel like it was the right call, and that's something that Ascend used so brilliantly, because that way you can enter site and one control is already out of the game.
All right, a great wrap-up for that last game, but we're heading into the second game of today. We have Digital Athletics up against SAUL from Portugal. We've seen Digital Athletics already yesterday, and we've seen glimpses of what we can expect from them. Are we expecting those mistakes to have been fixed?
I hope so, because we didn't see Masic performance very well yesterday. We saw Deepmans doing great things yesterday. We saw Roxic doing great things. Skyling coming in, I think he could have done better, but I think because everyone was not doing his best, I think he was pulled back because of his initiator role.
I think particularly about this roster, what we have to mention, and you said it brilliantly yesterday, Tux, is that team is still somewhat fresh, right? They have done those roster changes in the second split. They didn't have a clean season at all. And most importantly now, the defense side is still the thing that we have our eyes looked at the most, because this is where it's got to work out. This is one of the few pain points that we have witnessed, because overall, this is not a bad team. This is not like, oh, they have the worst players. Oh, no, they don't have good players at the particular roles. But it seems like some kind of game plan is missing at time and time, where time itself might be the crucial factor because they didn't have enough of that.
Yeah, I mean, they're here for a reason. They have topped their region, so they have a lot of talent to play with. Some of the talent being Roxic. We've seen his performance yesterday against Ascent. He was able to keep that consistency up. He was able to play for the team, but unfortunately, yesterday it wasn't enough.
And looking at his numbers, looking at his performance yesterday, I think this guy's... He has good awareness, he has good game sense in general. That's what makes him special. When you were playing Viper, for example, if we saw the clip that actually Vincent break down, what happened was the Viper on split isolated itself. That helped the number advantage that the attackers have to win the duels against his teammate, which Roxic doesn't do. He always tries to lurk and give the advantage to his teammates and not put them at a disadvantage. And especially while using his utilities, he's been very, very careful and very cautious, because yesterday, Ascend didn't give him actually an easy time, especially on split. So looking at this player, I think he has great numbers. I think he can perform better still, but I'm looking forward for what he has for today.
Yeah, and they're going to be going up against SAUL. We have not actually seen SAUL compete yet. They're the representatives from Portugal, and they have a lot of things in the bag that we're going to have to explore today. So looking at the roster, looking at the team overall, what can we be expecting from the individual players?
Well, this is something we're going to elaborate a little later, because look at those numbers. Those 3 ACS players in the middle, you would say those are standout performances.
Absolutely.
This is their average throughout a season. I mean, this is already telling you a lot about the pure individual strength that this team has.
I've seen Davi. I think that's the right pronunciation for his name. Davi has doing incredible work. I'm telling you, controllers in this league, in this competition, they have been actually performing so well. They have been I feel like controllers are competing against each other. Back in the day, we were looking at duelists. Now we're looking at controllers. And I think Fizzy is such a very good anchor. I think he's one of the very unique anchors inside. He doesn't always wait for his utility to pop off or something. He always takes that step forward to actually anticipate what's going to happen before it happens, and somehow, most of the time, it works for him.
Yeah, and Bati played last year in Valorous as well. Pretty good performance, so interested to see how that's going to be playing out on the international stage. But SAUL, as we said, we haven't really seen them on the A stream or the B stream yet. This is their first game in VCT Ascension EMEA. So, Vincent, we're going to do what we did yesterday. We're going to have a 60-second clock down, 60-second timer. You have 60 seconds to tell us everything you know about SAUL.
No worries. I'll do
3,
so.
2, 1, go.
Most importantly for all of you out there, Portugal as a singular region did not exist last year, which means you have to create a team with players just from Portugal, at least the core. A difficult task, and the coach Mo knew from start that this is not going to be easy. So what happened? He picked up the core from a Portuguese team named Arroz. And Arroz was basically the Portuguese name for rice. Why they named themselves like that, I don't know. But he needed most definitely good IGLing force. Got that in form of Batty, as just mentioned. Definitely experienced in what he does. And Batty is often considered, at least from the Portuguese region, as a mini boaster. Why he's considered like that? Well, seemingly his kind of mentality towards the game and the way fighting back into it is very unique. Most importantly though, this team is one of the best when we go to the numbers. If it is though a reason for being in such a weak region, or if it's for their actual strength, we'll see.
We're gonna have to wait and see indeed. Once again, under the 60 seconds, I'm pretty impressed.
Good job.
Okay, that's the only compliment you're getting today. So,
Okay. Wow.
we've seen this. Not enough, apparently. We've seen the Digital Athletics play yesterday. So we've seen a couple of glimpses of some of the maps that they are comfortable and not comfortable on. A point of discussion yesterday, specifically, Tux, was the fact that Digital Athletics did not have a really big map pool. Is that the same for SAUL?
I don't think so. I think they're very similar in a way.
Okay, okay. Hold on. So you have a point. They don't have the strongest map pool.
Yeah.
I just want to pretty much make sure, because the interesting part is obviously in Portugal we have a best-of-1 system. So there's going to be very much in the map pool.
Yeah, Pearl is already the first one banned. Any surprises so far? We've said already when it comes...
What? So,
okay.
Okay.
That is normal. So the bind pick is normal, a bind ban is normal, but the select from SAUL is important. Okay, Fracture, here's the thing. Over the entire year, this map has been played twice, and only in the grand final of the region of Portugal by the guys of SAUL. This is a big pick.
For sure. Wow, that is amazing. That actually, so okay. If we're gonna, I'm gonna ignore the ban picks.
Really?
Yeah,
okay,
I'm gonna ignore
we
the
get into that
ban
later.
picks. Yes, we're gonna get to that later. I'm gonna go for the picks. Those two teams just picked one of the most comfy picks they have.
Yeah, true.
They picked Fracture, they picked Lotus. So coming into this, I think we're going to map 3.
All right.
Looking at it from that perspective, I don't think Digital Athletics are that very good in Fracture, personally. I've seen a lot of Fractures.
Yeah.
I didn't see Digital Athletics, to be precise, not very much, but I think SAUL has Fracture in the pocket.
I think there's a big problem with what we're seeing right here. Because SAUL picked Fracture, so this is their voluntarily picked, even though this is one of the least played maps. Lotus and Haven are, from a competitive official experience, the most played maps by SAUL. Just giving you an idea. Ascent has been played once by the guys of SAUL this year. Split played once by the guys of SAUL, because their best-of-1 region sees them always end up on one particular map. Most played was actually Icebox this year. This is not even in the pool anymore. So I don't know if Digital Athletics actually did themselves a favor with the bans from the perspective of experience of SAUL.
So then we're coming into Fracture, and based off of what you're saying means that SAUL is looking pretty good in this veto.
I think there's no... So the thing about SAUL is nothing is looking good for them. Honestly, the region itself is fairly, unfortunately weak.
Do you think
but they
it's
also
lacking
here to be an
experience?
underdog.
Yeah.
They're underdogs.
It is a bit of a statement to make, though, because we have not actually seen them compete on the international stage. So maybe that translates into today. They're going up against Digital Athletics, a roster that, yes, we've seen yesterday. They have a couple of cracks in the armor. They were exploited by Ascent. So coming in and saying that maybe they're not going to perform, we're going to have to wait and see.
That's the thing.
But Fracture is what I want to focus on right now. I want to focus on Fracture.
I think they have a they're gonna have a good performance on Fracture, I'm gonna say so. That's what I've seen. SAUL have a very nice, unique playstyle. Of course, I've seen all the grand finals of all regions. So that's
humble brag.
Yeah, it's all based on this.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what's gonna happen.
Do they have a nice and unique agent pick? That's going to be the question, because so far it looks like pretty identical.
It does. It actually is very identical. That is making it very interesting, because SAUL could have come up with everything. There's a low sample size to work with on the Digital Athletics side. We have a quite big coaching staff. But overall, the most interesting thing, I think, to look at, Tux, is particularly the Sova in comparison to the Fade, right? Those are the kind of agents where you would say, okay, the one has more of the room clearing aspect with the Fade and the Prowlers, and Davi is more of the kind of guy that will have a big advantage when it comes to making an execute work or finding information as a defender.
Yes, so we've talked about Davi, how he's good on controller. Now we're gonna mention why he's gonna be good on a Sova. Usually the controller is very cautious about using his utility unless there's a call out or something. calling, and he's always calling his util for sure.
Yeah.
So talking about the Sova, he's always trying to find the right time to actually use his Recon Dart or any kind of utility. Especially as a Sova player, you actually have to keep your utility most of the time for your teammates, because it's going to be pointless if you use it for yourself.
Yeah.
All right, so it's going to come down to information gathering at the beginning of the rounds for both of these teams.
I think, honestly, because I think we can make that point a bit maybe of Falcons being absolutely, inconfident as hell. They didn't have any confidence. And SAUL need to come into this with absolute, underdog kind of, the only thing we can do is lose, right? And I hope that they're going to do so, because there's a lot on the line for them, and they can be the biggest surprise of their group.
And actually, after a digital athletic performance yesterday, they had an image. They have a picture of what actually digital athletics are capable of. So I think coming to this, they should be prepared. They had one day to look at things, have a break, have a deep breath, drink some water, and then go into the match. So I think they're going to be very hyped to actually perform, to represent the region very well. I think they are this kind of a team. They have this kind of vibe.
Yeah, well, the casters that are going to be covering the first game of SAUL here on VCT EMEA Ascension are going to be Mitch and the son from Teletubbies that grew up. Do you guys feel old yet?
No, Tim's over there. I actually didn't do that when I was young. Sorry, you've mixed us up again. We don't all look the same, Ginny. That's all I want to say. Come on.
You're making that statement. Do not put words in my mouth.
Well, here I am with Tim, and we're ready to roll on into this game. I mean, we got to be realistic.
I'm Clinton.
My apologies. Paper thin. Goddamn right. Looking good, Tom, but I got to say, I'm hoping that SAUL are going to come in here looking good, because we saw these guys a long time ago. It's going to be hard to avoid. And we saw Digital Athletics already, and they look okay, but I don't know. Yeah, you can't do that every time. I don't know how strongly they're going to match up here, because the whispers behind the scenes have a lot of respect for SAUL.
Oh, are you going off Scrimbox? I love Scrimbox.
I'm saying that the Scrimbox lean there.
Thing in the universe that has proven nothing so far. But no, the main thing I'm looking at here is, how did they play? Because obviously within the Portuguese league, I think it's fair to say they were dominant, but I don't think that means an awful lot. Like, they have been able to basically bully around the majority of others in their league. Also, a lot of it was best of ones and then winning a best of 5 versus the team they always smash. So I think there's a lot to take from this, whereas Digital Athletics, we talk about the Turkish region being one of the toughest to sort of play through, and they managed that lower bracket run. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see where both of these teams land. And I'll be honest with you, I'm leaning towards the Turkish squad here. Even though it says DATH.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's Zesht is having his influence on this one.
This is the thing with Zesht. Like, the DATH team loses a game, and he's like, everyone's DATH now. We're just going to claim everyone as DATH just to help us out. But no, obviously, we'll get that. We'll get that fixed.
You can't just change players' nationalities, Tom. We wouldn't be doing that now, would we? Can't wait to see the Irishman Enzo a little bit later on, though. For now, DA and SAUL, as we said, kicking it off here on Fracture. And it's been a little bit of a slow start, 55 seconds on the clock when they finally decide to make that push forward. This attacking side coming from both angles. It's going to be a fight up top that Kakan cannot win. And now potentially stalling out on this one. I mean, just hide inside the smoke. No way that you're really getting more than one. And that smoke was bound to fade sooner or later.
They got a little bit of utility. Good stun from Skylam, but even still, it's only going to be the trade. A couple of low HP players and a wraparound from Thomasy to try and get himself back into position alongside the rest of his teammates. It does give up that site control. And I'm looking at that single flash available for Skylam. He's just going to go walking in and put it straight onto the angle. It's going to leave both players blind, but only slightly. And now Massacre's turned it into that 1v1. A low HP, Raze on the other side, trying to bait him in with a peek, but Thomasy is not budging, just playing off that timer. Gets it right again, just wasting that clock down even further. And by the looks of it, the round is already gone. The Portuguese Raze is going to take it home for SAUL, even finishing off with the final kill. And they'll have the pistol under their belt.
Oh, a solid start for the Scrimbox squad, Tom. We'll see if those books keep on building in value as this game goes on. Look, a close one, though, to kick things off. And you saw a couple of interesting plays trying to sneak inside the smoke. And they're not afraid to get crafty, even in these early rounds. I want to see them come out with confidence. And this second round, though, look, there's a lot of danger. The reality is you could see their opponents take a force buy, even just invest into a couple of pistols. And that's been enough in a lot of the games that we've seen to upset that pistol-winning team.
A very aggressive stance coming out from Digital Athletics, but obviously not having a lot in this round to really play with. Ruxit going to go down as well, and this is looking like a fairly easy cleanup for the attacker side. Now, one of the things that's quite interesting about this series in general is obviously with best of ones, a lot of the time the way that you're going to ban is just everybody bans until you sort of end up with a map at the end. So we haven't actually seen much Fracture coming out from SAUL at all. In fact, they played it once over the previous season and won it 13-3. So I can only assume that everybody else banned it against them. So it might be a bit of a surprise coming in for Digital Athletics because, again, you look through the map pool, there's like maps like Split, maps like Fracture that they've only played once, they've won it once, but you go, I don't know if they're good at it or not, but clearly it's something that SAUL have felt is strong within their map pool, and well, I guess it must have been working within their season, the one time they played it, but also within the scrims.
Well, that's them coming in with a 2-0 start. As we said, the second round, there's danger there, especially if you see the force buy, but when that doesn't come through, it certainly lessens down. Round 3, though, a whole bunch of danger to deal with. We're going to see the former DAC squad, now representing Turkey, rocking through with a bunch of rifles.
I'd have left as well, to be fair.
Yeah, I don't think many people want to stay in the DAC region.
Oh, God.
And again,
he called my pick'ems bad today. Now, I'll be honest, I got it a little bit wrong with Karse. I had maybe a little bit too much faith that they'll be able to bounce back, and the gentle mates proved strong, but at least I got the other prediction right, you know? The one with Ascend in it. Either way.
They did well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did all right. They had a bit of a blip. But the second map wasn't great. But
a hiccup.
Hiccup, yeah, you know. Mistakes were made.
Exactly.
Either way, though, again, a very slow, methodical start to this round. Clearly SAUL are expecting some sort of aggression to come through on the other side. But for now, at least, the defender's relatively passive, although Kakan is, you know, he's getting tempted, wanting to try and spot out some of that control on the other side. Bear in mind that Fade is only going to give them so much, Prowler's being limited, and for that matter, well, they found some information, but it still doesn't really garner enough to pull a rotation.
In fact, they want a bit more info, going aggressive here. A lot of danger around that corner. Many players waiting to swing, and the numbers I thought might do them justice. In fact, they've ended up taking a lot of losses on that fight.
I'm actually surprised with how well the defenders actually did there, getting 3 kills when sandwiched in from both angles. I thought they were going to be screwed. Now, it wasn't even the fact that the weaponry was that weak in the end. Like, there was rifles on the other side for some of the players, and somehow, yeah, I don't know how Deepmans and Kankan trade that 3 for 2 while sandwiched, but they did.
Yeah, I mean, it almost looks like in that initial fight, we're going to see a replay here, and yeah, very much so. There's utility being set up. This timing was just perfect, where Addicted was popping smokes, the peak comes out of Fizzy. Addicted is a second late because he's got to put that iPad away, takes the swing. By that point, those players have already fallen back a little more shallow into the angle to fight the players coming from Arcade, so they end up taking advantage of a timing they didn't know was there and avoiding what should have been a heavy punish coming through on the other side. So, not a bad round, but this defensive, 1 on the board, rifles in play, but ulti's on the other side. And the Rolling Thunder can be deadly on this map. They almost dealt with it right away. Oh,
yeah, that is a heavy investment straight in. It is going to be the 1-for-1 trade. Fizzy's done well to bring that one back. Someone we've definitely noted grinding it out over the last couple of years within that tier 2 scene. Masic, though, is going to keep this, well, firmly in the favor of Digital Athletics, and only Fizzy really being able to do anything on the other side.
A great response coming out of Ruxic and Skyland to go for their aggression down through Dish.
1 HP.
You know, at the moment where you just see that Rolling Thunder get activated, you know that you're in a spot where this squad is about to blitz, fully dedicate themselves to the B site. The rotations were on point, the crunch was good, and with Davey left alone, his chances are looking very slim on this one. Ton of information finding utility. We're already going to see one of those popping out. The reveal way too strong, and the 1 HP Deepmans walking out with the win. That's 2 on the board now for Digital Athletics.
Hey, again, a round where SAUL sort of wait for that aggression, but it comes a lot quicker, and the reactive response to sort of try and catch those players, I think they assumed there would be at least a couple of players stunned, and I think it only really caught the one. Again, sort of seeing the fault in that ultimate one that it can get you kills if you time it correctly, but If the players are stunned, they can still shoot back.
But, you know, having your breach go as the only player on north side, though, is going to end up in those positions where, or it's going to have you in those positions where there's panic utility going through. Your breach in that situation, especially around where clearly they wanted to use the Rolling Thunder, you need to get under. And with the aggression they put out, he can't get there.
The thing I'll say, though, is where his teammates were, it actually did kind of work. Like, it pushed them in. It was just that that second player didn't get caught. And if he gets caught, that's probably 2 kills.
Different game. Yeah, it very well could be. The reaction was maybe a good idea, but the execution not so much. In this round, SAUL do have something to fight with. And look, this squad has a rifle, 2, in fact, if you put the Guardian up there, fully automatic and a semi. Nade actually grabbing the kill as well.
D-Man swings out. Like, he's not even low. He could go back, just opt to try and play things safe, but well, this man in the past has been known for his duelist, and that's why he's... I feel like the way that Deepman's is going to play this fade is almost just as if you have another duelist. It's sort of like sometimes you'll watch Forsaken play and you go, yeah, it might say Initiator, but I don't believe you.
One thing I love about this, Tom, is how clean they've been so far. Not a single ultimate expanded when it didn't need to be. You know, you're going to see Digital Athletics walking out of this one still with the showstopper, still with the orbital strike. And when you see a lot of contact early on in those rounds, it's not uncommon to have that utility thrown through. At the same time, great reactions, like what we just saw from SAUL right there. I'm going to have to figure out, like we just witnessed from SAUL. We're going to have to go through the thesaurus for that word on this.
Thesaurus?
Yeah, that's a big word, isn't it?
There you go.
And it's full of other big words, Tom.
Like Saw.
Exactly. And scene. But yeah, the fact that you have the stun and the nade, I think it's just a good reaction on a low buy round especially. That's where you want to try to make the most out of every piece of utility. And I think they did that.
What?
Lots of players seen here. Showstopper used. Around we go. It's not going to land.
No. Wow, just a single tag off the fade. It's enough. He's just gone. Sprinting out with the ult. I feel like now SAUL really are just going to sit back and go, okay, we really don't want to do too much here. They've also got a couple of good ultimates themselves, but as we've seen with the level of aggression that Digital Athletics are willing to go for in some of these rounds, it might not necessarily mean too much. And again, you've still got a lockdown, which can be countered by a lockdown or an orbital strike. The orbital strike on the other side that can counter their lockdown. The only real ult that can be used solo is going to be that Nightfall.
Aftershock nade, heaven's clear. Time to move to site where those players would be walking out of that angle. There's a lot of premeditated utility coming out of SAUL when they're making these executes happen. You can see that they're trying to make them uncomfortable on the other side, but at the same time, Digital Athletics came in here with a retake setup. They're in prime position to make this one happen. The only thing being the orbital strike was used, so yeah, there goes the lockdown.
Yeah, they tried to use it to deny the plant, failed, and then, okay, well, now we can place our lockdown without any problems at all. I think a player actually got caught by that.
That's your smoker. Ruxic, no smokes now for a minute. They're going to have to get on this one and try some drive peaks. Sure, you're good for the first. How much more can be found? Well, Massa keeps going like that. It's going to be an easy round up top. Maybe Batty can finally stop him. Surrounded on all sides, dealt with nade on his corpse. That spike now being tapped as well. Orbital strike through. Massa killed himself with his nade. Not ideal in this situation because the numbers are thinning out. But it's so close in the end. The spike will explode. I want to see those numbers. 0.01 of a second.
No.
That is ridiculous. A fraction of a second all that it takes this time around.
So the thing is, the retake was fantastic. Just they did so well off of the Nightfall to just clear out pretty much everybody along the way.
Oh no, wait, he went up into heaven into his nade? He threw the nade up and then went up the rope and died to it. That's silly.
I like the fact, though, that you see Ruxic takes a big risk, sticks it to half, and all it took is, like, one of his teammates went in a little bit earlier, died to the orbital strike a second time, and then the last player was 0.1 of a second too late. But if you get hit by another tick, you're probably dead anyway. So really good orbital strike timing. Like, literally 0.1 difference, and he loses the round.
I have the spike. Well, he's just being chased away there, Davey. Definitely not going to be going for north side control this time around.
He jumped down.
Digital Athletics took their north side control. Should have been denied any form of A site. You know, smoked out and left strangled for control. But Yeah, crazy dropout of Massic gives them the advantage. That op's still there, still to be dealt with. Not too much to push him out of position. Showstopper probably not even going to be used here. Okay, it is, but there's no blast packs, and they're able to just run away, create the space. Instead, it's directed towards Skyland, and Tamazi is going to try to get some advanced control. They even get some more with Massic down. This is looking very good for SAUL, and there's no need to take risks. I love that from Tamazi backing off, and what was that shock dart? On point.
Deepman's is really the only player that could cause them issues. You can see Kaken just basically trying to cause a few distractions, gives some space, but they double peek it. Really well timed by SAUL. Good synergy between them, and well, Deepman's has to make the decision now. Okay, just hold on to the rifle. And that's the thing, they probably should have done that with the second as well, just hoping they could steal this round away, but the finance is now completely in the bin for Digital Athletics. And you have to remember, they burnt a lot of ults in the round that they lost. So there's not really going to be too much to try and thread the needle in the next.
That's the thing, you know, we complimented it earlier on from Digital Athletics and how they were keeping them even up against the eco, where you can sometimes get that panic when a blitz of players coming through. It's a different game when you're trying to play it just around the utility, just around the rifles. 4-3 as we come out of that round, and we'll see where they decide to invest things. Even some of the credits starting to get a little tougher to come by.
Well, yeah, they're in the mud. They're going to have the rifle that was saved, by the looks of it, a Bulldog, and then just some pistols. So it really isn't going to be a pretty round. The thing is, I always fear with the Turkish teams in general when a Sheriff is on the board. So it's something that SAUL are definitely going to have to think about, be a little bit more careful with, because you can assume there'll be somewhat aggression. And by the looks of it, Massacre's just somewhat walked up in the early stages of the round to just have a peek in towards Arcade.
Keep in mind, minimal investment, as we saw DA come out with just 2 rifles, a Bulldog being one of them. They're not favored in the majority of these fights. Smokes will be used, a lot of utility. They want to clear this out, but the Molly, I mean, they'd slowed down before the Molly came through. But with the amount of utility committed here and no map control for this attacking squad, Tom, this might be the worst case scenario to kick off a round like this. They don't know if there's somebody behind them. The pistols have been able to get a ton of control. And the player behind, maybe the one actually good thing is that he has a rifle.
I think he broke the turret, though.
But pushing up in B main is a big difference to being where he is right now. You know, they're going back, they're checking it and realizing, okay, he's not flanking, he's not coming. They turn a blind eye. Now it all comes down to Deepman's timing.
Yeah, he's got to try, and I think he'll know that they were at least checking if he was coming in on that flank. The rest of his team all stacked up here. Again, a second player now brought down low. 30 seconds left on the clock. They can just deny. Aftershock put through as well. A spam will take out Kakan. Still a player within the site, and Massacre's done well. They're buying time for this lurk, this flank to come through from behind. Deepman's now, he pounces, a second kill, and he's got Ruxic alongside him. A huge round from Digital Athletics, and maybe a little bit narrow-minded from SAUL.
No, 100%, Tom. I mean, we saw that in the first couple of seconds even. When they're slowed down on the initial site push, they already have a flank underway. They go back to check it, not able to get too much done on that. They waste the clock away. And the worst part is, probably 10 seconds before that last kill that we saw come through, the alarm bot had been broken. But at that point, they're again in this position to stop and go. They're in the middle of main. Yeah. You got guys in front of you. You can't turn around to fight the guy behind. Guys in front of you are going to shoot you. There's just nowhere to go. That's not a round they'll be looking to repeat. But again, look at how they start this one out. There's 5 players sitting inside of A main.
Look at Kakan. Look at him. Because this is the same spot, roughly, where the turret was last time. So it was a peek out to break it. They're definitely picking up the pace. I like it. Not going to fall for the same trap. And now with everybody sat back, no ults online either for the defense. So an afterplant here could be pretty powerful. And now they definitely know, okay, someone is deep on that flank.
This is somewhere, though, that Digital Athletics seem to have planned for. Having your Brimstone towards the dish this round, not running the same setup that they did in the previous, means that, yeah, sure, SAUL make the adaptation to go faster, to get up in your face and kill that Brim on site. But he ain't on site anymore. And he's kept his Molotov for the retake. That's going to be firing through actually just now as it lands inside of main, maybe a little deeper than you'd like. That's actually going to allow them to just walk right around it, take the kill on the punish for the Rolling Thunder, run the clock down that little bit lower. Still a Brim Molly to work with here for the side of SAUL. Shock darts and a Hunter's Fury. The clock, not even their biggest enemy. It was Tomazi shredding them on the site that's cost them this round. He's chasing them down. Got a nade in hand. Player stuck in the corner. That nade is lethal now. Masic is in a lot of trouble, but it hasn't landed in the middle. Yep.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Fizzy's just come at full speed and ripped his head off. That was gross.
Oh, don't worry, guys. He threw the nade too far. What an idiot. Nope.
Oh,
nope.
God. Fizzy's having a great game. 9 and 5. A lot of the time he's been first man in some of these rounds as well. They're not scared to try and take these fights for the team. And SAUL will reclaim the lead. It means we're going to be in a similar scenario again for Digital Athletics, where finances are somewhat in the bin. They can go for a few pistols, rifles, but this time, not only do they have an ult online, they have a couple that are very, very close.
That's it. And on a map like this, Tom, plenty of orbs out there to be picked up. Stun and nade, that's dangerous. Kakan very low as he falls back, and it's the aftershock that catches him. Now what?
Really?
No stopper? It's only used in a trade. You're in a 2 versus 4. Maybe you're not even trying to get a weapon for Skyland.
That was a nice shot.
Spawn. How much more? Oh my! How much damage can he do? The boxes are a little too thick there, but on the other side, Skyland's caught him. This is now looking winnable. Orbital strike perfectly placed. The Rolling Thunder, it's going to catch him as well, but not inside of main. A ghost fight, a hard one to win for Skyland. Ruxic up to punish, and there's the kill. They can get on the spike now. This is actually winnable. I don't know how.
No.
They used that showstopper, and I thought it was thrown into the wind. But somehow, Digital Athletics have gotten away with a 2 versus, what was it, 2v5, right?
It's 2v4. He killed one with the showstopper.
No. He killed him from the grave with the showstopper. That's a 2v5.
No,
there were 2 players alive and 5 players alive, Tom. Dictionary definition. I've got my thesaurus, I've got my dictionary.
Because the player who was dead killed him, it doesn't count.
I don't care. It was 2 players versus 5 players, that's a fact, and they won the round, that's a fact. That's a 2v5.
The morons arguing again. Either way, 5-5, I don't know how they won that. It doesn't matter whether it was 4, which it was, or 5, like the idiot said.
I'll tell you what, let's look at the statistics after the game.
Okay, can you let me finish my point? And be
BLR,
quiet?
Spike hit me up.
But yeah, basically the point is, I don't know how they managed to get back to that point, because the fact is they used, well, they managed to win the first initial fight. You had the trade come out as well from Skyland, which was just ridiculous, like being able to trade on the cross. The other players sat back passively. The orbital strike basically guessed where one of the players was as well. And then you had just the clear on the final one. It's absurd that they managed to get away with that. I'm not really surprised they're the ones that have taken the pause either. Probably just need a moment to chill.
I mean, such a huge risk. Like you say, even the orbital strike, there's not a single other place you could put that it could get even nearly that amount of impact.
Just, if they played together, passive,
done.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter.
They're in main. You've just rolling thundered the site and orbital struck in heaven, but it worked out. They believed in the heart of the cards, and my God, Yukimoto was right. Flash is good.
Magic.
Suppose it is when the cards
or
deliver.
Is it Pokemon?
You should run.
It feels like magic.
I think it's Pokemon.
All right, now you're taking it too far. I can't stand for that. Attacker, Killjoy Ultimate in play. And these players very close to it. They are not getting out of here. They are not getting even close to out of there. 2 of them detained. He's trying to find them.
Nope.
Nade is
okay.
a little bit of damage, but yeah.
Could have been much worse. I genuinely thought it would be.
If anything, you could claim that they were trying to bait them in. Go punish the guys that are locked down and the players behind kill them or something. I don't know, it was a strange start. For DA, getting back in. A lot of control lost. Ultis used previous round. They don't have them to work with. Fight up in heaven, a big one. Tomazi, the one to come out ahead yet again. Heaven control is his. One more kill. He gets a nade back online, and he's looking for it. Checking his back, but it's clear. The rest of his squad posted up and ready to take down some of these players. It's a molly onto Deep Man's. Aggressive push from Skyland. Almost good for a triple. It keeps it competitive neck and neck, but the time might be too far gone now. They need to yeah.
Okay.
It was done anyway.
See, I'm starting to feel like this is a game of one team that looks structurally very good, that has a lot of cool setups, cool utility, and then Digital Athletics, who just have some crazy pop-off players. Like, I feel like if I'm watching good Valorant, I want SAUL to win, and if I like craziness, I want Digital Athletics to win. And I like both, so...
That's it. A little bit of crazy isn't that bad. I think for SAUL, I've really enjoyed watching some of their executes. I think they're very clinical in how they're approaching it. The fact that Digital Athletics can kind of turn around and go, we'll change our setup a little bit so they can't punish us, and then we'll just do the most random things I've ever seen. They used 3 ultimates in that 3v5 ultimately. Like, just such a strange team. But so far...
They're probably going to win this round, aren't they? The one with the Stinger.
I'm feeling it. I really am.
going to get like 3 kills with the Stinger somehow. It's from this corner. There's 2 people in the same corner. And there's an aftershock coming through it as well. This is such a weird round already. They've been pincered in. Well, Kakan's not getting the 3 kills, but maybe Ruxic can.
This will be a good game to play the what happens next game. Because I didn't expect the bounces up with the blast pack. Showstopper on a 1 HP guy, and that was a body shot right there. Dead on. Deepman's and Ruxic on the way back through. Plenty of players to deal with.
Flank.
Late flank is pretty much all she wrote, you would imagine. The smoke on the spike. Molly was as well. They have to wait a second, and that time being bought allows the recon to get down there. Orbital strike, locking them out, but somehow they've managed to take down Davey. This is still somewhat winnable. Not easy, but winnable, and they don't win the initial fight. That seals it. Had they have won that, they knew the second player's location behind the box, and you never know.
I think they maybe could have killed him with a wallbang. Like that's the thing. He was obviously tagged down low because of the Nightfall, but 7-5. I feel like it's about right, especially with the pistol win going in favor of SAUL. I feel like we've had a very, very even game, but not by the standards I necessarily expected them to be. It's been an odd one, that's for sure. And now going into the attack, if anything, this is where I kind of favor Digital Athletics more. Because before they were having to sort of aggress around the map and try and almost walk into what SAUL were prepping for them. Now they get the chance to properly set the tempo. And I want to see what SAUL could sort of do to almost quell what has been a somewhat level of insanity out from the Turkish side.
Yeah, you know, this is a hard map to do it on, just with so many lanes. I do agree. Digital Athletics probably take advantage of the chaos, more so on that attack side. The world is their oyster. And for SAUL, they haven't gone for any sort of early aggression. You'll see it a lot in pistol rounds on this map. But they are tucked back, playing their 3-2 setup, Killjoy bolstering down that A defense as they play a retake, conscious of a fast rush coming out of their opponents. Digital Athletics now make play happen. The stun hasn't landed. The fight going to be a little harder. Tamazi down, but there's another player up top. They haven't spotted just yet. Batty has a serious opportunity. He's able to get one. The rest of his team answering up, and Kakan, well, yeah, I think he could be close to doubling up his kills at that point. We are going 8-5. Another pistol for SAUL.
Davy there, that was just a really nice dart that came out. The whole team waiting within the smoke just to spam the players as they went through on the cross. Again, showing the sort of nice little setups that are there for the side of SAUL. Thank you for the replay, it's perfect. But yeah, that's basically what wins them the round. Because again, you see the sort of entry prowess of this side. Ruxic is really impressed, like playing that Brim, but at times he's the duelist. He was first man in, taking the fights. And, well, by the looks of it, they've invested nothing, just buying up the extra utility on the breach to sort of maybe set up something or just to keep it for the next round. And everybody else is going in with just a classic. He says, yeah. Just a classic.
Look, with what they're up against, Tom, this is absolutely not a round that SAUL
impossible, some would say.
Could lose.
Yeah,
I'm not even going to say should, could.
It's not possible.
3 Bulldogs, a Guardian, and a Spectre. Everything you could possibly wish for. And everything that you're going to want to carry through to the next round. Bar Batty, we need to see all of these rifles brought through with this kind of an investment. For Digital Athletics, they're playing around the world. On a map like this, like we said earlier, there's plenty of orbs to be picked up, and I think it's no surprise that in a round where running in with Classics is probably just going to be a quick end and a quick restart.
Found the somewhat open site. If they go that way, no, they're just collecting orbs. Okay.
They're going to grab the... Are they going rope at this point? Because if they do indeed. Oh, no. Just take a look. Tamazi was here moments ago, but he's walked past. He's gone into A main. These players are now effectively flanking him, and if I'm not mistaken, A main is where they're going. In fact, Tamazi just picked up the orb. They heard it. They know there's a player in there. They know their mission no longer possible. Ain't picking up that orb. Instead, they'll look for it. A trade for blood. Oh, but Tamazi's coming ahead. Another nade. Now you're trapped in with him. 4 kills. And a 9th round for SAUL. Like I said, Tom, impossible to lose.
Yeah, it's fine. I think Digital Athletics did exactly what they were hoping to do. Just pick up a few orbs and then, well, get shot down and pick up a few more. It's whether or not they can now find some sort of response, because being 7-5 down definitely wasn't a death sentence, but losing the pistol, a flawless conversion, it now sets up SAUL wonderfully to go into the second half, and with what is some Guardians, Bulldogs, it's not a bad buy coming in for what is their bonus.
Oh, definitely not. Now, I mean, this is very much, well, close to a neck-and-neck battle for that squad. And I think, you know, bar the Old Orbs built up on the attacking side, I'd be very happy with their position. But I do think they got enough out of the previous round for Digital Athletics, and there it is. There it goes. The Orbital Strike was online with the kill onto Addicted, and the trade took that out of contention. You can't really fight this. I think they're probably, you know, they would smoke him off normally. The flash goes in instead. Oh, cancel that. Very nice.
Yeah, okay. Tomazi's managed to come in on a very fast flank. It means that their after plant definitely isn't going to be as effective as they would have liked it to be.
Got Showstopper off that kill too.
He's just watching the turret to see if yeah, he's going to be caught. And if anybody comes closer in that direction. So it kind of gives away where they are. Nice shot from Gakan. Had a bit of a quieter game so far, but this now comes down to damage. If they can make this even a close round, that'd be a great spot. But right now it seems like it's going to be an easy cleanup. And as you mentioned, there's only one guy with an SMG. And unfortunately, it was the last man alive.
Yeah, not the best of angles to be taking that fight on. But you got to respect him for trying. That's around that 9 times out of 10 should go that way, and I think SAUL will look at it from the perspective that at least they got out of it, you know, the ability to buy up decently into this round, good damage, and an operator. Showstopper. But on the other side, they did get the Orbital Strike online. So, you know, the trade back is maybe worthwhile for Digital Athletics. I like how they've built up this half so far. This is where it comes down to crunch time. They have to deliver in a round where SAUL have rifles.
Defense, their plan again is just to push up, try and take some control of the turret from Gakan. Is going to give them the info quite quickly, and with the drone coming through, this is high pressure. Showstopper instantly utilized, still surviving on the other side though, very low on HP. But for Deepmans, this seems to be a regular occurrence.
He just keeps getting away with it, man. Sub 20, sub 15. And he's still walking around towards the B side. That utility from him is going to be very important as well. Not only the Prowler that we're seeing going through, but I think the Haunt will be online in not too long. They're going in without it though, as the nades and nano swarms fall all over the site.
Yeah, they used Orbital Strike as well. Cleared tower out with it, so they basically have cleared out every close angle. It is a retake setup though. I love seeing retake setups on this map in particular. I think it really nullifies a lot of the risk, but I do want to see what SAUL have planned to get back in.
Oh, their plans might not matter. This is a great bait setup. Whichever player goes for the swing, probably Deepmans. No, in fact, it's Rux again, Deepmans. It's not a bait. In fact, a full swing. They take every fight, and they take it successfully. Addicted and Fizzy, they're thinking about the next round, and they'd really like to have those rifles for it.
I like the idea. It's I peek, you bait me. No, I peek, you bait me. or just even no, it's like, I peek, you bait me. Okay, I peek, you bait me, and they both go at the same time, both get kills. Good job, lads. Well done. They were both stunned up as well by the fault line. It was just, I think it faded. I want to say as they peaked. I don't think it was before.
It was close.
It was as they peaked.
It was like that spike timer earlier, like 0.01. I'm not sure which side.
Either they've got a very good clock in their head, or it was just, you know, they heard the steps, wanted to try and catch a time, but it worked for them wonderfully. And that's the thing. I think, as I said, I really like seeing retake setups when it comes to B. I think especially if you don't allow your opponents to get into post plants, it can be very difficult. The thing is, though, in this case, Digital Athletics had the perfect counter. They were aggressive in the exact spot that SAUL wanted to reclaim, and they win every single fight.
That was a near perfect replay that we saw as well, highlighting the stun. It was sort of off the contact of Batty swinging around while they were still stunned. Ruxic gets the first kill. The stun fades at that exact second as though reset by his kill, and out they both go to fire away. Really, really nice stuff. And I think if you're SAUL right now, this timeout, they still have one left. They haven't been pressured too hard so far where they're burning them up. But the scoreline is getting close. You're not able to invest fully into this round. The Showstopper's being used. There's not a whole lot to write home about. I think you got to buy a few bonus weapons, and maybe we'll even see some of the defensive aggression coming out to make up for the disadvantages they'd be in if they allow Digital Athletics to just cascade into them.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they're not just going to sit back and play passive after the last round. I'm very happy to get aggressive on their A main control and play the retake. The problem is, again, they just got caught out by almost the perfect counter from Digital Athletics. I think also that's always the thing that's more difficult when you sort of have that inter-regional players. Turkish teams are very happy to get up in your face. So you might have a perfect plan for the retake and never actually get to retake.
We just saw Kakan set up that utility south side, but everybody else on this attacker side is moving to the north. It's going to be a dish push, and presumably an A-main crunch, watching for A-main aggression. They've seen nobody on dish. That's a whole lot of map control that isn't really being sought after from this SAUL side, but it's because they've pushed elsewhere. And the question is whether Digital Athletics get a read on that or not. A stun being held here is one of the most peculiar things I've seen, but it's off the reaction of Tamazi. And there it is. Stun, swing, kill, and they're out. Gorgeous usage of some early round aggression from SAUL.
Yeah, it went about as well as it could have. Obviously didn't reclaim the rifle.
Not so gorgeous usage of early round aggression from SAUL.
Yeah, I guess just the assumption was they would have fallen back, but that's a pretty wild assumption to take, especially after, like, you're going to want to make sure that they don't go and reclaim that gun. So, yeah, I'm not sure what happened there for Addictive, but no more smokes, and a player down on the ground, it leaves a lot of pressure now on Fizzy. He does have one of the rifles. He's had a great start to this game, but wow, good luck.
Hasn't got a full utility south to play off the turret on site. That's even going to give away as the beats
cleared him.
They get closer. They know the site could be occupied, but Fizzy able to get two. Now it's bubbling up on site. How are Digital Athletics going to make their way in? Even being caught by a stun. Batty able to punish. And Kakan, well, he can't get this one done. Not with that much time on the clock, and not with Fizzy still defending.
Fizzy popped. That's all I'm going to say. Unbelievable stuff from him, but mistakes made by Digital Athletics. Like, you throw in that ultimate and then you just don't clear the ground that you've hit the ult with. It's such a weird way to sort of play things, maybe expecting him to just be launched off the site and just handed as a free kill, but it takes them too long to just clear out that position and get into an afterplant. And just the time bought by Fizzy, well, I say time bought, he didn't die, so it's not like that they then had that space in the end, so it is mistakes made, seemingly, from Digital Athletics, and a huge play coming out from Fizzy, now moving his way right up there with Tamazi. 17 and 8, having a great game so far. And as said, he's one of the players that we've sort of seen around the scene prior. Like, a lot of the players that have come into sort of the Portuguese league might be relatively unknown, but you have him who was obviously part of, like, Movistar, part of Rebels, who we saw fight to get to the top in previous sort of rosters as well. Addicted, obviously, the other way. You're looking at the same sort of thing. Ex-Rebels and actually on Sharks over in Brazil. So,
got a lot of respect for anyone that pushes across the regional lines as well. I mean, it's a whole
except
different
Dardis, he betrayed us.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, if you move from here to
if
North
you move,
America,
to
that's
North
a problem.
America.
Anywhere else in the world, we'll support you. We'll bring the flags. We'll be there for you. Go to North America, we got a problem.
Yeah, obviously.
You were never one of ours.
Unless you win something and then we go,
EMEA on top, baby.
EMEA.
Let's go. They had to use the import, didn't they? It's good. Okay, nade up close. Rolling Thunder. They've been pushed back by the nade. They're certainly pushed back by the Rolling Thunder. That is over-investment in my mind. I'm not sure where the payoff was supposed to come from, but it certainly hasn't come in.
Oh yeah, I guess it's ruined whatever initial plan there was from Digital Athletics, and I think it gained, you know, but he got one orb back. You know, he used his ult. And
huge.
Got one orb.
It only costs a couple of orbs, you know.
Yeah.
One or two.
Couple,
or
eight. Basically the same number.
Yeah, he'll have it online next round, I reckon.
In the meantime, Digital Athletics slowly making a push towards. Look, they're clearing the site this time. That's good. They've learned from the mistakes. Fizzy is not there anymore, though. In fact, he's playing a very passive spot. I assume his plan is just, if he can get one kill, he has the lockdown ready for the retake.
In the nade to backside, I mean, they're so paranoid about Fizzy still being there. No surprise after what we saw previously.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is very much the preference of SAUL in a lot of these rounds to play the retake there. We saw it even in the pistol. Roxic has a big fight on his hands. awkward catching the player jumping up, and there was no way once that stun hit.
Oh,
But
no.
the fact that you have players pushed up with him, they need to find the value, and they should. Oh, that showstopper. Easy as can be. Fizzy and Davey left to try and make this one work. Good spams to start at 41 HP. His cross is being watched, but he's almost dead. Hasn't even seen an opponent yet. Ow, but he goes for the swing, dives to the turret, and traded out by Masic. It's messy, but Masic's on top in the end, 10-8.
Oh, these rounds are so ridiculously close, and a brawl that ended up happening, and A-Main, the turret actually finding a kill as well, and Fizzy's wallbangs. The thing is, he hits another bullet, his teammate's still alive, and it's a 2v1, but it's these trades coming out in the end from Masic. Good ult usage to just clear out Tamazi, and well, Skylar, the thing is, he trades 1-for-1. It's actually not bad. Like, from that low HP, being able to bring things back. It now puts, well, somewhat both teams' economy on the brink. Digital Athletics still going to have enough to buy into this round, but we've already seen that when their economy gets a little bit low, that's where SAUL, well, I guess they try and get a little bit cheeky.
I'm sort of waiting for them to show us some of that ambition. But early on, yeah, it's going to be quite a slow approach. Moving up by Fizzy, I think, to break the turret inside of A-Main, and there it is broken. Digital Athletics have to be worried about their flank, and you know, in the coming seconds, they have to make a decision on whether to go back and check that, or whether to just carry on forward. And it looks like they're edging ever closer to this B site. No ultis on the way through. The stun, blast packs used, and not successfully. Great pick out of the sky.
Yeah, I'm surprised that second bullet even manages to connect in the end. Now, lockdown available. Gun is going to be defended for... That's a kill. I don't think there's anything that can be done. Good combination with the stun as well. Deepmans has been able to find one, but with that lockdown available, no, it's gone, in fact. Fizzy's the man to be dropped. Somehow, again, just these aggressive positions. It's just doing absolute work. A second kill ready for Deepmans. He's just fighting, brawling on his own, getting tagged up, and his teammates might just do the rest.
Wow, a big round from Kakan as well. A lot of those through the smoke. They end up 10-9, and you know, SAUL called a timeout not that long ago. I bet they're feeling that same kind of pressure now, because it was 10-7. It was looking like, yeah, there's a little bit of momentum on the other side, but a good chance for SAUL to answer back. But a round like that, that's going to demotivate you. Everything went right to start this one off, but it fell apart so quickly.
But this is the thing I'm talking about when I say, like, the way that Deepmans is playing this fade, there are moments where he just goes, okay, now I need to take over the round. Like, this youngster still, like, has that sort of duelist blood within him, and
standing ahead.
That's so much high-impact frags when they need it most, that double kill to just turn it into a 3v3. And while... Okay, Kakan has been completely caught off guard. His turret's all the way on the other side, so I guess he was expecting a teammate to be watching that, or just not expecting anybody to push it at all. Either way, he was wrong.
A momentary lapse in judgment, perhaps. Unfortunate for Digital.
He's watching under. So, but his teammates are already on the other side on Arcade.
I have no idea. They thought maybe someone could be, like, in the middle of that. I don't know why they would be. And that early?
No.
It's just really weird. But either way, you know, the other problem they're facing is there's a lot of players here. There's 4 players towards the spawn angle. Seas goes through. Stun is perfect. Nade out. Masic. Well, he's really put a thorn in their side. Those players on Arcade now, not sure where they're going.
Still checking to see if there's anybody left within the tower. Yet to be cleared. They're expecting some utility to go through. Actually, I think they baited out where it would be, so that the nade actually doesn't land at all. Still, showstopper, and they do have that lockdown once again. Flash through to try and push him back, and on the other side of things, the orbital strike will get rid of that lockdown. The counter coming through, but oh no, he's actually run out. It's gone, and Bruxic's taken his head off. A split second later, and he would have had the kill for free. Instead, the double peek out, and now it's left just onto Fizzy. A 1v1. Skyland has the stun available and will just swing the confidence peak from Digital Athletics. I don't know how they pull these rounds back, but they do it every time.
Yeah, this has gotten incredibly messy. At this point, I feel like over on the SAUL side, you might be looking at a timeout, but you've got to compliment the fact that you just have so many players on that Digital Athletics side that can pull out, I would almost say, complete BS. The fact that the showstopper timing
Yeah.
is almost
and
what
then
cost them
look
the
at
round.
the shot from Ruxic. It's just instant.
Well, yeah, he's already on guard, knowing I have to kill this Razor. I'm dead. And in fact, there was no
his aim is
trade-off
crispy.
to it.
His aim is crispy.
19 and 14. It's been good so far. But yeah, the timeout from SAUL is very much what I was predicting. You know, looking at this spot on the defensive side, you've been equalized on. A lot of the ideas haven't worked. Your ultimates have been used up, and now the ult economy sits with your opponents. There really has to be a solution to this problem here and now for the side of SAUL. And the reality is, Tom, it's probably not going to be in this round. Maybe the best thing they can do here is make Digital Athletics, or try to make them use some of those ultis and eat into the ult economy, because the reality is they can't afford to buy. Not on every single player, and considering a lot of them don't have the utility bot already, they're not in a position of light shields and a rifle even. This is a tough round to call how you invest into and what you actually do, how you're going to drain that value out of your opponents.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've seen this for a while. Like, that Hunter's Fury has basically just been kept as a, we can just kill the lockdown. Like, that's the sort of one of the major things that Sova's going to give you alongside that orbital strike is, okay, we can just destroy a lockdown whenever they try and use it. But Kakan's just like, I just won't use it. we'll just keep having these counters online so that you aren't going to use that ultimate at all. And for now, at least, 5 of the last 6 rounds on this attack going the way of Digital Athletics is close, but none of these rounds, none of these clutches have gone the way of SAUL. I think they'll feel hard done by if they don't win this map, because in all honesty, they probably should be in the lead.
And there's Fury through. Talked about saving it for a lockdown.
Well, they might as well use the lockdown now.
Well, you know, here's the thing, man. Hunter's Fury in a round like this, just straight away, you're going in blind, a few players in A main, you got one tag out of it, and everyone else has to follow up on what I presume is a round you think you'll win with pistols, with weaker weapons, SMGs, the best we got. And a good read in the positioning of that Nightfall, although, you know, it doesn't start out too well.
Oh, they're going to make their way out onto the site. Again, there's still an Aftershock available, Nano Swarms, even a Molotov. If they want to try and clear some of these positions out, they might be able to get a kill with utility alone. And actually, Ruxic now getting tacked up as well. There are a few low players on the other side. In fact, they've had to bait out another ultimate. There's a lockdown if they need it, but I'm sure Digital Athletics don't want to use 3 ults in this sort of round.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like one where you want to commit that. Timing-wise even, I thought for a second Tamazi might have had the silencer on those blast packs. That's not great. Full blinded up top. Deepman's not able to get up to all too much. They're now stuck up in heaven. Trapped in as the defenders start to look to punish. Deepman's has to fall back to the site. They hear both sets of footsteps ready to take the fight, and the trade is good. A little bit delayed, but in the end, it's enough to put them in the lead.
Honestly, that I know that it might seem like an overcommitment at the beginning of the round. That's a round where I use lockdown. Like, you're up against a Sova and a Brim. Like, there are not many good opportunities to use a lockdown where they aren't going to have the ult to instantly counter it. I would have just thrown it in this round just to get a cleaner one. But I guess it works out in the end. One player survives, though. They have the lockdown for this one, but again, 2 orbs is enough for Addicted to basically destroy that instantly. So
yeah.
Maybe they're going to try and save it, use it for this round, get themselves a B take, or even use it as a fake. I'm looking at the defenders, though, all building up for what looks like a stairs push.
Well, they're going all the way through on the back of that drone, still following, but it's detected. Digital Athletics get the Prowler out. That's not good enough, though. Not to keep this man back. The double kill. And this is leaving a big hole in the attacking side. I mean, they are only able to come from Dish at this point by the looks of it, hoping that maybe the rotations have been dragged towards the site where they pushed up and then killed the players moving towards A.
Oh.
It's not going to be an easy one.
Can will probably never get to use that, that lockdown. Dead immediately. If Ruxic gets a kill, which, you know what, he's been pretty good for 1 or 2 in most of the rounds so far. Maybe he can have something for the post plant. Again, though, SAUL have been very content to play the retake in this second half. Ruxic actually going to play aggressively.
But he got the orb.
Spike planted.
They triple pushed on B main as the smokes went down, so if there's a lurker, we kill him. If there's not, we get the orb. Now they've got Rolling Thunder, and they've got one less player to work with. Still, though, the Rolling Thunder could be key, and I think it's going to be thrown through. It almost certainly will be now. Tamazi already good for 1. Orbital Strike used up. A lot of players caught in it, and a lot of players kept back. Ruxic has a chance. And it's here and now, the stun's hit it, but the player hasn't spotted! Ruxic somehow getting away with 3! A 4th kill, all he needs, the time low, the molly out, and Patty's low! He'll burn up Digital Athletics on map point!
Match point.
That's one of the weirdest ways I've ever seen anyone. Shoot the molly at him and just run away, and it just lands perfectly on his position. That one kill, so the way that Ruxic plays, I want to say, one of the most enjoyable Brimstones I've ever seen. He knows he needs 1 orb. They're all on the flank. He gets the 1 orb, places it down, does an unbelievable amount of damage and gets a kill, and then just so patient to try and hit that headshot, almost dies, and then gets the kill with the molly. What a wonderful round from Ruxic to bring this to 12. It's another clutch. We've had a lot of them. Digital Athletics are basically winning this game off clutches right now, and I'm enjoying myself.
Against all odds, Digital Athletics are sat here 1 away from taking the map, and saw they looked so clean in that initial half. Wow, it's slowed down ever since. They burned up all their timeouts, and they're down to their last. Orbital strike. That's going to be used. It's used more towards the back of the site. The plant position was good. Still, there's a punish.
Lockdown utilized. The orbital strike obviously already being used on the other side, but it doesn't matter. They'll destroy it anyway. Had the aftershock available. Nice shot from Kakan. They know he's in this corner. The spam through the box won't get much, but the tags will come through on Nye on every single player. They are being mowed down, and it's an attempt just to defuse it, but they had nanos already. Digital Athletics, it didn't look like they were going to be able to take this over on Fracture, but clutch after clutch, big play after big play, and they're going to get a dub on their opponent's map pick.
Wow. I mean, altogether, an impressive display from this squad. I mean, first half, it felt like a lot of those rounds went to them because of just some BS plays, just some random
And then in the second half, it also went to them because
and
maybe a bit less.
Here's the thing that's kind of wild about that. If I'm not wrong, they lost both pistols and came out on top of the game, which was just chaotic. That's very rare to have happen. If you come in and you're like just a better team, you're well drilled, and the other guys have no idea what they're doing on the map, sure, that happens. But so hard to win a map where you lose both, playing like that as well. I think it's definitely time to start putting some respect on these guys. And if you're SAUL, you're worried about the next map up. We're going to go to a break for now, though, and we'll be back soon to hear the desk's thoughts.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension EMEA, where Digital Athletics have secured themselves the lead by securing their opponent's map pick. It looked like SAUL was actually the one to secure it in the bag and walk away with the win, but unfortunately for them, it was a comeback.
And that was an adaptation coming from DA, to be fair. I can see how SAUL actually reached here by their performance from the first half, but they had plenty of flaws, and actually DA abused that and went to the 7-5 on the first half.
Okay,
and they also had Tomatsi.
They had Tomasi. I mean, we need to go for this right here, what you're seeing, because when we right now take a look at the scoreboard, you would be like, yeah, the left side won, right? No, that didn't happen at all. Tomasi, first of all, was involved in 11 entry duels, came out of 8 successfully. That is a ridiculous number starting with things. The man was an absolute beast. He was the best player by the numbers when we came into this tournament. He proved why he is. That in itself is crazy enough. Unfortunately, the rest of the team was lacking a little bit behind in that department. Batty was not performing as good as we expected, but he's a Breach, he's an IGL. Fair argument, right? But it was not the entry kills that they were lacking. It was not the fragging departing SAUL was lacking. It was really the mid and the late rounds that caused so much trouble for this team.
I think once they got everything outside, like structure-wise, strategy-wise, the playstyle they have been playing, me looking at this, I think DA actually figured out what actually they can do against SAUL, especially on attack.
Yeah.
I think it was really clear how they are playing it on defend. For SAUL, we saw them struggling. They tried different things. They tried playing retakes and it didn't work out because the utility was so much. Post-map position coming from DA was super strong. They couldn't actually win and close the map.
And we're talking about SAUL and how great they were in the early parts of the rounds. Their executes specifically being some of the things that have been highlighted throughout this game and that have given them the opportunity to push themselves ahead and get so close yet so far to closing out that game. Round 12 being a great example of what we saw from them this game.
Yeah, and I think this round has to be, look at the nade. After he destroys the alarm bot, immediately nade, double satcheling into site, applying pressure and the support, concussion, and aftershock coming into A main, knowing that those two members are going to be there based on the rounds that have been played, closing the first half 7-5. So I want to give credits to SAUL actually reading the A that much and actually thinking about it that further ahead, because that's actually very nice to watch from a team that's coming from a newly upcoming region.
Yeah, fully agree. I mean, it is kind of weird to see that first half and be like, yeah, it's fine. They could win this. They could easily win this. The second half was really the deciding factor of it all.
Absolutely.
Because quickly diving into that, they were having, you know, they've lost 8 rounds on the defense. 8. In 6 out of 8 rounds, they had an entry, even a double entry. They did not lose it in the first part of the halls. They lost it simply as the retake maneuvers were not coordinated enough. And you saw those weaknesses already in the first half.
Converted to a percentage.
6 out of 8 should be 3/4, so 75.
All right. I don't know if that's going to be right.
It is, of course it is.
I thought you actually did the math already
It is, of
before
course.
asking.
Me, maths, on live broadcast. You do not want to see
75.
that.
Well, we're Arabs. We're good at math.
All right, then. Well, I guess that was wrong for me. Anyways, we're going to be looking at digital athletics because, you know, 75% went their way in that regards. And one of the very big contributing factors to the success for digital athletics was Ruxic specifically.
Wow, this guy. Yesterday, we pointed his performance. Today, he's actually coming. And not to mention, we're always highlighting the controllers in this competition. They're coming back to back, proving us that controller is not just a support role, not a boring role to actually watch. We're actually looking at these guys using the Brimstone, using the Astra, using the Viper to the best extent possible. To be fair, Ruxic, such an amazing player. I think this guy is just... I don't think he has limitations, and that's what makes him special. He knows he already done his job, and he tries as much as possible to be there at the right time, at the right moment to actually trade his teammates and get those frags done and stop the retakes possibilities, execution possibilities by the other team.
A great factor for the side of digital athletics, but something as well that we've seen in this game specifically was how a couple of rounds played out in a rather, dare I put it, interesting fashion. And if you're not taking my words for it, which is completely fine, you can listen to our analyst, I guess, Sesh.
Of course, in a different multiverse, Spider-Man is on the telestrator, and I'm going for this route right here. Because mentioned time and time again, right here, SAUL had great executions. Tux had it earlier, and I'm going to show you one right here. We're starting off, and obviously the big aggression is coming towards the B side. Let's look at it and enjoy it, because it is all so well orchestrated. First of all, we have a classic stun. Here is a nade going to be placed. So as we're seeing that, a lot of room taken with absolute maximum ease. Take a look at that. Observers have done a great job taking a closer look at this. The nade came in here. Then here's an aftershock. All right, tower's clear. That belongs to us. All fine and dandy. Really, I'm going to play this out because they're doing an amazing job. All fine. This is a 3 versus 5. I just want to remind you, keep that in your head. 3 versus 5. What's going to happen next? Well, take a look at that. There's an ult coming in. They traded equally. 2 versus 4. The execution has been so great by SAUL. They lose it on a micro level. Massively, drastically. They're suffering here so much from it. Spike is planted. The weapons on the side of digital athletics, a ghost and a vandal. So, technically speaking, all right, but not great. What's happening further? First of all, Ruxic, he's smelling someone is behind the box. Goes there, shoots him instantly, nearly gets the frag. And what he does, a quick look on the minimap tells us this right here, he's forcing that Brimstone player addicted a little backwards, which is allowing his teammate to have an angle on him. What is going to happen here then? Okay, going further into it, he finds the kill with the ghost. Great start. That is addicted down. One after another, they're now finding kills. Because suddenly what happens as well, once we once more go back and take a closer look at it, this is now also Fizzy, which we actually missed taking a closer look at it, dying with his ult. He's peeking. You see him right there? He's peeking. He has his Killjoy ultimate. He could have saved the day easily. Be like, I put this thing down. Okay, round over. Going a little further, it's just getting worse. Because as we've just mentioned, here comes the great sense, gets the player baited out of that situation. And here Tom and Mitch said, let's play a round of what's next. What is next, Twitch chat? What is next, chat? Well, of course, now you have a Brimstone ult activated. Oh, if that's not horrible enough. Also, Breach for that one kill got his ult activated. Boom. This was not as planned. SAUL loses 1 versus 1 after 1 versus 1 in a 2 versus 4. And this is how they lose the game. Not on a macro level, purely micro.
All right, a couple of little mistakes that have happened here and there, which do add up a little bit, and it allows digital athletics to come back. Now we're going to be heading on to the second map of the series, and that will be Lotus. This time around, this digital athletics map pick, and we've seen what we can expect from them on this map already.
To be fair, after that round breakdown, good job on that, Vincent. To be fair, I saw 3 ults getting used in an eco round and they win it. And that I respect so much because I actually feel like you actually can use these ultimates on eco rounds. Looking into Lotus, I think these ultimates are very crucial, especially on taking space, the AoEs, especially on retakes. And not to mention, looking at these compositions right now, we're gonna see a Neon again on this map, but I'm not sure if it works well with the Sova.
I mean, I think it can work well because you obviously are revealing a side, and as you're revealing side, it's a distraction factor where your Neon can come in. Overall, to quickly highlight that, no changes on any of the sides. No Sentinel for sure. I mean, Kakan is playing a Sentinel, but on the SAUL side, you're right, no Sentinel. Most importantly, though, what we're seeing is that nobody changed anything in the compositions from their regional league. So they stick to what they know. That is very worth highlighting.
Yeah, we're highlighting both of these teams have already played these compositions a couple of times before, so nothing too new. VODs have been available, research has been done. So are we expecting anything crazy?
Yes.
Okay.
Our eyes on Skyland. Because we've seen this guy popping off after going back into the roster, right? And especially, we didn't see them on Lotus because it was banned by Ascend yesterday. Yeah. Obviously, for obvious reasons, because they have been insane in this map particularly. And also winning Fracture, going into this map, I think they have the momentum, they have the energy, they have everything in their hands, and I think Skyline is gonna pop off. So of course, we don't need to talk about Roxy.
All right, well, it looks like everything is in Digital Athletics' favor, but SAUL needs to crawl this one back if they want to go to that decider map. We're going to be heading over to our casters. Mitch, I really, really like your hair, by the way. Tom.
Thank you. Yeah, I put a bit more effort in.
My face, my eyes, like everything.
Everything else.
A man can dream, a man can dream, you know?
Me is perfect.
If we could just get a Photoshop, put this hair on that head, I think it's perfect.
Well, when I've worn a hat, people have mistaken me for you, which is still one of the weirder things.
And for Durka, actually, funnily enough. So
that's a little bit different.
You're doing pretty good on the impression front. I like it.
That wasn't because of a hat.
Well, yes, but there's a little more in play there. A few more disguise elements. But yeah, we heard from the desk here. It definitely feels like everything is set up for Digital Athletics to take it across the line. Tom, you're massively respecting them after that last map, I know. So
yeah,
the reality is, can SAUL make it happen here? What do you see in their future?
Oh, well, I think structurally, it's the same sort of thing going back to like past FPS games I've always seen. Like in Portugal, you don't necessarily have as many players to pull from. I think like structurally, SAUL looked really good. Like they had a lot of cool ideas, a lot of cool setups, stuns. Like it seemed like their supportive utility was much better. Firepower is where they lost that last map. So if they can come in here, have the same setups and have some of those clutches go their way. I think they lost 4 1v1s in the last map. And a 1v3, obviously, the clutch that came out from
and a 2v5.
So you kind of remove those, and it's a very, very different game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, absolutely it is. No, I mean, the game that we just saw was chaotic. It was madness. And I think, honestly, the most structured team seemed to be SAUL. The better team on the day, on the map. That's what it's all about. We're coming in to Lotus. We've already seen the barriers go up and a little bit of a battle, but nobody trading blows just yet. Digital Athletics, conscious of this being an A fake, are still going to be keeping control across the map, but there's a ton of information being gained by the jiggle peek of Ruxic. You can see him on the left side of the map over on C, jiggle peeking over towards Mound, seeing that absolutely nobody is here. And as that Viper wall goes down, they should be ready for this A play to come through. There's nowhere else that SAUL are really going to be looking for, especially what we just saw Sky flash down outside B. Nobody detected there. This is most certainly an A play from DA's perspective.
Yeah, you can already see the full rotation coming in from Deep Man's stun going to be going through, but counter utility being thrown out. Thomas, he's done well. Found a little gap within the smoke that's going to give him space to fight his opponent, trying to do the same, and straight through. Skyland's just running out. Gets caught by one of his opponents. Now the spam going through, managing to at least find one. Deep Man's still battling this. He's going to run out of bullets before he gets anything done, and a lot of awkward fights for Digital Athletics, which have put SAUL firmly in the lead.
Well, they won the both of the pistol rounds in the previous map. Now looking to make it 3 for 3. Kakan, the one that has to stop them, and he will not be getting that done. Just 22 HP going into that clutch. 1-0 for SAUL. A familiar scoreline within a half, in fact. And from what we've seen of DA, you know, they've been playing the Ecos round 2. I don't know if much is going to change here on Lotus. I wouldn't imagine so.
Yeah, again, it does just feel like a lot of those heroes plays being attempted by the defensive side. It's like the paranoia fall myself to swing out and try and get the kill. It's just incredibly risky and really, really didn't pay off for that defensive side. And that's always going to be something to worry about. Like, we've already seen it in the prior map. Like, when they got onto that attacker side, that's where Digital Athletics really shone. And now, we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to do much on this defensive side. Again, not really investing much into these rounds. Deepmans has gone for a Sheriff, a chance to do a little bit of damage for him, but everyone else just on Classics.
Oh, Fizzy. He's been jiggle peeking that the whole time, and the second that he turned away, players crept up close.
So unlucky.
What a timing right there. As we see Fizzy fall, they look towards the site of A to claim back some of those losses. Good for one to start with, but Masik's getting major damage done. The flank of Ruxik good for more. And although they'll catch Kakan, it's down to a 2v2. Winnable still for Digital Athletics. It's just hard to get back into this site now. Those players have got weapons to play with, full auto. And it's the first bullet that needs to land for players like Deepmans making their way around. Good flash, good space take, and access potentially to the spike, but they're going to be double peaked. As soon as the swing comes in, Ruxik somehow wins that fight. Look how low Davey is. Just 32 HP, sure. They're low on the other side, but there's two weapons pointed back. And somehow, and I'm getting sick of saying that today, but somehow Digital Athletics have won the round. Tom, over to you as to how that happened.
It's four Classics and the Sheriff. I don't even know if the Sheriff got a kill.
Did damage.
It did damage
here and there.
It's like the timing here, but this is the curse of no Sentinel. It's just you didn't have anybody to properly watch the flanks, and just timing couldn't have been any worse. There you
Sheriff!
go. Deepman's got one.
On the 1 HP player. In fact, it was a disadvantage.
He was 1 HP.
That's true. Also. They both were very low.
But it just like, yeah. It happened. I'm going to try and do my best to forget that happened, because there are a lot of 1v1 fights that Classic won. I don't enjoy that. And now Tomasi, well, he was hoping to try and go for a blitz play. Bear in mind, he's the only player that actually has a rifle. There is a shotgun that they now know is there.
And they're still going forward, and they're killing him as well.
No fear.
Of course they are. Look at that, charging back into their site. They're not giving it away anytime soon. Fizzy, make the best of a bad situation, man. I love that. He's picking up an orb on one side. He might even run to A and get the other orb if he can.
I think they know that he's picking up orbs.
Yeah, they know what's up.
There's two players now like man-marking that second orb. Yeah, good luck getting this one. Then again, I've just seen a round won by... I'm still not over it. I'm not over it, so...
Oh, no. It's a Classic up close.
Okay.
Ruxik's dealt with it. It's only his Classic that we have to fear. Bit of a wild start to this one.
I don't feel good already.
But listen, look at it from the perspective of SAUL. That previous map, you started well, you won all the pistols, you were winning a lot of the rounds on attack side with cascading utility and very nice timing. The synergy was on point, and then you lost. Do you know why you lost? Probably not. Got to be one of the most frustrating map losses that they just played. Then you come into this one, you win the pistol. Yeah, boys, let's go. And then you die. 4 players to Classics to kick off your anti-eco. That has got to just kick you where it hurts. And now, well, an opportunity perhaps to recover the mental. They're coming in with lots of rifles, and already Great Flash almost punished them.
They're just going for it. Rolling Thunders had to be used just to try and claim ground on C, and it will do that. Deepmans is dead. As said, this man basically just plays as a duelist, but it says Initiator above his head furthest forward, fighting with the flashes. And Viper's Pit, it's going to make things more awkward if they want to try and split back towards the B site, although at the moment I feel like C definitely is their best bet. Only one man there, Masik holding all the Killjoy utility on the other side of the map to try and delay, and this is a nasty little spot.
I really don't mind it. Oh, I do mind that. I do mind that a lot. The Viper inside the pit is swinging out.
As a Vandal as well, by the way.
Honestly, anyone else just pushes up in there and takes it. What was Skyland doing? Just popping down some smokes? In fact, out of smokes, out of paranoia. Why is Skyland not the one peeking there? It's a silly, from my perspective, a silly thing to do. We do see it every now and then.
But then again, did silly things win Digital Athletics the last map?
Hey, you know what? Your logic actually adds up, Tom. It's actually making sense. Now, there's a Viper wall on A, though, and I think Digital Athletics were rolling the dice. They were gambling
Yeah.
on A, even despite the KJ utility.
Well, a C site after plant.
10
It's one that
seconds
can be
left.
incredibly difficult
Spike
to
planted.
break back into, especially if the post plant goes towards the mound. I don't know if they're going to be able to clear this out. Ruxic is on a late flank, but you can see a player already in the corner. It should be, like, he's going to see Addicted, maybe get that kill. If he somehow gets the kill on the second player, I think we just end the game here. He checked it. He did check it, but everything else is just going in the other direction. Kakan, Masic have somehow managed to make this one look workable again. Something they're so incredibly good at. Batty, though, just waiting. This should be an easy kill. Okay, the time's gone, right? The time's gone, right? Surely. No, I think he can actually still get this. He needs the kill instantly, and thank God for Addicted.
I don't think I can take much more of this, Tom. I really don't think I can take much more of this. Mike, I mean, there's so many plays that you think it's going one way, and it doesn't go the other. It goes a completely different way, a way you didn't think was possible.
Honestly, like, Batty had the cleanest, like, he gets tagged up, so he knows exactly where he is. They didn't know he was there, and still doesn't win that battle. That's going to haunt him, even though they won the round. That's going to just be one of those things that sits in the back of his head. Pacey change, though. Thomasy again.
Oh, Pacey indeed, yeah, just going straight up into the site, even full blind, made it all the way to the plant box, looking to fight a little bit further back. And Tomazi can swing around there at light speed. Well done, but the trade was found. Kill still going in favor of Digital Athletics for a moment. But Addicted quickly stepped up and made that flip on its head. Kakan was coming in with a lockdown, but that will not be used here. Not in a 1 versus 3 unless he's crazy.
Oh, yeah, unless, you know, he plays with Digital Athletics.
Yeah. Like he popped
I honestly thought he was going to put it down for a second. Still, a judge in the center. They know exactly where he is. Free kill. Again, I feel like it's one of those spots where I'm watching Digital Athletics and just the communication even seems off. Like, one player's getting, like, spammed down by the Neon ult, and the other player just jumps out of a smoke, doesn't even look in the direction of him until he hits the floor. And then another player, okay, that one is a little bit more forgivable. And then you also have Addicted just killing people back in mid. It just seems like just ridiculously aggressive firefights being taken at every single turn. But SAUL, they managed to weather the storm. Great round by Thomasy as well. That's going to put them into the lead now on the attack side. As said, though, I kind of expect Digital Athletics to be a lot better on the attack.
With what we saw last map as well, I think that would carry forward for sure. Their history says one thing, and I think at this point for SAUL, you know, they're coming in with 3 ultis. Economy up against the back wall for Digital Athletics. This is really their chance to build up that lead now that they're on, while they're on the attack side before Digital Athletics mount theirs.
65% their rounds won on attack.
Digital Athletics, that is.
Enemy tagged.
Yeah, kind of expected. They do normally put up decent numbers on the defense as well, so we'll see how this half actually pans out. Still decent enough finances to go for a buy in this one, and we'll see the Tiger not really garnered too much information. Paddy will be there to shut that one down.
So even with light shields here, Kakan is out of utility. Just the turret, had nothing else. And despite the kill, though, he's being closed in on. A second to be found, and almost more. In fact, that player is in not a lot of trouble. Dodged the nade. The snake bites faded off by now. Davey trying to bait them out into a peek. He doubted himself. Just for that split second, he doubted himself, and it cost him.
There's so many plays that, like, D-Man's or 1v3, he's like, I'm running through the smoke and killing him. It's like, why? It's so risky for no reason, but they're just so confident in the decisions that they make. You see Kakan, by the way, Kakan for this entire round had a lockdown, and he's the most aggressive player they have on their side.
I can explain it, though, because we've had the Hunter's Fury come online. And I think the second you see that, you, in your head, think, my ult doesn't exist. Not until that's popped. Or he's dead.
Yeah, someone else could have peeked and killed him, and then you have it. Fine. Okay, well, a very aggressive stance again. It's just obliteration of this defensive side. The fight towards Rubble has failed miserably, and, well, 2v5.
Hey, on the upside, you can use that lockdown now. 100's Fury's gone.
They'll get a couple of kills and then use it.
Well, with how things have gone so far, I almost don't doubt it.
Standing.
Luckily able to win out that first fight. Lockdown no longer. There we go. In play. They're even checking deep. Man's in the corner. He'll get one, but there's no way out. No way out now. He stepped into the stun.
Yep. He was going to go down eventually. Didn't pop Seekers. I was a little bit worried he would. The confidence of this young man of like, yeah, maybe he does it. But this was just nasty. Like, you had the tags coming through, the dart as well. Like, this is the thing, as we've said, SAUL have been very good at combining their utility together to catch these players off guard. And it just seems that sometimes they do that and they lose all of the firefights. This time, they win all of them. And it's been a lot of very peculiar rounds coming through so far in this game of just all-out brawls across the map. Digital Athletics have opted to try and slow things down on them, maybe a little bit late, because their finances have already taken a pretty big hit. I will say, though, they got a showstopper, a lockdown, and Seekers, so there might just be a gamble play coming through, and one of their players is instantly invested into a rifle.
Yeah, still with some credits left over, right? 1,600, even after that investment and full utility. You'll imagine light shields will come through for Skyland. And outside of that, the rest of the squad, yeah, they might decide to roll the dice and try to play it here and now. At the same time, is it worth it to allow SAUL to potentially spiral out of control? They have a lot to respond with. Rolling Thunder, Viper's Pit, very, very powerful ultimates. And sure, there's some interactions there. Maybe your Seekers into a Viper's Pit could help you to root out that Viper. Your lockdown could push them out of the position. But overall, it feels more beneficial to take this as a lighter buy. Four Sheriffs even still. I mean, they've done a lot more with a lot less.
Yeah, 4 Classics and 1 Sheriff was enough in one of the rounds.
No shields for Skyland. You know, 1,600's definitely running the credits pretty low.
Could have just dropped it.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, give it to one of the players with
well,
shields.
He has dropped it.
Yeah.
Just in a different way. And well, Tamazi really... Again? This is the second time we've seen them put a showstopper in a 3v5. Like, okay, same result. It traded 1 for 1, and then they win the 2v4. Right?
Yeah.
They really don't value the showstopper at all. That's what I'm learning. They value it at like the same level of buying a Marshall.
Like, your rifle isn't still alive. You have 3 ultimates that you're up against.
It's fine. They'll win this round. Then we'll have to eat our words again.
You know what? If they win this round, I would be very happy for them. But I somehow do not see that outcome finding its way into our reality.
I like the fact that we're seeing them double up a lot more now. Like, I think SAUL have been punished enough in the last map that they've learned from their mistakes and gone, okay, we're going to play every single scenario very carefully to make sure there isn't any risk. Yeah, genuinely, I think Masic is just happy. 1-for-1 trade with a showstopper. It's like the guy in ranked who's like, I got my kill.
Yeah.
Where's your kill?
Why didn't you guys do it?
If you all got a kill, we would have won.
Lost us the round, bro. Lost us the round. But it's even like those small decisions. Skyland being point of contact with the rifle. You're on defense, man. Like, just give the rifle to someone else. And no offense, but he's 1-6. You know what I mean? There's other players who had shields and have been having a good game so far. Just doesn't make any sense. And I think that's sort of where we're at right now in these last couple rounds for Digital Athletics. It's
he's playing on the wall.
What are we gonna do here?
Oh my goodness! No.
They've lined them up and taken them down. Tamazi at least able to get something done on the site, but they've got to get back in and fight Ruxic for the control of that spike. Stun goes in. Tamazi almost good for more. I mean, just 38 HP. That could have been Ruxic down, but instead it's Fizzy in a 1v2 with the spike down and in a not so retrievable position.
You can see Fizzy's just like, he's coming behind. He's definitely coming behind. I'm 100%. There's always someone on the flank. Nope, he's now spotted him.
There he is.
They have the information. Ruxic is still just sat by this door, and every time they try and go through, he's going to put the wall up, spam through. He's the one that's low. Even lower now. 9 HP, and this gives a chance for a reposition. Fizzy, he's got his ultimate online. If he can get back over in towards that C site, he can get himself a fairly comfortable afterpart. Okay, there's a couple of nano swarms online, but ultimately
30 seconds left.
those likely aren't going to play a massive part in the round because they'll already be able to bypass them completely. There is that Viper's Pit to put him in a strong position. Ruxic is just sprinting. He's so far ahead of his teammate. Just wants to try and clear some of this ground a little bit earlier on, and now they're going to use that lockdown. Now they're going to try and force him completely out of position. They're even pinging the spot that he can be in.
They still have to deal with him. And that swing has one player super low. Ruxic, there's no one following. Kakan now, I mean, he's being decayed. He's sat up close, and Fizzy's got a prime position, but he swat. What? He switched his weapon mid-fight. I don't like that. I don't like that, Tom.
Yeah, again, it's another round where I thought he had that one. Like, being able to get out of the position, even have, like, again, it's such a risky play. This whole round from Ruxic is genuine insanity. Like, plays close to the door, gets spotted by the drone, still manages to drop the spike in the door frame. It spams when he has, like, 30 HP and somehow gets away with it, and then just runs in, gives his life and gives the 1v1, and, well, unfortunately for Fizzy, it's gone the way of Kakan. Digital Athletics, they brought it back 4-5, and well, there's still a purchase at least.
I have a request for production, just myself. I want to see that kill on Ruxic after this round one more time, because I'm almost certain Kakan, after the lockdown popped, was checking inside the Viper's Pit while his teammate fought, which was not physically possible for him to be there.
It's, you know.
I'll watch that back later at a minimum, but
we move on.
That was horrible. 5-4. Saw in the lead, but only barely. And they're up against now a few ultis that we've already seen pop. I mean, Ruxic has been unreal. I would not want to push into a site that this guy is on, and then a Viper's Pit
not
added
even
to
that.
it.
Stand near a site, because he might just run through his own Viper's Pit and try and kill you. Like, the thing is, I've seen NewKid do it with this sort of Viper's Pit. Just run through it and get some kills. It's just that alpha confidence that we see from Viper players.
At least he has gone for the Phantom this time, Tom.
That's true. Also, Skyland now, he's playing around the same spot where they like to place their smoke, and is just sat there with a judge. Much more of an insta-kill chance, and with no real aggression on the other side, it's going to make it tough for SAUL. 35 seconds left on the clock, his own smoke place, as said. He's just looking to try and wait for them to go through this. Judge on the other side, spam through from Masic. He's trying to almost sell this idea that there's a player on the other side, and well, the fake TP really hasn't sold anything whatsoever.
Got the one, but the reveal, a little too strong. Good shot from Masic. He's kept them back from that laneway. And the time, yeah, is running way, way down. Plant now just being started, nothing to push them off of it. Strong retake potential for Digital Athletics, especially with that Viper's Pit. There's going to be some disruptive play. No paranoia from Davey. Could be a huge difference maker if it was online, giving Fizzy a much better chance in this upcoming fight, if it even is to be. You know, I'm not sure if anyone's going to go through topside. It's re-smoked right now. You probably are just hoping the main brunt of this force is going to be finding rewards. And with the snake bite down and a spray from Batty, there is no chance back through for Digital Athletics. Well handled.
Yeah, solid utility. Just utilizing their smokes up top, having a crossfire that was nasty, and then when they realized the snapback was coming through on the other side of the map, they...
Oh no, here we go.
Enemy remaining.
It hadn't gone off yet, in all fairness. I think that's more Ruxic peeking ahead of time. Yeah. I'm glad we got to see that back, because I wanted to just double check. The timing was a little off in the lockdown. Thank you, production. Appreciate you.
Well, 6-4. Again, I feel like a warranted lead held for SAUL. They've definitely looked like the better side in this map, as they did the last, but as we saw in the previous as well, when it came to the attack side, that's where Digital Athletics really had their move. Again, they're down to just pistols. They've been spotted already. This time, Fizzy's not being caught by any nasty flank because he knows that it's coming, and the rest of the team, with that information, are going to go sprinting into A.
I love the idea of the snake bite even going through. I mean, just extra security for this squad as they make their push onto the A site. And look how free it is. I mean, their spidey senses are tingling here. They're thinking there's someone around any corner, but now they've cleared it out. They know it's theirs. The spike plant is down. It's about as well as you can imagine it going to start things off, and the clean play of SAUL continues.
The thing I like from SAUL as well is, like, in the last map, we saw them go, okay, well, I can hold a more aggressive position, catch some players off guard. Not even bothering anymore. There's like, let's just play our crossfires. Let's not give them any 1v1s at all. We'll use our utility. That's where we have the stronghold over this map. is when we play together.
What,
and
bro? What? That's the second time in 2 maps they've ran through their own nade and died to it.
Enemy remaining.
I don't know what to say at that point, man. 38.
Sacrifice.
Yeah. Well, they're not getting the orb at least. Don't worry.
But to be fair, they have taken down 4 players.
Done a lot of damage. Luckily, it's the final round, so they'll be able to drop over and not.
Yeah, financially they'll be fine. But yeah, 4 people end up going down.
It's the synergy, man. It's just in those moments, but even on the last map, it was the guy's own grenade. So at that point, it's nothing to do with synergy. That's the synergy with yourself.
Yeah.
The silly mistakes. And I mean, you know, we heard it on the desk. A few silly little mistakes is what they said.
In this round, I didn't see it. He could have just been going for a timing through it. They didn't have much to play with. Like, they were playing with, what, a couple of sheriffs?
Yeah, it was pistols. It was pistols.
I can forgive it more in this scenario.
For sure. And probably you just lob it over, it lands where it lands, maybe it gets someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, it is one of those things that's just funny to see it happen consistently. 1 per map. That's their 1, though. So no more needed.
Yeah. And the thing is, we could still end up at a 7-5 like last time and going into that attack side for Digital Athletics. They'll be fine with that. Then again, though, I'm liking this. Just this pack mentality from SAUL. Like, okay, we're not going to give them those fights. We're not going to allow them to push in. I feel like SAUL are very good at learning from their mistakes. And this A site has worked out very nicely, except when they've tried to go through this door.
Gonna avoid any KJ util at the start, but look who's up close again. It's Ruxic. He won't make his way out of that wall.
She's sprinting! It must be so difficult to play against the way that Digital Athletics take these fights. He knows there's multiple players. He just runs in, spamming bullets, and oh, the man advantage has kept a swing from Deepmans. He wins the battle again. And now Fizzy is the only one standing. Deepman's somewhat trapped in the corner, but it doesn't matter too much. A chance to redeem himself from that 1v2 earlier. First kill's free, but the second will be instantaneous on the trade. It is going to be that 7-5 scoreline once again. But as we've seen already, SAUL are pretty good at winning those pistols.
Yeah, well, look, they're 3 for 3 right now. You can't really put too much doubt on their name coming into this 4th pistol of the series. Some really nice ideas. And I think in that moment, your players up close, it's a shame there's not someone closer to be able to take that fight with them. I think that's all they were missing, was having that one extra player who catches that swing that came through from Addicted, drops him, they keep control. Everything could have went their way, but the nature of the setup, that wasn't there to be played with. In the pistol, I mean, one of the things in general that we're going to be expecting to see from SAUL is just straight up aggression out of that Neon, especially towards Rubble. You're claiming, or not Rubble, sorry, the broken wall over on A. You're claiming that control consistently. At least that's what we see from most teams. And while starting this one off, it's the very same. Recon there to support as well. So
Pretty sure that is called Rubble, by the way.
Oh, that's Rubble? Ah, gotcha.
And this is
Mound.
Mound.
Is Mound, of course. Yeah.
Here you go. Don't doubt yourself, buddy. Come on.
I do.
Come on.
we have different names for them all when we play ranked, but we can't use all those here.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably not. Nice shot from Deepman. Stun, it comes through, but too little, too late. Omen down, and aggression's still there on the other side. Addicted's head has been spotted up close. It gives the info needed, and, well, again, you can see Digital Athletics, they're just building up as a 4-5. They, on the other hand, excuse me, he's just spammed through a freebie kill. Tamazi's been spotted, an instant trade again, and this time the Sova has to fall back.
Not a bad start, though. The wall's going down. Addicted's got the angle. That's sneaky. Calling for his teammate to drop the wall, giving him the opportunity now, though. They crunch in on him, and they'll change their target. The A site, no more under threat. Instead, it's B. And they're already getting the plant down. A lot of players low on that Digital Athletics side. This isn't an easy closeout to the round. Batty knows someone just took the teleport. He knows roughly where they went. He'll look to punish, but the trade is quick.
Yeah, Fizzy now again. He's had many attempts at clutches, unfortunately. None successful, and he's caught by Kakan. He's had some slower halves, the prior map being a bit quieter from him, but a big round to finally win them a pistol as well for Digital Athletics. The start they needed, and as said, when it comes to their statistics, their attack side has definitely been the better of the two, so getting off to a strong start. A nice attempt, though, by Addicted. Again, a couple of nice little interplays coming through from the side of SAUL, but unfortunately, the individual prowess on that Turkish squad just seems to be more than enough.
all this time around. At 7-6, buy up strong for Digital Athletics. SAUL want to get very aggressive in these frenzies while they thrive up close, but that one-way smoke, although it'll keep them back on the attacking side, it sort of keeps SAUL back from playing aggressive. You're not going to want to push through that. Ain't going to end well the majority of the time. Not really able to get the info he needs here. Fizzy is kept back as well. The wall can come up and provide a little bit of support, but for the most part, this is going to have to be the retake.
Yeah, he's had to fall back all the way. The snake bite didn't really deter Digital Athletics for long enough. His whole job was to delay. He didn't invest into anything other than the snake bites, and because of that now, the site is lost. Just hoping they can get something. Nice dart again! Don't know how. Deepman's, he hasn't even taken that much damage. I thought he would be low HP at least, but absolutely nothing. And while Skylum will save the rifle that was dropped, nothing lost in the end for Digital Athletics. And while you look at the buy that's coming into the next round, Mitch, it's a pretty strong one.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they've brought through so much here. You know, hey, I'll say Fizzy got the kill in the end, at long last, but I think one of the things that robbed him of it there is how thick that wall is and the fact that he was blind. So yeah, a lot of those right clicks just were not landing on this. And you see there, 3 of those shots all went into the wall. So had he have not been hit by the paranoia, I think that's a much easier kill. But the recon certainly helped out to still just give them at least a bearing in that fight.
Well, looks like we are going to have the battle towards Mound this time. Davi's tried this in the last, or in the pistol at least, and was obliterated by Deepman's. Fizzy's been spotted as well. They just seem to have presence across the majority of the map, although A almost seemingly given for free over on the other side. We'll see how long this control is going to be kept. Obviously with those one-ways available, it's not so dangerous, but now they have dissipated. You have to wonder if Davi's just going to opt to pull back.
That paranoia coming out of Davey, but it's traded back on the other side. And he was inside the nade the whole time. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Flash on C, detects a player. Excuse me, sir. You can't be doing that. Now there's a snake bite down as well. Batty is just tucking in for dear life. They tagged him. There's even a blast back over. I'm trying to push him back forward into the spam. What is this? He's being bullied, and then he's taken down. He had to reposition 7 times. They know that Fizzy should be around this area. Good kill to start it off. Repositioning, moving to water. Another fight for him, a 1v1, but it's not one this time. Digital Athletics miles ahead, and with Tamazi left with an impossible task, we can already put a tally up on the DA round counter.
Yeah, this is a thing that just this roster seems to thrive under, is just when they can be more direct, go together. The trades look so much more effective than the risks they take on the defensive side. Like, that's the thing for Digital Athletics I really think that they might need to work on, is just their synergy on defense looks messy. Like, it's a lot of solo plays, a lot of risky plays, whereas they get onto the attack, they can just run into a site, trade effectively, and it's almost like a death ball. And unfortunately, that's where I do feel like SAUL struggle, because individually, right now at least, it looks like Digital Athletics are a step above.
And I think it makes a lot of sense that, especially for this team in the stage of their Valorant journey, that they're going to be that little bit better on attack. On the attack side, you've got a clear idea of what you're doing. You're moving forward when you're told to move forward, and you mostly are the one initiating plays. So there's a clear game plan and vision. When you're on defense, you have your setup and you have to adapt. You have to react. And those split-second moments, like the 3v1, it was even a long time ago that we saw it. But like the 3v1 where Deepman's just comes swinging out through the smoke, that's a personal decision in that moment. Nobody's calling, retake now, you know? He sat there and he goes, I have a feeling I can make this happen. And it works, but it doesn't always work. And that's where the synergy needs to be improved on. On the attack side, they are calling, get in there now, get in there. Yeah. And he's like, I know what to do. Through the smoke I go.
I was already in. Yeah, I also think for SAUL, like, obviously we know they will have pracked against plenty of different teams, but I feel like it's a completely different gravy the first time in an official you play against a Turkish squad. Like, we saw, like, go back to the days of Supermassive Blaze where they blitzed all the way through EMEA because nobody could play against them. And then they went to Masters and did absolutely nothing. Like, it takes time to adapt. And right now, well, SAUL have to try and adapt very quickly indeed. Of course, they're in their opening match. For Digital Athletics, this is a much more important game. You don't want to be going 0-2 in the groups after their loss to Ascend yesterday. But right now, they are the ones in the driver's seat. And unfortunately, on the other side, well, again, you're looking at Pistols, a Hunter's Fury, but finding impact with that is going to have to be almost a fluke.
That streak of rounds then that already exists and that will only be further extended on for Digital Athletics certainly starts to beat away that morale of SAUL. It makes it harder as this series comes closer to a close. Stinger firing off, some damage taken, but ultimately it's nothing but posturing to begin. Everybody's waiting for that play to come through. They've been waiting with this stun the whole time. There's nothing on the back of it. Thought maybe that's where the Hunter's Fury comes in, but no. It was just to keep them back a moment, and, well, it's not helping them out when it comes to the duels. A headshot delivered, 12 HP on Skyland. There's some promise here. There's some potential. Still a paranoia left on the way through, but ultimately, that plant's going down.
Enemy remaining.
So the rest of the defensive side, by the looks of things.
Yeah, I understand not using the ult in a round like this, like, especially if you have plans maybe for a lockdown or something like that.
DA would have, right? Digital Athletics, they would have popped that start of the round.
Yeah, but the thing is, I wouldn't have minded it in this case with that late left on the timer. The stun set up to catch the players. You knew where they were going. I feel like there was an opportunity, but I'm not going to critique it too much because I'm perfectly happy with teams saving their ults for buy rounds.
The other thing is when that stun actually came through, I think just glancing at the map in the replay, you actually had Addicted in the middle of B site. They didn't have any utility to guarantee there wasn't a player there. So there's a real world that there's a lurker. He pops his ult and then he's just stood in the open like an idiot. So I think it was definitely the right call. Just you can see from our perspective where the potential was.
Exactly, yeah.
But Digital Athletics, their potential in this round is massive. Masic probably going to get one kill with that showstopper. He does every time he has it online.
No, he's going to get it. He's going to get one kill when they're in a 3v5 and die instantly.
Oh, Addicted didn't reload that weapon. Going to have to pop that now, my friend. There we go. He's on the reload. Few extra bullets.
He's even got a skin you love as well.
He does. The Blast X. It makes me very happy. Not the goddamn smite. We saw
the funny thing is, in pro play, I reckon the smite has got more kills.
Yeah, I know. I feel like it's a personal attack, honestly. Here's a chance. The Rumble could come through any moment now. Addicted, ready. But hold on. He's popping a recon. It's up top. It's going to be delayed, and there's already Masic wrapped around behind him. Really nice play from this Raze as Digital Athletics swarm the A site. The plant is even coming through as we speak. They have a player up close ready to punish. It's Ruxic, who's just been consistent round after round for this squad in putting up the numbers. Kakan sealing the first blow, and an operator on the retake already made his way down below. They're committing to it, Tom. And now I bet they wish they weren't.
It's just nasty. The thing is as well, again, like, the way that Digital Athletics play their post plant is it's almost like it's not a post plant. Like you see them get into a spot, like you look at the swing from Masic, like he goes down instantly. The next player isn't like, okay, now we should probably chill. He also swings. Like, and that for SAUL, I think it's gonna be so difficult to play again. Like that's the kill I'm talking about. He just goes, right, I'm swinging in, I'm taking a head off. As they try and retake. It's like, they're very good at disrupting the retakes. And I think in some matches that will cost them a lot of these after plant scenarios, but versus SAUL, it is working wonderfully. The amount of times that Digital Athletics have just gone, okay, we're going to try and just deny any setup you can have.
This has found so much value every single time. Those finger guns are rattling off. Hunter's Fury going to be activated. Addicted already finding one. Skyland up close, 30 HP, and he is gone.
Great round.
That is so quick. A blitz round out of SAUL, and they've got all the value.
Yeah, he must have one of the most impactful overdrives I think I've ever seen in my life. Like, Tomazi, I think every single time he's popped it, he's got like a couple of kills, or in this round, he's just been the ultimate distraction for everybody else.
Kills, space, damage, even a lot of the time.
That's the first round they've won on defense. And it was basically just those two ults being utilized, and the Hunter's Fury is thrown in alongside it. But I like it. This is what I'm saying. I think SAUL have got some wonderful ideas, wonderful setups. They've just been beaten when it comes to a lot of these firefights. And again, we're just going to see this group up. 4 ultimates online. Push going to be coming through deep towards Rubble. Now, there is an alarm bot there,
You should run.
and they're going to use the lockdown straight away just to try and get themselves in towards this B site. It doesn't look like, well, especially with no longer having that Hunter's Fury, there is anything available to destroy it.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Batty for a second. He pulled out the Aftershock thinking he was a few patches behind, but he put it away right after. Great blind. Tamazi dealt with. Lots of ultimates going out on each side, but still, the spike hasn't found its final destination necessarily as these kills go back and forth. Remember, still a From the Shadows online if they need a rotation. And it's going to be the plant attempt right here. Davey down to 40. A wallbang even enough to take him down. 5 bullets left in his mag, down to 4. Needs to reload, and he's got it. Picked up another weapon to find that kill. Fizzy fading out. And look, this is a pretty good weapon to have fighting back into the Viper's pit, just because of the coverage you can have, especially, you know, as we move into spams not being as effective.
The
problem is they've heard him. They've heard him steamrolling, and they're swinging out with 10 HP. Could have hit in the corner, could have tried to play the time. Instead, they wanted to win it there and then. Ruxic has to dive in because of the smoke. They've seen where he is now, and he can't deal with them. A nice response from SAUL. They'll get the defuse out of it. Have to wonder, they play that time a little bit more. How different it could have been.
Yeah, I think it was he heard the steps and just was like, okay, if he pre-fires me, I'm instantly dead because I'm low. So he just goes, okay, I'll try and take the face, and well, Fizzy wins another battle. The thing is, though, it's just a huge round from Davy. I don't know how he's managed to get as much done as he has on such low HP, but 4 kills from there, battling him from a multitude of different positions. Finally, we've seen SAUL actually manage to win one of these clutch scenarios. They have not been going their way throughout the entirety of this series. And now, well, still plenty of finances for Digital Athletics to play with, at least for this round. So they're going to take a pause, and after what was a 5-round streak, look to try and break back again.
You know, at this point, I got to really respect the pause call. They've lost 2 rounds on their attacking side, back-to-back, and that's enough for them to say, okay, let's take our breather right here and now and fight our way back through. In terms of what their opponents have, everything they could possibly wish for, but getting onto a site drastically increases their win percentage. Viper's Pit in play. And I think, you know, I'm not sure.
Viper's Pit Odin?
Viper's Pit Odin retake, got to be the most powerful comp we've ever seen. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one. I'll say, you know, maybe there's some angles you can play it on where you can spam through a wall, and no, I'm out of in all fairness, if you imagine like C-Site, for example, when you actually have the Viper's Pit down there and they go for a plant, they are dead because you're wall banging the left corner. Anywhere else they are, they're 1 HP anyways.
Okay, he swapped guns, thankfully.
Probably the right call. He swapped guns to a Vandal.
Yeah, I still think it's the lesser of evils.
Granted.
But someone could have just bought a Phantom.
You can't spam as much, but you shouldn't be spamming as much. So I guess it works out. Just get him a goddamn Phantom. Probably has the Shorty to work with as well. And in the position that he is in, if anybody gets close to him, the Shorty will kill them. Without a doubt. The Shorty could kill them from a mile away.
Looking at the showstopper as well. Like, if Masic can work out where his opponent is, like, you could try and use the From the Shadows to find out where Fizzy is playing from. Instead, though, just almost death balling. Just walking around as, well, 4 plus the luck of Kakan to try and watch around the other side. Rotations coming in, a good read from SAUL. 2 players now dedicated to this A site. 3rd coming in as well. Relying on Davy on the other side, and he's actually going to go peeking out into the mound. They have so much info. 35 seconds left, and they've spotted every single player nigh on outside this A site. If it is going to be a move back, it has to be quick, and there's an operator watching.
There it is, the pick found, and it's Kakan that goes down. No flank protection now to be found. As we look at the C site, seizing control, the showstopper is going to be taking the space, but they've already fallen back. Given them the space, allowed the plant to come through just so they can avoid going down to that showstopper. At least it's a bit more control found for them. They only really need to worry about the spawn retake at this point, and the plant is in.
Oh, lovely.
But the planter is out.
3v5. We've seen a lot of these situations slip away from SAUL so far in this map. An aggressive Masic, but he's going to have to switch his gaze in the other direction. He should be dead for sure. And now, well, just leaving it onto the last man. Ruxic to try and clutch. It's not going to be happening. A solid retake for SAUL as they will level things up once again. The plant with a few extra credits for the side of Digital Athletics might help them out a little bit. but even still, this buy might end up a little bit rusty.
Even before this replay starts, you know, we saw them stack up on the A side thanks to that Viper's Pit being used so early. The player inside the pit consistently playing with the snake bite ready. Even if you had a showstopper entry, it would have been done before the rocket got fired. I think there was no way for them to break through to B, honestly, in that round, as short of a major mistake being made or a massive whiff from Fizzy. Outside of that, as soon as they get contact on A, rotations are through. Off is posted, and the retake is played for afterwards. He got his one, he got out. You got to give Davey credit for that. He's had some really impactful rounds so far in this half, and if it continues this way, might be what gets SAUL all the way to Haven. That third map still possible as they're tied up neck and neck. Rifles in play for Digital Athletics. Basically the entire team looking to take this A main control. It's just the one Kakan left behind, and Alarm Bot covering the C push. Take flight. Himself covering B. I like the setup.
Yeah, automatically after the initial fight, it's a fallback though. Not looking to overplay their hand, not looking to fight for this ground this time out at least. Mazzy just trying to hold on to this control. Still has a stun available if they were going to try and blitz through, but this time at least, just hoping to try and claim something off the spam. Still a chance that they could double back into this B site. There is Paddy waiting on this other side. Stun not really going to connect onto anything. And after plant, seemingly guaranteed.
Oh, not even damage taken by Deepman's actually. Able to get out scot-free. And a strong post plan if they keep control over one of these sides. Ruxic caught. The trade not good for Skyle, and the stun coming through. It's caught him. He needs some support, he needs some help. He's got it in the form of Deepman's. Paranoia goes out to trade out the control, but a double peek in the spawn, and the numbers thinning out. For Digital Athletics, it's all left down to Deepman's, and he's out in the open. Snakebite hit, and it's the Odin with a 3K to close out this round. The lead now back in SAUL's hands.
Still unbelievably close, but you can almost see some of the patience there from SAUL. Just two players waiting for them to try and push in towards that C connector. And just getting some freebie kills off the back of it. Multiple retakes in a row. I think SAUL are somewhat learning from the mistakes. Okay, they're going to push us. They're going to fight us. They're going to try and take this ground away. And because of that, they're very, very ready for it at this stage. I feel like Digital Athletics need to try and adapt a little bit. Either group up together, play one spot, or sort of fight for one spot rather than sort of segmenting. Or even just have some post plans, because that hasn't really been their style thus far.
Revealing area.
Turn down.
The reveal actually not going to catch Ruxic. He's able to play around the smoke that they threw out. Maybe a little bit closer than they'll expect, but no, I think they might have heard him, seen him. Whatever it was, his stun went down, and he's being forced back. Orb taken to get Seekers online for Deepman's. But again, even if we'll see that used right off the rip, Mazzy's able to move so quickly back, and well, you've seen Addicted backing him up. 3 heads spotted there. Oh, okay. Addicted going to go down. If they had a caught Tamazi here, the A site was completely theirs, and it's the Seekers to chase him back out. Give them the space they need to plant.
Oh, he's just going to spam it. Maybe trying to take down the Seekers and instead gets himself a kill.
Spike planted.
It leaves just 2 remaining. Digital Athletics somewhat clinging to life in a map that looks like was theirs to take. 5 rounds in a row to start off this second half. Kakan in a bit of a dirty angle. Will they actually clear this? They've got the flank coming through. That might be the plan, but he has a chance to bite them. They don't look directly down. He's going to let the first man pass. The second as well, but gets absolutely nothing. And now it's left all onto Skyland. He's managed to, but again, out comes the overdrive, and out comes minimum of overtime for SAUL. They will get themselves to 12, and Digital Athletics still have to try and climb back again.
It was so close. Just that one whiff now going to be haunting him.
Match point.
Sat down below, ready for them to swing, ready to get the round, essentially. What Skyland was able to do.
Bye-bye. Go, go, go.
And it's that initial fight as well. You know, proactive map control that we've seen.
He's 100% spamming the Seekers. 100%. He was not trying to kill Deepman's at all.
That's disgusting. You see him coming through. I mean, I guess it has the added benefit that, yeah, if somebody is following it, you maybe pepper them up. I don't think you quite expect to rip their head off like that. But when it works, it works.
Oh, again, the same sort of fight. Tomazi feeling confident. Hunter's Fury to try and section them off, and they are being destroyed. Addicted with 2 already. Actually tags up his teammate a little bit. That might help out. A chance to swing this back. Massacre's found another. A missed shot as well on the operator. This somehow, in what is a 2v5, looks possible.
They've each smoked off a different side of that door. And the ult into tree. They'll fight for the site. Paranoia to go through. Smoke on left. I mean, there's pure panic here. They've got 0 information on where these guys could be. And while SAUL have just pulled back, nobody's being the hero right now. Instead, waiting for the opportunities to present themselves. And with 70 HP left, Skyline has one hell of a clutch in front of him to keep this team in it, push up to an OT, and it ain't happening. SAUL, they've managed to do what looked almost impossible. After those 5 rounds in a row, I was ready to call it.
Yeah.
But they've managed to fight their way all the way back in this series and get Haven.
Defenders win.
Look, after that first map, I felt like they were the better team overall. They played mechanically well. They were on, their synergy was certainly through the roof in comparison.
Yeah.
And now we've seen them recover here on Lotus. I might even have faith in them taking this series now.
But that was the thing. I was saying it's hard for teams to adapt towards the Turkish rosters with how aggressive they are in post plants, like them sort of pushing, getting in your face. And they did. They slowed down their retakes. They played sort of later into the rounds, and they were catching those aggressive plays coming out. That's something that impressed me throughout the latter stages of that second half, is they clearly saw what their opponents were doing, and they changed how they played. That's a sign of a good team.
Well, that's exactly it, because we didn't see them start out in a way that they don't normally play. They weren't playing crazy. Exactly what we feared. The aggressive post plans, them getting the space and consistently winning openings was happening, and they adjusted. Beautiful thing to see and inspiring, I think, for those fans at home who might be rooting for SAUL, the Portuguese out there. We're going to go to a break. We got Haven up next, and it's anyone's game.
Digital Athletics up against SAUL, and it's going the distance. This can be anyone's game, and from what we've just seen on Lotus, that really is the case, because either one of these teams could be walking away victorious with an extra point in their group.
Hey, listen, everything we said about map number 1, retakes not working, coordination not working, all of that fixed within one map. And suddenly, a Digital Athletics pick that looked absolutely doable, that looked absolutely done. No chance for SAUL, got it done at 180, backflip into the kiddie pool to bring it all down to map number 3.
Why would you backflip into the kiddie pool?
And why? Because that kind of mess it was.
Okay.
And guess what? Davi, after picking the operator, destroys DA hopes. Like, I can imagine these, especially Tamazi, running through the rounds, crazy with that Neon, using his ray bolts. Very precise.
Tactical shooting, precise gunplay.
Yeah.
Hey, oh, wait!
Oh, we don't need to mention that right now, with all the chaos that happened in this map, because everything was all over the place. People are trying to trade each other as fast as possible to make it 1v1. That was the goal of both teams.
It was a weird game. I mean, to be very frank, first of all, it was a really weird game. I don't know how often, you know, if I personally think if Tom would have had hair at the beginning of the game, now he would be bald.
Maybe that's why he doesn't have hair anymore, because he's watched so much Valorant.
He was ready.
I think that is not the reason. I think that is genuinely not the reason. He works with Mitch, probably that is the reason. But most importantly, to be frank, we saw a few players step up. Kakan did a way better job overall on the department in my eyes regarding what support players we're talking about.
Yeah.
It is, so far for Digital Athletics, it's not been, yeah, we're looking at our duelists, yeah, we're looking at that. It mostly has been the support players really taking the key job on the side of Digital Athletics.
Yeah,
to help Masik into the side.
Yeah, another player as well that has been doing really well was Ruxix specifically. We even have a highlight reel prepared because we thought that they were just so great.
It's just the amount of confidence that SAUL came into this. I'm not gonna lie, after the pistol losing the anti-eco round, SAUL did a great job to stop the momentum on the fourth round. And I think if they kept that momentum going for Digital Athletics, we could have seen another game.
Yep, especially on the defense.
I mean, we are actually seeing another game.
Hey!
And it's going to be on Haven, specifically the final map for both of these teams to fight it out and get 1 point in their respective groups.
So the thing about Haven is the last time I've taken a look at it was versus S2G. Digital Athletics had to play it in the grand final against one of the best Turkish teams we have this year. And most importantly, it was once more this individual, scrappy, entry-heavy. I'm looking for that first fist fight, and even if the sky is blue, I'm going to change its color because I don't like how it looks like kind of fight. This is basically Digital Athletics, and this is the way they played Haven so far on defense.
And I think we're going to see such a chaotic individual gameplay coming from both teams into Haven.
My favorite.
Yeah, you like chaotic.
Hey, I think it's really good for the sanity of Mitch and Tom.
It's called sarcasm. Have you ever heard of it?
I did.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, so
I know Sheldon.
I was gonna make a really bad joke here, but I was like, no. Hey! Yeah, exactly, that's the one. So both of these teams are very much traditionally known for having their very traditional comps, you know, nothing too crazy. And it's a mirror matchup. Yay!
There's a slight change up though. Kakan is swapping over and goes away from the Cypher to the Killjoy. They've done this in previous compositions. The interesting part about that particular is when talking to their coach and Kakan himself, they're always like, on some maps, a good Cypher can be used really well and work really due to change. Obviously, they've now changed it up again and went to the more usual agent in the form of Killjoy. It's always the thing with Essential right now. We really see teams once more swapping to more traditional things, and here once more they do in the international competition.
Yeah, I prefer going with standard composition better than trying something new, trying to force it in the meta or whatever is going on. But looking into this, I want to point out something very nice about SAUL. We saw Tamazi on the race, we saw him on the Neon, and now we're gonna watch him on the Jet, and he has been performing on those two so far. Is he going to do the same on the Jet as well? We're gonna know.
Question remains to be answered because we're gonna be heading into the final map of today. We got all 3 maps on both of these best of 3s, and we're gonna be heading over to our casters Mitch and Tom to cover this. Tom, I have a question. If you go over your forehead, can you tell us the future? Who will win this one? Oh, Mitch got the power.
I'm feeling it.
Yeah?
I'm seeing visions.
It says you're the analyst desk. That's your job.
We quit.
Oh my
You guys, it's your
God.
job now.
Tom, you're gonna drive them out of here. What is this? You can't be that vicious. All right, well, I'll be sure my questions are not something the AD should answer. I don't want to get in trouble here. How are you?
I'm good.
That's a safe one. That's a safe one. But in all seriousness, we're moving on to Haven. This series has gifted us a third map when I think most of us expected, hoped, this to be a 2-0. I think the reality is, with how it's gone so far, genuinely no idea what we're about to witness here. I mean, I might have an idea based on Agents how they'll play, but I am certain they will break that idea, shatter it to pieces.
Yeah, I think this is a map as well where it's similar to the last in the sense there's a lot of opportunities for aggression, a lot of chances to take risks in your post plants, which I'm kind of hoping maybe Digital Athletics will have learned a little bit from the mistakes of the last map. But that's the thing. I feel like SAUL have been slowly sort of adapting to the style of that Turkish aggressive play. I want to see if they've sort of perfected it for the last map, especially since this has been a long day. I'm sure fatigue will start to slip in now we get into the eve of the day. And, well, we'll see who's going to come out on top in this one.
Well, we're kicking this one off with the attack side for SAUL and Digital Athletics defending. Neither team wanting to step too far out of their comfort zone to kick off the pistol as we see the seconds run down, and they're just looking for that mid-fight to take place. Now, with a minute 20 on the clock, we're starting to see them get a little bit itchy feet out on a long few spams through, see if they can tag up these window players. There's nothing landing just yet. And with no aggression coming out of that defensive side, it is time to make their move forward. We're going to see a lineup coming through from Batty.
Oh.
This is inspecting the cobblestone.
This is my favorite stone. I love this stone more than any other stone. Why is that? Gives me lineup so I can know where this guy is, along with the stun somehow. Skyler almost manages to make it work. In fact, he does. Stunned up, Deep Man spamming. He's going to do so much more. And it looks like the pistol curse has been well and truly broken for Digital Athletics. They won the last one. Now they win this one and get off to a flyer.
Huge timing on the recon through from Deepmans. They weren't able to see it. They had too many targets to focus on as it goes up. And you see it grab the kill onto Tamazi and obviously section these other players off, allowing the rest of the team to clean house. Really nice stuff from them. Good response. And yeah, that was a slow start from SAUL. I think they were very much hoping and expecting Digital Athletics to take a step forward, to overextend, give them the pick, which could be the trigger point to make that push happen. When that didn't come through, well, they had to just do something. It was straight into B. Not working out for them this time around, giving Digital Athletics the lead, and a strong buy in this one. 3 Bulldogs. Unusual to see it right off rip. We're getting the judge on Skyland, but the power behind this weapon, especially when so many of your opponents don't have shields, is just unbelievable.
Why do I feel like he's about to be insta-shot in the face just because you've built that up so much?
Right.
The power of this weapon!
He's undefeatable with this in his hands.
Unstoppable!
And he's going to get stunned up.
Oh, hey! Oh! There we go. He did get shot in the head. It was a little bit of a delayed shot in the face. Yeah, not the greatest of trades. I'm really interested to see how Deepman's going to play, because on the other 2 maps, he played Initiators, which allow him to be that little bit more aggressive, like your Sky, your Fade. You can sort of push it a little bit. With Sova, not so much. Ooh, I'm not enjoying this round so far. There we go. Kakan, he's our savior. He was ready.
He'd already done all the damage to Fizzy as well. That Nano Swarm.
You remember you hyped up the judge?
Yeah. The great earlier on. I mean, now the other breach has it.
There we go.
Should be a 1 round if the players were not standing so far back. But he's down to the Sheriff. The headshot needed and not found. 3K from Kakan. Great damage. Kept them back with the Nano Swarm on mid as well.
Demons hasn't found a gun.
I was hoping maybe the hood was a little slow there, but no. Yeah, he's gotten out of there with nothing. So they've lost a Bulldog and a Judge. That's a pretty heavy cost early on.
He dropped an op.
Playing off, yeah.
Yeah, that was Deepman's having extra credit, so they're going to invest heavily into Masic, who, as of right now, has literally done nothing. He hasn't killed anyone, he hasn't died. It's going to be awful. His cast, well, actually, he survived.
He did survive. He survived.
Look at the impact. 100%
cast. The best player we've ever seen, ladies and gentlemen. They said it couldn't be done, but here he is. Yeah, no, obviously this is why Cass is a dog something statistic. With Digital Athletics seeing a push out of Masic, this is borderline psychotic. It could be the spike that he drops, but there's two players coming late around this corner, already taking down Batty. He's going to make his way to short. They know the op is there.
Still.
Oh, look, the player on site, the one that dropped the op now down. It's only going to be a Sheriff in play for Skyland. This has gone from bad to worse for this squad as they keep on losing players. And the last one alive is a flanker who is being watched for this whole time. Fizzy just got alarm bot back online, and I was worried maybe he'd be caught trying to put it down, but disaster averted.
Yeah, he saw Ruxic pick up a gun. That's why he tucked into the corner.
That'll do it.
He watched him chuck a gun on the floor for another one, and well, Fizzy's going, guys, I think he might be there. But yeah, Op not really having the impact they desired. And I think Masic just being caught on his repeat. Kakan, a nice attempt, but it's a weird one because to an extent it was a bonus round, but not really, because they bought an operator. And so it's left them in an awkward spot. Masic, well, he actually had some spare credits after being bought an operator, so he can now afford a Bulldog.
Hooray! The day is saved, but maybe not. The guy with the rifle appears to be masquerading as an attack side killjoy for now. The rest of the team kind of sat around mid, holding the angle that he has in fact pushed through, and he'll get nothing. All right.
Mission impossible. Try and get the rifle back.
It's worth it, honestly. Just go push mid. That's more than 3 seconds. Copyright's going to hit you now.
To be honest, though, that's about how the movies went. It seemed impossible, but it was actually very easy in the end. Fizzy still waiting on the... Oh, God, the dash just straight into his face, and a kill with a classic. A fake TP to try and get that a little bit closer. Whoops. Skyland. Well, they're watching the other side again, trying to fake things out. In the meantime, it's all a distraction. He's avoided that TP. Paranoia coming in from behind, though. And now Skyland going to be the last man standing, a rifle in hand, low HP, and the spike on a long rotation. Okay, they got the TP.
30 seconds
it's
left.
fine. I thought for a second he was screwed, but never mind. He'll have the support of his teammate, and he'll get there with a decent amount of time, but I don't think he's getting anything through this smoke.
Only had 7 bullets anyways. You have to ask yourself the question, if he does find that first kill, can he actually follow through onto Batty, who is sat on the side just after planting? Disappointing. They start this one out with the rifle going down. I think a lot of the potential was nerfed in the early stages of this round, yet still they make it competitive in the end. A few fights here and there, but that really wasn't the one where you wanted to see them deliver. Very much leaning into this operator arc. We're seeing Masic playing no shields and an op that's being dropped to him.
It's definitely not looking fantastic. Dart not going to give anything away either, although on the other side it has. Ruxic. Oh, he's going to avoid the shock darts, basically just doubling up with his teammate at this stage, and actually the majority of the utility on that side of the map is gone, just already being spammed out. In the meantime, Tomazi's just going to be set up with this op. Anybody now peeks from the connector and they're in trouble.
So let's get a look at Davey here, because he's been in this position a couple times, and it's going to be an important spot to keep an eye on as the game goes on. You know, even the fact that you have that early smoke down to counter the recon dart, to avoid them getting early control, and then he shrouded steps. So if there's a player up close, he thinks that guy's gone down short, but you're not really sure, you have to guess. And up in that corner, you don't see a lot of players playing. That's why he was able to find a last kill in the previous round. You know, the paranoia goes down on long. He had been sat there on A the whole time, so he had this super late flank, essentially. Nicely handled on those fights on mid, left to a 2v4, a 1v4, and with it being the operator in play, and no shields, I think this one might just be over before it begins.
Yeah, yet to really have the impact that he would have desired. Being able to lock down that A site has been helpful, but it's weird because he's been able to basically get deep control over on A, and yet at the same time, they had no one on B. So it was just peculiar. They still basically dedicated players there to support him, even with that position on lock with the operator. And now it just comes down to him trying to hold on to it, Paranoia even being thrown through, Tomazi on the other side. It is all but free. Methodical from SAUL in these early rounds. And other than the pistol and follow-up,
just let them try to catch me.
They haven't really been able to do too much.
Yeah, which is funny, you know, considering they're up against SAUL. Team is so consistently picking up those pistols when we started things out here today. I gotta say, you know, SAUL began this series by looking like the more structured team, and I think that was very much what continued throughout the both 13-10s. This map here, though, I think Digital Athletics could be in a spot of trouble. What we've seen from them so far around the operator, some of the risks they're taking, even economically, they're just not worthwhile. And, okay, Ruxic, I like the plan, but he's been taken down as well.
Attack side Odin spamming through the smoke.
Sometimes you need it, Tom. Sometimes you need it. And on this map especially, so much you can do with that attack side Odin. Spraying through B, catching them in the laneway, Skyland down. Just taking Tamazi, and I mean, how much more can he find?
How much more does he have to find before he uses Rolling Thunder? Because they've been very happy to use ults in their eco rounds. This one, again, would be audacious, but this team always seems to be audacious. That's been their main characteristic.
I think they know if that Rolling Thunder's coming in, it has to be on long. These players will be far back. They'll see the ults in play.
Look at Davi. This round's done. There's absolute. They have actually used it.
What?
They've thrown it in so late in the round. There's still a player behind them as well. They just don't seem to mind throwing this ult in at any moment. The time is seemingly gone, but even still, they make things incredibly costly for their opponents. A dash forward and Odin just spamming on the other side.
The Odin saves the day. You know, it's an old adage.
Yeah, no, it definitely made a difference there. Even though the spike was going to go off anyway.
Made all the difference, Tom, in my
So,
heart.
thoughts? Rolling Thunder?
No, I honestly, the ult usage in this game, in this series, has been unhinged. Just completely unhinged. I can't get behind it. I think that late in the round too, the one thing I'll say is they've got 4 other ultimates now. And
True.
Maybe they're like, screw it, we put this out here. We have plenty more to fall back on in the future rounds. And there's a real possibility that maybe your lockdown is your preference. If they use let's pretend they use a Hunter's Fury early on.
Yeah, that's the problem. Every other ult, other than the Blade Storm, has some sort of counter that can come through by the other side, or is just like from the shadows, which isn't really going to have the craziest amount of impact. And then the Rolling Thunder is online on the other side, so... the thing is, again, a lot of the times they use it, I don't mind them using it in an eco round. It just seems to be a point where I'm like, okay, what's the best case here? You get a few kills. It's like, okay, well, you look at the economy and the attack, it's fine. They can still buy for this round and the next. They're not really going to be stressing too much about it.
No, not at all. I think those losses are par for the course, really. The fact that we've seen it so consistently confused me in terms of the ult usage and the whys and even just the trade-offs of if it's worthwhile. It's definitely a very different game than we're used to watching and witnessing. At the same time, they make these rounds incredibly close after what appears to be a mistake or an overcommitment. But I think the win rate speaks for itself in those moments.
Off your feet!
Rolling
A
Thunder.
lot of ults being thrown in. Again, right off the rip. Skyland's done well. In fact, so is his teammate, Ruxic. He's going to be able to TP out of there. Oh, yeah, dodging the second one. It is going to be a kill onto him, but they've lost so much in response. A nice shot, finally. Masic starts to turn up to the table. Flash, even going to give him the angle. Surely this is his? No, never mind. Okay.
Reposition. He doubted himself on the pixel angle. Reposition just as Batty swung out. Recon to play with. Whoop. 0 risks taken there. We're going to see him start to rotate around. You know, the spike is down, so it's not going to be easy to retrieve. There's no free way back into this round. You just have to fight for this garage control. That means taking Kakan. And no, it means taking Deepman's.
Where is Deepman's looking?
There was timing there for a second where Kakan wasn't covering it, but we're back reset.
Standing ahead.
30 seconds left.
Definitely know where he is now. Deepman's ready. Teammate alongside him. This has to be an absolute miracle play to any hope in hell. Just spamming the utility through to try and chip away at a couple of players, but with the time left, it would have to be the ultimate miracle play, and it's not going to be happening. Digital Athletics will get themselves a 3rd round on the board, but again, I do have to wonder if it's just going to be another flash in the pan. Like, the hold on the site was a couple of players managing to get a couple of multi-frags, using, I think, Deepman's ult as well to sort of disrupt the opposition on their way through. And I think ultimately Ruxic getting away with a lot more than he should have done, even though he eventually goes down to a Hunter's Fury.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, as well, Batty had some incredible traction in taking him down, but Yeah, so far, you haven't answered the question, or they haven't answered the question of, is it a flash in the pan? Is this something that we can rely on from their squad? And this defensive side, look, they've got lots of ultis to play with.
He's about to find out a fair bit of it. Is he going to try and dash past him? He is! They use the paranoia as well. Just completely countering that. One man's been spotted. He just sits in the corner, hoping to go unnoticed. And Tomasi, alongside some good util from his teammates, have opened this site up with relative ease.
I know, that was kind of crazy. Looks like he's in some sort of a parkour course, swinging around the site, dash in, updrafts, and everything used. Really nice stuff. With Tomasi down, look, maybe there's a chance here for the defensive side. But there's nothing to help them get back in all too much. 2 flashes to work with here for Skyland. Doesn't manage to blind Davey down below.
They've used a lockdown as well.
Yeah,
this has to be the save at this point. You've still got the operator in hand. 1 player trapped towards the heavens. And in fact, SAUL have already started to go on the hunt. A free kill at least on 1, Skyland, and I don't know if the other players are actually going to continue to push this. The economy definitely took a hit in some of the prior rounds, and, well, Addicted was too far forward to actually escape the spike anyway. They're actually going to go doubling up here. Good work in the end from Digital Athletics to take away some of these weapons, but SAUL, I like it. That's the thing. They've been battling C for the last couple of rounds. They just go for an all-in play on the other side of the map, and, well, Deepmans and Kakan are probably going to feel a little bit foolish after this one.
Yeah, in this round as well, you've got that defensive side lockdown to work with, and they opt not to use it and not to play for it at the start, which typically is just your Killjoy having util around B, playing off sites, and being able to get you back in either way you go. Maybe that was something to do with SAUL having their own lockdown and the disruption that could cause to them, but they didn't have a counter on the other side, so an unfortunate round. I guess they can't really account for the sort of lunacy coming out of Tomasi.
It looks like this round they are going to play for it. Both players just backing off. Lockdown, Bladestorm as well available for those cheeky updraft kills. Skyline, I think he's hoping to try it. Oh, actually, they've dedicated back into the site. Maybe just rotating that 3rd player over. Deepmans is going to open things up. The entry now gone, but Deepmans is so desperately blind on the other side, and Skyland's going to go out as well. It seems like a change of strategy midway through the round, and oh, it's hurt them.
Yeah, the reward was found for sure. Defender, KJ Old coming through, Shock Dart on the way. How much do they have to destroy that, and have they landed? Yes, they have. Spot on, as they can now hold their ground, and maybe Digital Athletics would think about falling back, but look at Davey. Their fallback would be right into the hands of their opponents. They've caught him, though. Kakan does well to deal with him. Disaster averted for now. Ruxic able to catch 1. Paranoia out. It's actually caught Addicted, but he still wins the duel. And he's left alone. This round could be over already, but thanks to that duel earlier on, it's still up for grabs. 13 HP left on Kakan. 1 shot needed. And in fact, the same. They're neck and neck at 13, but no time left. Messy fight to close it as we see the spike explode and SAUL take another.
It seems like hesitation. Like the initial plan, give up the site, play for the retake. The next is to push back in, and it works initially, but then it's Deepmans completely dedicated into the site. The other player back in a smoke, leaving for the spawn. It just seems like the decisions between players are completely different, and it gives SAUL opportunities. Good flashes, good supportive utility. Again, it's something we've raved about with this team. Their setups are sublime, but it does feel like at times the Turkish squad are gifting them some of these opportunities. Bladestorm going to be popped. Again, Tomasi looking to lead the charge. He's been sublime when it comes to the entries on this side of the map, and well, he's bypassed a couple of the players. One still sat in the corner that he hasn't seen. That's a gun. In fact, Deepmans now comes up with another. Somehow, this has begun to look doable again with just pistols. I don't know how they managed to pull these rounds off, but oh, you can never doubt this side at any moment. You can never believe in them or doubt them. It's such a weird place to sit.
It's just, there's no consistency, but in there is consistency, I suppose. You never know what to expect. And look, if you're a SAUL fan right now, it's probably not the nicest of things to see.
This game is literally a seesaw.
Exactly.
It goes up and down for either side.
It's the A site, mate. It's where they've all gone down. It's where they all will, by the looks of things. 45 HP. 35 seconds. And about 5 people that believe in this clutch.
I love the fact that so
30
Addicted
seconds left.
believes there's someone holding the flank, so he can't go that way. So he's like spamming boxes to find him.
Well, okay. They peeked the box to find him. Good night, sweet dreams to your hopes. 15 seconds left in the clock. 3 kills to find. And on this swing, there's going to be a triple peek. Contact being taken on the left side of boxes.
10 seconds left.
And in fact, the triple peek never comes through because Addicted is saving.
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, their weaponry on the low side. They've been losing quite a lot of players in the late stages. Why do I feel like this is going to go 7-5 again? It just keeps happening. It keeps happening. But it's going to be 7-5. It's going to be a 13-10. That's what we're looking at. It's the same every single time. Which way it goes second half, I don't know. But that just seems to be the way that things happen.
SAUL didn't win the pistol, though. So, they don't open up the map with that pistol victory. I feel like we've now broken the curse. It's not
So what's it going to be
cycle
then?
is broken.
8-4 or 6-6?
Come on,
I've said it's going to be 7-5. You've got to give an
I'm
answer.
looking at the buy, and it's terrible for SAUL. For that reason, 8-4.
Okay.
You have to think what should happen, and then you think what will happen. And they're opposites.
Yeah, they're close on quite a lot of ults. Addicted, 2 away. They've just managed to get the Hunter Sphere online. I feel like every time Deep Mans has used his drone, it's got him killed. So if he pops it, I feel like he's going to die. I don't know when. He's definitely got the information that there's a player or two here. And instead, they look to build up in towards this C site. Now, a Hunter's Fury popped alongside a Blade Storm could be a pretty nasty setup. It's just how much does SAUL actually want to invest into this round? With him taking the orb, though, I'd assume they do want to invest it into this round, because otherwise you would have just got the orb off death.
Blocking sight.
Oh, the paranoia's caught him. That's going to slow Tamazi down quite a bit. Still able to find the kill on the side turn for more. Beautiful stuff. The 3rd kill up for grabs. Now down to the rifle. The space is well and truly being bought.
They're going to flawless this round.
30 seconds left.
There we go. At least it's not flawless, but yeah, it really doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, I don't know what you mean, Tom. I predicted this. I knew it was coming.
Did.
We all knew. Everyone else knew, just not you.
Okay. Yep, and then Tamazi's going to finish it off with a 3rd kill as well. A blitz into the site. Hunter's Fury used alongside it as well. A couple of ults invested for SAUL to win themselves the 7th round, and now the thing is, though, there's a slightly weaker buy on the other side of things, and you've gone 8-4. So that means you don't believe that Digital Athletics is somehow going to BS their way through this round. That, my friend, is a gamble.
Well, you see, I just didn't know how many players would save. You know, I might have thought 4 players would save, and then they'd have all the rifles, operator, everything they wanted. So you never know, Tom. You never know. But at this point, I mean, SAUL have been consistent. This attack side's been looking good. They lost the pistol. They're 7-4 up. About as good as it gets. Certainly the best half we've seen from them so far, all things considered. And now they start to move their way in towards this A site once more.
That was their own rolling thunder. A lot of their players have been tagged up by this, but it doesn't seem to matter. Masic with his Marshall, they haven't cleared short. It's something that Tomazi does in the majority of rounds, but not this time. Ruxic stepping up, big players blind, but they haven't spotted out Addicted. And now, well, Ruxic basically has to ace this one to bring it home. 1st kill goes his way. He's been fantastic in these clutches. Almost kills off that 1st player. Knows where the other is, but this time it will not go his way. You were correct. Fair play. The 8-4 half going through for SAUL.
What can I say? What can I say, Tom? I knew it was coming. I think he used his from the shadows, and they just didn't hear it. They would have heard it, but I think in the chaos on the side, and that very nearly leads to a man acing this out. I mean, he tagged Busy here, 1 bullet away, and they were 30 and 35 HP respectively. That was definitely a clutch he could have won. If he hits that 1st shot on the breach, stun doesn't come through, and he knows that player's stuck in the corner. Great opportunities there, but it does little to console a team down 8-4 at the half with well, a pistol about to be played for him. We all know that SAUL's pistol win rate is pretty good in this series, so the pressure's on for Digital Athletics.
Yeah, I think it's now 3-2. So the funny thing is, though, the map they won both the pistols, they lost. The one they won 1 pistol, they won. So maybe if they lose both, they'll win even more dominantly. Who knows at this stage? Logic has left the building.
I didn't know he was here.
He
got my
loves
CD
Valorant.
signed.
He loves Valorant.
They probably let him in because they thought he was you.
There's nobody on the A site. Everybody except Vabati is going to be flanking from behind. See if he can get anything on the entry. He's done a decent amount of damage, but this is where their flank comes through. And actually, the flank is no longer being watched. It was initially by Kakan, and well, eventually Ruxic is going to spot almost every single member. They know there's a man above.
You want to push spawn here, but the spike's planted for long, for short. You got to keep that control somehow, so it's a crossfire setup. Kakan has to be able to hold his ground. Has to be able to hold strong on this. They're clearing short as we speak, but they don't expect him to be this close. That's not a good fight. And with that, the spike can now be diffused. It prompts the rest of them forward. Fizzy's able to grab one. Down to 65, a player below watching the dropout. Deepmans has to go. He has to go now, or it could be diffused all the way, and that just brings him into the waiting arms of Davey. SAUL with another pistol under their belt. It will now be 9-4. And one step closer to grabbing this series, a reverse sweep.
I feel like every time Kakan is in like one of those perfect high impact spots, he just whips everything.
It's like everyone has their back turned, and he's got
It literally happened in that 2v4 in the previous
Lotus.
map. He was just sat down there ready, just doesn't hit a bullet. And
A site underneath the rope.
it is a rough one. 9-4. Digital Athletics really needed that pistol, and because of that, they're now going to risk it for a biscuit. They're investing into this round. It's not far away from the buy their opponents have, though. The shield's the major difference. 25 for the majority of the attackers. Other than that, still a single Bulldog. A couple on the other side. Entry coming in. Masic. Oh, he's dying. They put Nano Swarms up top, ready for him. And this is a slaughter. An absolute spray down. It leaves Masic alone, and wow.
See ya. I mean, I guess he didn't expect Ruxic to go up with him. I think he got a little bit of a jump scare from Omen coming out in the shadows. But, you know, these things happen out of the shrouded step. Double digits for SAUL, no punish. Digital Athletics, economy on the rocks. You know, those kind of rounds are tough because when you roll the dice, you're kind of left with nothing here, yada yada. There was a second where Masic was juggling around his buy. I thought he was going to invest his credits fully, but no.
Correct me if I'm wrong as well. Like this would be Digital Athletics going 0-2. So if they lose this map, they're in a very, very bad spot. Like,
yeah.
I think also they've still got to play the likes of CGN and Desire. Like, I'd say they're favored in one of those games, but ultimately, this would not be a game that they could really afford to lose. And for SAUL, hey, first match versus Digital Athletics, it would be a decent game to take.
Got the spike.
They are firmly in the lead, and well, just look at what this has done to Digital Athletics. 4 Sheriffs, a classic. Who knows?
It's hard to imagine you're not mentally boomed after how this series has gone, because it was a real moment where Digital Athletics had this game in their hands. All they had to do was close the fist.
10-7 up, I think?
I think so, and that was after 5 straight rounds. Yep. So the momentum's behind them, everything's going well. Okay, I like this. I don't like this. I like that. Okay, so they've got their weapon, and they've got the sight.
I felt like that has a lot of meme potential, but was it? Someone will do something with that, I'm sure. Won't be posting it on Twitter, though. Either way, 4v4 retake. A low Tamazi as well gives them some opportunities. Weaponry's not the best. A stun that's caught 2 players as well. Deep Man's dead immediately. The flash, I think that might have actually been a team flash. Catches out Masic, but he's able to survive a little bit longer. Not quite able to do it though. A 3K out from Fizzy, and 11th now onto the board for SAUL. There has to be a mammoth comeback from the Turkish side. The #1 team out of Turkey as well. A region that was really expected to challenge Ascension. People are raving about the likes of Fireflux, S2G. Don't know if they expected Digital Athletics to be their representative, but right now, it looks like they might be falling flat.
Certainly not with the way the the region went at first.
Yeah.
I think this team has surprised a lot of people by making it here, but certainly not the greatest of performances here coming into the final map. And I think the one thing I'll say is the way we just saw that round go down, they didn't have a lot of potential. They had a low buy, very low buy, and they still have to rely on the side of SAUL on Busy getting those 3 kills. One mechanical failure on the way back through, and this round was Digital Athletics. But that'll tell you, look, we can almost beat them on an eco. Now it's time for a full buy, and this is where I expect, look, it's their last chance, isn't it? And not just in the group stage, not just in the match, but in the group stages. Lose this, and it's no longer an uphill battle. You're getting up a mountain at that point.
Yeah, I'm also, it was a question I asked at the beginning of the map, like, how is it going to work for Deepmans on the Sova? This is the first initiator we've seen that I would say is the more passive, the one that has to be more supportive. And it's not going great. Like, on the Sky of the Fade, he's able to play a little bit more aggressive, have some of those spicy peaks we've seen from him in the past on the Duelist. And I can't say I've been massively impressed, been caught quite a few times in his utility, and
revealing area.
See if maybe he can turn it around on that attack. On the other side, things though, SAUL looking like a well-oiled machine. Is she gonna go into this one? He's got Paranoia in hand, but pulls out at the right time. Ruxic again starts off strong.
Oh, Fizzy's not going to be able to get too much done here, just being held down by Masic. Maybe if the steps are heard, the flank can be on, but even then, they just pump the brakes, and this is a wise choice. With SAUL so spread out, someone's got to take a peek and grab some information. You can see how close those lines of sight are to taking down Batty. If he takes that little jiggle to the left, he is going to be in a lot of trouble. At any moment now, it almost has to come through. They need to find out what's going on, where these players are coming from. The patience, commendable for sure. Oh, the timing, perfect. Even the shock dart down for damage. All right, not bad, but
ahead.
Again, he's going to have so much coming his way.
Yeah, Paranoia stun. His teammate is literally as far away as humanly possible. Maybe still expecting some sort of lurk on the other side, and instead, Fizzy's just got to save. The finances of his team are not in the best of spots, so it will be a decent round. Again, though, it's one where I look at it from the side of SAUL. They took a risk. 2 players walked into a smoke and got shot in the face by Ruxic, who was standing in said smoke. So it's not a round.
Hello.
I guess the observer.
Zoomed in on an agent.
Was that A, Zilv, or B, the other one?
Oh, the other one you're going for. That's just mean. You're really mean today, you know that? You're going after our analyst desk.
What do you mean today?
Ginny was trying to make conversation with you, just shut her down. Now poor Mel. Get up on the wrong side of the bed.
Yes.
Ah, there you go. I figured it out. Which side?
The
which side of the bed? Left or right? When you're lying down, facing the ceiling. Left or right?
Here.
I just go to the bottom of it.
Sorry, what?
Just go down to where your feet are, at the bottom of it. Climb off that way. You ever do that?
No.
You can like throw yourself forward a little bit, get some momentum.
For you, that's quite a journey as well.
Wow. All right. Because I have a very big bed. That's correct.
Yes, yeah.
Lots of space.
See, I get,
You can
especially
come over anytime.
in hotels, I get out the side where the door is.
Right here.
Because otherwise I'm just at the wall,
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
basically.
I mean, that is a fair argument you're making there. I don't tend to get out the side where the wall is.
Yeah.
Well, for SAUL, they've gone for an Odin. I'm very curious to see what Batty's going to be up to. I mean, we know that he's in the garage. You can see on the minimap, and a lot of this just play off the contact of the alarm pot and spray away to your heart's content.
As he's slow walking up, it's like he was waiting for the flash and hits a wonderful shot. That's the danger man of the last round. Ruxic gone from this already, and then they just fall into a retake setup. They know they have that lockdown. He's found them the advantage. He's going to wait to see if he can catch anybody moving back in, maybe even go back up to the heavens to have another shot from there. There needs to be a hero on the other side of things. He's got the timing right on the swing. Stun should maybe force him off the angle. In fact, it's going to be Blade Storm popped out. But Matiki goes up, and it's actually Kakan to hit the shot instead.
Oh, well, he's certainly getting in his face, to say the least. Lockdown in play. Very little safe space from that.
Yeah, they can't break it. I don't think they have anything to do so. Aftershock already gone. I think they had a single shot dark available to them, and now all stuck in the corner, stunned up. The util just putting them in such an awkward spot. Addicted, they even know there's a third player. Paranoia through, and then Fizzy with the flank. It's sublime from SAUL. Every little piece thought of. This team is playing great Valorant.
Get your bloody telestrator out, Zesht. Come on. That's the round right there. What a gorgeous setup, man. Every part of that thought of, I mean, Batty going out, I respect the shock dart. You know where they are. It's free damage.
Enemy kill.
Wow. I saw the hand.
One enemy remaining.
But the fact that you have the stun come out, it grabs the 2 players who are out wide from the aftershock. It takes them down nice and easy. That is the turning point of the round. That's what flips it on its head completely. Otherwise, there's just way too many guns left alive. And just another round where Digital Athletics are put in this position where they feel like they have just been choked out of this round. I mean, they are in a chokehold right now, and it's 7 straight rounds to get out of it.
Oh, Fizzy's feeling confident. You can see it. He might be screwed. Oh, I thought for a second he was going to get both. But the second player survives. Hunter's Fury actually perfect. Batty already managing to connect. Doesn't quite kill off a third, but, well, damage seemingly already done. 2 players tagged up. They're coming in on the flank. There's no one to watch it anymore. It's free. It should be so easy. A little bit labored, but job done in the end. Oh, it's not the best. Given an opportunity, a 2 versus 4, a chance for a Rolling Thunder, a tag up as well. There should be no opportunity left for anything to be done. Deepman's clinging to life, hoping to get something for his team, but it will not be today. Their first match, and SAUL will take the dub.
You gotta say, they look clean, synergized, and on this map, I think they reached their peak. 13-10. Yeah. On the first 2 maps, 13-5 to close it. And this is really, as we talked about in BO1s and how regional BO3s go on, this, though, should be that middle ground. It should be somewhere we get an even more competitive game. But they had control from the very get-go, and I have to say I'm impressed by what I've seen from SAUL here today. Digital Athletics, gotta be the kings of BS rounds. But SAUL, they're a real contender.
Yeah, no, I like the fact that when you watch SAUL play, you're going to see like a lot of cool little utility combinations. They're a team that have clearly put the work in behind the scenes, because that's the thing. When you look at their regional league, I don't think they necessarily needed to have everything that they had on display today. They played against a team that they needed to adapt to. They needed to work out how they play, how they're going to sort of change the way they work in their retakes, because they got caught off guard a few times, especially in that first map. And then in the last 2 maps, you saw that. They corrected their mistakes, and I think credit to the calling, the coaching, but most importantly, just the players and their setups. Their utility, some of the best we've seen so far in the tournament.
Definitely. Oh, without a doubt. The amount of examples that we have from just this BO3, just their debut here at Ascension, of clean and clinical, well thought out, well drilled. I love it. The executes they have, but also the responses, the retakes, everything like that. And I think not only that, it's the discipline in some of those moments. Take, for example, that last round. Tamazi grabs a kill, and they start to flood in towards the site. He's falling back while the 100 Fury's going down. While all that, there's plenty of players that would get greedy, that would want to be up there and try to get their little extra kill in there.
There's plenty of players on the other team.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm kind of talking about. You know, many a man would have went swinging, but he's happy to fall back, play the retake with his team, and set themselves up for the best possible outcome, or at least the best percentage odds of that happening. Really fun to watch this team. I would love to watch more of them. On the other hand, I think Digital Athletics, they've got some work to do, and now this standing in their group is going to be very difficult to recover from.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's these guys again. They're taking over, right?
Yeah, we decided not to quit, but have a good evening. We're back on the desk now, and SAUL managed to secure this. We had to go the distance all the way to that 3rd mapper, but Haven was the one that looked the most convincing.
I think the confidence that you talked about, Vincent,
Came in play.
Came in play. Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Very much came in play. I mean, you've noticed it very much from map 1 on, where we saw major issues, particularly on this defending side. They have found the adaptation. They found the understanding of how the cohesion has to work. And as Mitch and Tom particularly said about Haven, it looked so much better there.
I remember them walking off. I don't remember them saying much.
I mean, who's that bold guy? Isn't that Tim?
Oh my god.
I thought it was
All right.
Ryan.
I want to talk about Tomazi. This guy is just insane. This guy is cracked. Not to mention, he's always getting backed up by Fizzy, the sentinel of the team. He's always there getting those frags, anchoring the site. And what I liked about SAUL, especially on Haven, every single time DA tried to execute, they get punished, and as well the retake is always ready in no time. They do not have time to actually get the post plan ready to actually react to what kind of utility is getting thrown by SAUL.
And you very much noticed it, right? I'm overall really happy, particularly with that retaking part, because you could have guessed, with a team like Digital Athletics, who will be so swift to get onto the side, will most likely break your first line of defense, you were capable of upsetting them in that way. And it's just so enjoyable, because at the beginning of the day, we were like, and I was obviously a big supporter of that. It's a farming simulator region. They're not that great. They had one good team to play against. But SAUL today looked as confident as they could be. That makes me very happy to see. At the same time, that Digital Athletics, they're basically out.
They made Portugal proud, and they made a statement.
And Tux was the real supporter.
He was.
Of SAUL. He's supporting them from the start. You're coming in, you're saying, you know, question mark here, question mark there. No, you didn't. So, congrats, Tux. But one of the rounds,
I trusted them.
You did. And one of the rounds which has really highlighted SAUL specifically and their approach to Haven was round 11, where just everything felt like it was coming together.
Yeah, I feel like SAUL actually really worked so hard on actually developing how they can win also eco rounds. Looking into it, they stopped the momentum on Lotus. If you can remember, that they lost the anti-eco. The DA got the round after that, and they got the fourth and stopped the eco round. Looking at here, they have mid control completely, no utility being used by DA in any means. They need that information. They need to know where is SAUL. Even though you have a little bit of information, you have the jet is in sewers in A short, but that is not enough. Coming to this round, I really loved how they actually approached it. They made a presence in mid. They made it like, okay, we are here. We have Bladestorm running on our fragger, which is Tomazi, which has been playing incredibly well. As you can see, DA are really, they didn't really want to take the risk to actually peek and get those information, and it was too late once they got the information. Tomazi goes into side, getting supported by his teammates, and there it goes, the flash, the recon dot, and he grabs those picks, and he shone, and he gave them the round.
And there you gotta give also props to the entire team, particularly Addicted and Batty, who were the ones who were enabling him, right? Full flash on backside, arrow came in as well. Everything works so perfectly when you have a team setting themselves up so much. And this is a major strength of SAUL, that their attacking side looks like a clockwork. Not one thing can go wrong.
It's incredible. It's incredible how they actually can set up Tomazi that way.
It's great, right?
It's amazing. That's a dream of every duelist.
Yeah.
It is so indeed. And we're talking about the fact that them getting on site, their attacking side was really strong. But on the flip side, the retakes on the defensive side on round 17, a great, perfect example of that as well. They were just as great.
The match point. There goes the plant. The rotation is happening. There we go. Fizzy learned his lesson after getting the lockdown destroyed once, and now he's doing it again, but in a different location. Right now, they just try to get into position. They get the information that Masik has an operator, and they know the distance. There goes the concussion, 3 easy 2 kills, and there goes the paranoia as well. Masik cannot support his team, and there goes the flank with Fizzy. Amazing. The lockdown getting dropped. They think no one is flanking. He uses that opportunity to actually support his teammates from another angle. That makes us think that actually the Portugal region have very smart players, and they're willing to adapt and try new things during the match that can throw the other team off.
Yeah, and you see how much particularly they were thinking about that and probably communicating it so well, in the sense of
amazing.
You have to wait,
I'm
you have to wait,
surprised.
buy me time. Breach is doing a great job on stopping them, and this is like where every single piece just falls into the position it is supposed to. This was just one of the great rounds. This just was one good example.
Just one. Yeah. This is what we can show you guys, you know what I mean?
I mean, we can show the whole map, though. Not really, because that's just a replay.
Okay, can we have a broadcast?
Yeah, you want to stay here for another best of 3. You are having the time of your life. That's absolutely incredible to see. Another player, however, that had the time of his life as well was Tomazi, because this guy,
It's incredible.
What does he have for breakfast? Like, what's his warm-up routine? Can we have a vlog, a video, or something explaining it?
I think he's one of the best duelists we have had so far in this tournament. Watching him, okay, we know there is Takas, we know there is Alive, we know there is tons of other duelists, but this one in particular, he played Raze on the first map, he played Neon on the second, and he played Jet on the third map, performing so well, trying so hard to actually get those frags and opening the site for his teammate, and whether or not block the executions from being from happening.
So most important, there's a few things we need to talk about him. First of all, he came into this entire tournament with over 2 seasons in Portugal with 280 ACS. 1 kill per round in 2 splits consecutively. First of all, that. Second of all, the guy was involved in 28 opening duels throughout this entire tournament, throughout this entire series, coming out with +8. He's a mirror. The guy is individually blessed. And I'm so happy to see that they can translate their strength from Portugal also over to the international stage.
Yeah, because for you that were a couple of question marks.
Exactly.
But also with the fact that SAUL now has won their first game.
That's a Randazzo performance.
Oh, he did it.
We gotta take it out the bingo list.
That is good. That is good.
See,
that is
we
good.
have at least one analyst on this desk that is present.
Perfect. Really.
And
It actually went away for a while. I wanted to say it during the Tomato asset, but I pulled it off.
I'm proud of you. And you know what? I'm also proud of SAUL because coming out of Portugal, a couple of question marks, especially from you coming into this, and they have genuinely proven their worth. It's their first game today, which also means they get to get a point in their group, and that does impact the standings to a certain extent because when we were on the B stream, a couple of games happened there as well, and Gentlemates won their game, Apex won their game, so they're both 2-0 currently in their groups. Kase Esports 0-2, I personally was not expecting that at all.
No one did. I don't think anyone did expect that from Kase. You placed him in B tier, right?
I placed him in B tier because I didn't like the way they played. They seemed very momentum heavy, and I think they also had tough opponents at the start. You're playing against Apex and Gentlemates. Like, you cannot expect that to go your way at all.
Oh yeah, especially in addition to having Focus also in the group makes it harder.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Like, Focus coming into this group, I think that Focus really deserves to be in that group.
Absolutely.
And they're just...
I mean, they took a map off of Apex.
It's
a fair thing.
It went all the way to the third mapper, that is correct. But it's something that we've seen from Focus before in Valorous as well. Like the finals, 14 and 12 on Bind on that first map. You're like, okay, Focus got the momentum going. Didn't really happen to work out in their favor. We're now swapping over to Group A. And we're looking at Ascend. They're sitting comfortably at 2-0. Digital Athletics at the bottom. And this is really where it's like, as Pavlos would say, squeaky bum time. Because the next couple of games are genuinely going to determine whether or not you're going to be in the top 2 position and whether or not you're going to be advancing into playoffs.
Looking at it from our perspective, we know that CGN can actually, make it happen. But to be fair, after what I've seen from SAUL today, I think they can actually challenge CGN in some way for the second place.
Okay.
No. First of all, not possible, Tux.
Second of all, he's German, so he's
No, but most importantly, as you mentioned already, the journey's over for Digital Athletics nearly. I don't see it going anyway. They have tough teams to play against. The silver lining is that they're playing against Desire still.
No, I mean SAUL.
But I know that you mean SAUL. But on the bottom side of things, Digital Athletics is pretty much done.
Having a hard time.
They're going to play against CGN next. Things done.
All right. Well, we're going to be closing out for today, but before we do so, Tux, you've been with us for the last 2 days, and unfortunately today is your last day.
It has been a pleasure.
So any words you want to share?
Oh yes, I would love to thank the Twitch chat first, of course. I love Twitch chat, and of course I would love to thank every single person here in the venue, and of course my fellow talents. I really enjoyed the analyst desk. Hopefully I can come back here again. I can't wait. I was here in 2021. We missed a year, but no problem. We're back in 2023. And hopefully we can see you in 2024 as well.
We'll see. Woo! Ah, we got an audience. Let's go.
We love you too. There's no doubt about that.
We do love you too. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're gonna be back tomorrow with some more bangings coming your way. Have a good evening. Take a shower. Touch some grass. See you tomorrow.
CGN, Ascend, 2 teams that are meant to do pretty well in this tournament.
Ives needs to shoot the person defusing. Doubles up. Can't find the spray down though, as it is being shot down themselves. Oh, he's just made out of it alive. This is crazy.
Last player. One enemy remaining.
And Ascend will be closing out map number 1 of the series against CGN.
Something.
His brain is massive. He can read the entire universe.
One enemy remaining.
Now we're cooking.
One enemy remaining. Clutch. Last player standing. One enemy One enemy remaining. Planted.
Whispers behind the scenes have a lot of respect for SAUL. Oh, you hear showstopper used. Around we go. It's not going to land.
No.
That's silly.
No.
They used that showstopper and I thought it was thrown into the wind.
One enemy One.
What? That's the second time in 2 maps they've ran through their own nade.